I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to. I've been cheated. But I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out. Needed a way out. Needed a way out. Needed a way out. Oh no, 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 no. Never gonna break. Oh no, no, no. Never gonna break. Oh no, no, no. Never gonna break. Oh no, no, no. Never gonna break. They tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down. But I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up.
8 teams and 1 slot only for the ESL 1KL China qualifiers. Sneeze and Crash here bringing you the action. I know we were scheduled for a little bit earlier. I know there were games that already went on. Don't worry. It hurts my heart as well. But these teams, they are fighting for their pride on the line to represent China with Azure Ray and LGD in KL in December. And we're going to find out which exactly of the 8 of them will take that coveted spot. Crash, I know, we were watching from the sidelines for the first 2 games up ahead of us. I'm sure you guys saw in the graphics as well. Team Bright and Go Along, they are 1-1 right now. And anyone could take this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's pretty much up in the air, right? Team Bright, they have a great roster ahead of them, right? They're one of the teams that have stuck around for quite a while together. And Go Along, the team that beat IG. These are 2 star-studded lineups right now.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get this kind of pseudo best of 1 out of the way.
Yeah, and not to mention, this is, I'm sure there's good. We saw some friendly all chatting already, so I'm sure it's all fine. But just to build up the drama a bit, a little bit of a grudge match, when you remove one player from your team and it's just that one player and the 4 of them remain intact. It's kind of like, it's always a situation you're always thinking, am I the problem? And suddenly they're finding success. Am I the problem? Was I left? And that's exactly what happened to Once, right? The carry player of Go Along, in case you guys don't know, is actually the ex-carry player of Team Bright. They've just replaced him with which is going to be a very fun name to say on cast. But yeah, going up against your counterpart, surely there's something you kind of feel like you need to prove there.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a little bit of rivalry. We saw the tips already coming out in the game number 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited for sure.
Okay, so overall, of course, this is one of our first times casting China officially. I think I've watched it over the course of professional Dota for so long. Is there anything that you particularly are excited to see from these 2 teams? Because we already saw some pretty interesting strategies coming out in the first 2 games. I think the one that caught my eye, game number 1, Mars Phoenix? What are we, in 2020? What is going on?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are they bringing it back? Did you think it was good? Do you have any thoughts about the drafts that we've seen so far?
It was fine. I think they're kind of, it was one of those situations where you really wanted the Centaur, but the Centaur was picked up on the other side.
Yeah.
So you're left kind of fiddling around with these other Blink initiators.
True.
And they landed on Mars, which wasn't too bad because they're pairing it up with a Phoenix and a Puck, right? There's a lot of good synergy between those heroes. But it just kind of ended up falling a little bit flat going into the first game.
Yeah, and the second game came out with a Mag and Kanka, as well as a carry TA, which we've seen succeed, but it just wasn't enough. Go Along on the back of their Faceless Void. This time, they picked a Huskar to deal with that mid lane Kanka. Kanka's been relatively uncontested, and not uncontested. He is one of the most contested heroes, but when he's in the mid lane, it's very hard to flush him out, right? He gets his farm, and once he gets that Tidal Wave and Torrent Storm, things can get very hairy. It almost feels like team fights that you can't win, but how you defeat him? Early pressure. And it was actually Once. We talk about this guy, you can see him, he's a little bracket, or at least when you go into the game, you'll see him, he's a little bracket position 1 player. He went completely flawless that game. 13-0 and 12 on the Faceless Void, going into game 2 to punch back his ticket for a chance at a third game against his former teammates. I mean, this is a double elimination bracket, sure, but, you know, you don't want to drop to that lower bracket so bright and early.
No, for sure. You know, after this, you do have one more chance, but you'd be feeling a lot better yourselves if you're in that upper bracket, right? I don't think there's any team in the world that really likes to be in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams have already seen each other somewhat perform in the Open Qualifiers 1, Open Qualifiers 2, but there's always that wild card, right? Aster, the only seeded team so far, I believe they're playing against Ignite right now, but up until this point, you haven't really, you know, tested the waters against that roster just yet, but right now, we can't think about all of that. Go along, Team Bright, they got a challenge ahead of themselves, and that's each other. We have a draft ready, and we're all ready into the bans. Let's get right to it.
Yeah, so there's not necessarily anything that speaks to me coming up from these bands. The Naga Siren Bright and Early is super interesting to me, but that's just something the Team Bright have kind of prioritized. They've never, like, first picked Naga, so a little weird, but, you know, just respect coming out from the side of Go Along towards Team Bright.
Yeah, I think one of the things you were mentioning about is that Go Along actually have quite an interesting pick ban strategy. They've been favoring banning the Chen. Is that right?
Yeah, so last 2 games against IG, they first banned, and this is both games, they banned the Chen and then the Bristleback, which, like, makes sense, right? If you don't want to get run over by a team that you potentially think is better than you, ban the Chen. I mean, we saw Gaiman at TI, right? We saw Gaiman be super prominent on the Chen against Nouns.
Oh, yeah,
right? And
that
they
was
just
rough.
kind of rolled them over. And so, you know, preparing yourself to potentially make sure that that doesn't happen to you, there's no harm in that. And Bristleback, you know, I think at this point everyone's tired of that hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he will sneak his way, his bristly, backy way through the bans right now. A lot more of a focus on some pretty interesting heroes, the Morphling and the Faceless Void. So clearly taking that out because once, you know, he had a perfect game on it, just don't allow him to repeat the same process. I mean, they're kind of on track. They're picking up the Centaur again for their offlaner here, just to start things off. And Centaur has just become such a strong hero lately. I think in a certain way, you're picking the Muerta almost to deny that combination, right? Like you said, Deadshot, Hoofstorm is just an easy kill. But another hero that really is just excelling at enabling his allies right now, it's that Grimstroke being snatched up by Go Along.
And Grimstroke kind of not disables the team from picking other heroes like Pango and stuff, but it doesn't feel good playing Pango into Grim or playing a lot of these other mobility heroes into Grimstroke. Because if you get caught by a Soulbind, you're in big trouble. You know, your big survivability all of a sudden becomes moot.
Yeah, it's funny that a lot of these heroes that love playing with the Grim kind of hate playing against the Grim as well, right? Can you imagine Pango with Inkswell? That goes crazy. You hold them down in Soulbind, and I think that just speaks to how good of a hero Grimstroke is right now. They'll grab the Dark Willow for themselves, which starts to make me think, is this going to be a Muerta in the carry? Because we rarely kind of see this support duo, right? They're mostly in position 4s. You don't really see the Pulse 5 Muerta, and with the Magnus being picked up, that could be the offlane. I mean, we've already seen, I think it was, if I'm not wrong, the name eludes me right now. I need to find this lineup, but I know it was Butterfly Effect. That must have been, Eagle. Butterfly Effect as well as Mercy. They used this combo in one of the Open Qualifier games. Brambles, Skewer, just so much disables. And this harks back to, what, TI-10 with Mira and Collapse bring this out. It's just so disruptive to everything Centaur's trying to do.
Yeah, you throw a hero like Kunkka in the mix as well, which is a hero that Team Bright have favored in the past. There are 2 games recently in the Open Qualifiers. They picked up both the Magnus and the Kunkka. So letting those heroes slip through, yeah, you can't let a hero like Kunkka go through against Team Bright when they are so willing to just pick that hero up with the Magnus and so much control, like you said, just with the Dark Willow Magnus. Throwing a Kunkka on top of that would be devastating.
I think the way I've seen, so Muerta more recently, I think I've seen it more in the position 4. Of course, it's one of the most highly contested heroes for very good reason, right? Across the entire Open Qualifiers, I think it's contested 94% of the time. Okay, no, sorry, I've got this wrong. So 94% of the time it's contested in China. China loves their Muerta, and across the rest of the other regions, 77%. So definitely prioritizing that hero a lot more. But I find that Muerta finds the most success when banded up with 4 other heroes that give her nothing but control and disable. Right? She just wants to stand her ground, fire, stand still, and deliver. And if you can bring the heroes to her, keep them locked down for her to just blast away. The Muerta is just, taking a bit of a lunch break, leaving the PC on, and you win the game anyway.
Yeah, Muerta's one of those heroes that it's kind of like press R and then A-click the ground when you get too farmed.
Yeah, A-click ground is real. A-click ground is real.
Yeah, harks back to the old sniper days.
Oh my God.
Just A-click ground and then be very happy. Just stand where you are, stand your ground.
I think
Team Bright.
Oh yeah,
go ahead.
No. After you, Crash. After you.
You're so kind,
after you, of course.
I want to talk about this Necro pick because I think it's super interesting picking Necro into Pugna. It's one of those like double-edged swords because Pugna can potentially out-heal the scythe damage, but then if you decrep them, you enable the scythe so much heavily. It's I don't know. It's an interesting combo. We'll see if this Pugna is a core or a support.
Yeah.
Most likely, I'm leaning towards a 5 Pugna. I feel like I've been very underwhelmed by mid Pugnas recently.
Oh no, we don't even talk about mid Pugna. That's not something. I mean, unless your name is Thompson, don't bring that stuff into my house, please. I think support Pugna has already shown that it can do so much for the squad. All that HP that he's funneling into you with the life drain just goes the extra mile just because of the EHP on these heroes, right? Tankiness is the name of the game these days, and that's kind of why we're seeing a lot of Necro. Like you mentioned, the Reaper Scythe can always cut them down to size, and that percentage HP damage, no matter how much of it you have, if you drop below the 50% mark, it's curtains. You're over. The Centaur Wall Runner dropped. Kanka slashed. And it's kind of in your best interest to eliminate these heroes, especially the Kanka, as early as possible. Last pick TA here for the side of Team Bright to round out their draft. So things are a little bit messy right now. I'm inclined to believe that the support duo sits within the first 3 picks, but I'll be honest with you, it could still be
Don't
either way.
say it.
No,
Don't
look, there's a bunch of angles, right? The TA is either gonna be mid or safe lane. Necro could be off lane, could be mid lane. Magnus could be mid and off lane, or support. Your Muerta could be safe lane, your Templar Assassin could be mid lane, your Necro could be off, and you could have Magnus support, right? Things are still kind of jumbled up. I think what I'm confident in saying is that the Dark Willow is going to be support. Everyone else, still up in the air for me. And that's kind of got to go along for a little bit of a loop, right? They have 40 seconds left to consider what they want for their last pick. Seems like they're missing a carry at the moment. Bans coming out, Anti-Mage and Bloodseeker. Quite specific target bans, maybe knowing a bit of what their old teammate loves to pick here.
Yeah, it could very well be. AM, I guess, is okay. It's okay into Necro, right? It feels fine, right? The potential to blow him up is definitely there. Bloodseeker as well just feels good into TA. Yeah. So I get the bans, but yeah, probably I'm leaning towards they're targeted. I don't think that they're necessarily too big of a worry. I guess AM Grimstroke is quite strong, so maybe there is something there. But this is a hero that Go Along have gone with before. They've last picked this Wraith King once before.
Okay.
And once very competent on this Wraith King. I mean, I hope that all of these players are competent on their heroes, but, this has been a favorite for once, at least through the open qualifiers.
Come on, you're hoping that all these players are competent on their heroes. This is for a shot at representing China at the KL Qual. They're going to bring their best for sure. And I'm very confident that, we're going to see something here. I mean, Wraith King, across the entirety of Once's competitive career, so far, it's been a bit brief, but win rate not looking too hot. It's at the 38.46 mark. So hopefully, that's across his entire career, of course, not exactly recently. So hopefully, he's shored up a bit, or maybe they found a little bit of a better recipe to make this hero work. It does bring a bit of complications to the Team Bright lineup, right? They don't necessarily have the second salvo of spells to be able to take down this Wraith King. A lot of sustain from the Rum buff, the Inkswell, Dispel, and the heal, as well as the Pugna. He is going to be enabled, and he's going to be very difficult to kite. Are there any lineups that you're favoring at the moment between Team Bright and Go Along at the moment?
Sneeze, we talk a lot during our cast about ease of execution. And I want to go back and kind of circle around to that for us. I almost think that Go Along have a little bit of an easier draft to execute.
Okay.
You know, Pugna says something very like this Pugna Wraith King lane really speaks to me.
Okay.
They have the potential to like sub 10 minutes take the tower. You know, which is something that is like absolutely bonkers to think about, actually. Like taking the offlane tower so early on, and then you just pull the easy camp, pull the hard camp, and you're able to safely farm for such a long time. Especially when you can farm the jungle with Wraith King as well. Like you put a ward up, your little skellies go farm the jungle automatically for you. They farm the lane automatically for you. Whatever you need for them to do, they will do it. Very obedient skeletons from the Wraith King.
Very obedient skeletons indeed. And we're gonna have to hope that doesn't happen, because Team Bright, between the Magnus, between the Necro and the TA, these aren't necessarily the most active cores, right? They're not exactly who you think about when you think about making action happen on the map. Like the Magnus, maybe if he has a good start, perhaps he can try and get things going, but Irving, in an ideal world, he very much would like to max empower and hit creeps. If you start losing these towers, suddenly these little pockets of space that Phoenix is looking for, I mean, that triangle is just going to get invaded if that offlane tower just goes down. And you don't really have the best way of defending it. They can bring the fight, they can bring the the control, and they are just going to start wiping you in this direction. So that's kind of what I'm a bit concerned about. Bright, they're going to have to pull out some pretty... I guess some pretty interesting moves to stabilize the lane, because, I mean, Magnus, Muerta, sure, you can pull them all the way back to your tower if you land a killer dead shot, skewer, all that, but yeah, I mean, this, like you said, ease of execution, this is going to be so much more straightforward.
It's just got to be perfect, you know?
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Which is, it's possible, right? Dota's one of those games where things, I feel like, line up a lot more often than you think about.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the times that players, even like high-level players, group up for a hoof stomp. There's there's a lot of times where the stars do align for you. So if Team Bright can take advantage of those stars aligning, their bottom lane could go very, very well for them.
Yeah, they're gonna have to shine bright and just kind of show us what they got here. They definitely did make... So let's talk a bit about the history of these teams while we have a bit of time, right? So you mentioned that Go Along, everyone's chalking them up to be this unknown stack that defeated IG, but realistically speaking, a lot of these players have been playing around the Div 2/Tier 2 scene for a while already. They're not really new players. They've been around, right? YMO has done his rounds. Killer, who also goes by Meliodas, is also, he was on Poke Gaming in Div 2, and of course once formerly on Team Bright. And I think... Look, Crash, I've never played in many of these sort of competitive settings or, in-house leagues and whatnot, so I wouldn't know. But I would imagine that having been part of a team and having been in that environment, it lends you a lot of an idea as to how they want to play or what the players prioritize, right? Let's say, you're playing with a support and they're always looking for opportunities on the map. You're always going to get comms saying like, oh, let's rotate here, let's rotate there. It kind of gets ingrained in your memory, and once he's going to have an idea about when they're trying to make moves or what their idea is or what their game plan is, it was only recently that he switched sides. And that is going to be fresh in his memory for sure, right?
Yeah, I think TK kind of said it perfectly right there. This is a good opportunity to learn. Hopefully once have the voice comms to be able to, share the knowledge on what's going on in Team Bright's head. Because I think a lot of Dota is a mind game. Being able to get inside your opponent's mind, be able to force them to play your game instead of going around to play theirs,
This is where my knowledge of Chinese at a very basic level comes into play here. Pugna just said, someone peed.
Oh.
Yeah, someone went to pee, so that's why we had the pause. It's a pee pause. The washroom,
Fair
very
enough.
Important.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, we're not real gamers here. We're not peeing in a bottle. We've got respect.
Yeah.
We're going to the bathroom to relieve ourselves.
Yeah, it's
love to see it.
It's our right.
Yeah, it is. I think it is in the American Constitution, Sneeze. I think it says you deserve to pee in a toilet. You have the right to pee in a toilet.
For sure. I mean, you are the only person in this entire... Actually, you're not even affected by the American
No, I'm not.
Constitution.
I'm not.
You're talking to an audience who literally is not affected by that at all. YMO,
No.
he is skirting very close to that tower, just trying to play around, test for vision. It's going to be the opposing side, so no response there. Both teams actually take an early smoke out just to place a ward in the opposing triangle. One thing we haven't talked about yet is the stacks, right? I mean, these are definitely going to be very important for a lineup with the Magnus and Power and the TA. But go along, they don't really strike me as the craziest stack farmers. Sure, they have the Kanka that can just Tidebringer it down over and over. But apart from that, nothing really, you know, stack amplifying, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, and they're also not one of the teams that we do have stats based on camp stacked, and they're the lowest team in the closed qualifiers that stack. They only have like 7 stacks average.
Yeah, shout out to Bench. Shout out to Bench Dota for putting through these stats for us. I mean, open qualifier stats sometimes very hard to scrounge up, but yeah, now we have a very clear idea, maybe. And it's reflected in the hero picks as well, right? These aren't really heroes that are going to prioritize that. Pugna and Grimstroke, they very much want to stay in their lanes, want to get things going, and want to set up early kills for their cause. Killer, tanking some early harass here. It actually is going to be a Muerta safe lane support, so a lot rarer. Probably just snapped up the Muerta to take it out of the hand to go along here as we get into game number 3. Like we mentioned, we're a bit late to the party, unfortunately. 2 games have already passed us. These teams are 1-1, as you can see on the score above. And we'll find out who is going to move on in the upper bracket and who has to fight for their lives in the lower bracket here in the ESL 1 KL close qualifiers for China.
The battle's not going to be over for these teams either, right? Whichever team wins is going to have to go up against either Aster or Ignite.
Oh my god.
It's going to be a hard battle, no matter what. Look,
casters are not supposed to be biased, but you know, I got to root for my boy Pondo, right? That's some Singaporean pride right there. I mean, I think on the other stream, which is happening, so if you want to watch the Aster Ignite stream, you can. It's on ESL Tango, but don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Come on, we've just gotten into the good part. You know what I mean? But okay, jokes aside,
tabs are for.
Correct. T Panda Lizard are covering that, but Ignite, you know, they're one of the only 2 teams other than IG with non-Chinese representatives, right? 2 Singaporeans on that team, 3 Malaysians on the IG roster. Everyone else in this close qualifier from China. Right, so they will probably know each other very well. Irving tanking a lot of harass. This is the early game pressure you were talking about. Very nasty lane. And nothing crazy about it as well. Just throwing the spells out, forcing the Magnus back already. And he doesn't actually have a salve on him. He's going to have to wait for that regen to come through. Doesn't even have it. So he's going to be on the back foot a little bit here in this early game.
Interesting to see Outsider get the level into Nether Ward. Not too surprised, right? You don't want to really decrep the hero the Wraith King's going on.
Yeah. You get the skeletons looking at you like, what's up, man? Why did you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, Outsider. Gonna get skewered in, but the first blood actually ends up going down. Imitator. He must have clicked one of his... I don't know how he died there. Must have been the blood grenade.
He popped to the Nether Ward. He popped to Nether Ward.
But what did he cast?
It had to have been
Shadow Realm, right?
That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh, right, because the spell doesn't go off if you die before it.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 kills already for the side of Go Along. This is the lane matchup that we're talking about. And Imitator and Irving already struggling against their former ally here. Topside, Centaur dropping a little low, caught the tail end of that one. It must have just been a bit of an overcommitment. They tried to full send it onto but doesn't even need the refraction charges. Manages to get out of there, send the melts packing his way. And unfortunately, both off-laners going to take an early tumble in this game.
You know, we're at a point now in the meta where everything's not everything, most things, 90% of the things have been figured out. There's really little room for adaptation and, you know, change nowadays. And, you know, we see a lot of priority being thrown into these offlaners, whether it be net worth or harass now as well. You know, this meta is very much focused around the offlaners, so you have to play around the same way. Focus heavily on these offlaners. Getting kills onto Killa will be very, very good. Same thing on bottom lane on Irving. If he gets off to a good start, he can help carry this game.
I mean, that's a good first step, right? Clipping Outsider. He doesn't have a way to get off this. He's just going to have to cosplay a ward, it looks like. I mean, I wish he took part in the TI cosplay competition. This is quite a convincing little situation. He's standing still too. You know, good for him. Tried to force himself off with the branch. Unfortunately, he's a bit too thin. You know, him and the tree, they can fit up there just fine. He's going to be relegated to that purgatory for a little bit here. Give Irving some free space. But speaking of free space, top side, the TA, all things considered, not necessarily farming the strongest, but is completely beating back Killer. They've squared up on him again, turning around, and that must have been a fairy fire of the Inkswell coming through. The slows out though. That Centaur doesn't stand a chance, and TK needs to watch himself as 6 charges, but starting to get hammered down. Last touch is gonna be found. Undyne looking for an angle with the sentry ward. The last kill, TK actually gets the EXP over his opponent there. They trade out 1 for 1, but is gonna be the happiest about this. I mean, I say that. Oh, outsider. Oh, just catches him off guard. Nice TP. The partner from an off angle gets that TA. That is important. Oh no. Both teams just decided to turn it on here. Once is gonna go down too. It's an all-out brawl from all angles of the map. They'll just die here. I mean, no, it's just everyone's just completely causing carnage, and this mid lane is just peace. I mean, if you can consider Phoenix just decimating him in terms of the CSPs, 36-14 right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it peace. This is there's a war going on in the mid lane as well, but just less bloodshed. Less flashiness coming out from this Kunkka and Necro, but the battle is slowly being won by this Necrophos for sure. We get that level 6 very soon.
That's the Necro's favorite type of battle to win. A slow, drawn-out, suffering one.
With the rotation from the supports, it's not just the 6-minute rune time, it's the level 6 time as well. So Necrophos with that Reaper Scythe would love to get a kill onto this Kunkka with the help of the supports.
Yeah, Wymo though, I'm not sure if he paid attention to that. The Tidebringer actually caught Imitator, and you can kind of see that animation through the fog. So, I mean, yeah, he must know that something's up. I mean, these players, they played pro for a while at this point. 6-minute rune rotations, it's nothing crazy. It's not rocket science. No. Both supports get here on both sides. They're just trying to outpace each other here. Notice that this observer is taken, so they know someone's been in the area. In this rune for this Dark Willow though, has complete vision, and oh no, Wymo walking up. It's just one Reaper Scythe that can kill him, but the mistiming on the X marks. The boat's gonna go completely wide and sink straight into the river. And Necro, come on, brother. That's
a BM pause if I've ever seen one.
That is cold. That is cold. Tell me.
My God. Just as cold as the water, dude. Oh my goodness.
Come on. That's a...
Alright.
Yeah,
like, sorry, you were lagging. You were lagging.
Yeah, you good, me. Bro? Like, everything okay? You need to reconnect or something? Like, what's going on?
I don't know if they would have gotten that kill anyways, and they're gonna try to make a move on to kill a top.
Yeah, double stun up. Buys him a little bit of time here, but with the dead shot, it's an easy target. He is just like a sitting duck. Except the duck is no longer quacking anymore. Killer. He is not having a good time in this top side. 0 and 3 already, and still struggling his way to this vitality booster. And Undyne actually gonna beat Outsider to the punch. Decrep try to slow him down. TK there to support as well, and Outsider able to get ahead of the Moeta and at least secure that DXP. Would have been pretty rough if they lose out on that. Managed to grab it and a kill for their troubles.
And we talked a little bit before the game, Sneeze, when we were rewatching game number 1. We talked about how Muerta isn't necessarily the hero to get an early level 6 and be, or not get level 6 even, and be sad about it. But Pugna, Grimstroke, they're both heroes that would love to get their hands on their level 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that life drain is so important for just surviving some of these Reaper Scythes, which is, we mentioned this already, Bright. Their move-making potential is a bit limited. They're relying on the spots to set something up and maybe the Necro to come through and get a Scythe off. That's really it. Top side though, they're looking onto but no level 6 on the Centaur. Killer still doesn't have the Stampede. Will get the Stomp out. The Blood Grenade. Here comes Wraith King as well. Excellent rotation and very heads-up play from this carry player coming through onto his counterpart. Oh, but huge RP. Irving stops them in their tracks, and with a Reaper Scythe, they'll cut down the Centaur. They'll bring down the Wraith King's first life, and the whole squad of Bright answer in kind. They're not gonna allow their ex-teammate to get away with this lightly. Looking at him now, his replacement trying to finish him off with the refraction. There's nothing he can do, and Phoenix takes down once. Outsider looking to fall. Complete disaster of an engagement here for Go Along in this top side. Very low heroes, and here comes Wymo trying to get a turnaround. Slashes down at least the TA, their initial target, does go down, but Deadshot cancelling that. The disables, it's too much for them to bear, and the Kunkka, he's gonna try and ring around the Rosie, but with the Curse Crown on top of his head, doesn't look like he'll be going anywhere. Still surviving thanks to the run buff, creating space with the Torrent. Phase boots, is it gonna be enough? Deadshot right on the money. This confirms that kill. Beautiful stuff from Undyne. And as the dust settles, it must have, what? Must have been a 4 for 1 exchange?
Yeah, that does not feel good. I mean, losing your carry obviously isn't a good sign, but I think M's okay with that. Got a lot out of top lane already. Being forced out now into bottom where will continue to get things, and a little bit of CS is going to go a long way for this TA. There are some stacks in the triangle for her as well, so just going to go back, farm up these stacks, and accumulate more and more net worth. Has the Dragonlance completed already?
Look, before we continue this cast any longer, I need to come to a bit of a gentleman's agreement with you. You know, if you raise something to the power of 2, it's square, right? And if you do it 3, it's cube. What's 4?
Oh, Sneeze, we've talked about
I'm
math
asking.
before,
Okay, you need to help me find out because I'm not about to spend the rest of the cast calling this guy. I'm not about to like just hum into my microphone every time. I'm gonna call him M to the power of 4 or M whatever that word is. So you're gonna have to help me find out because that's gonna be really confusing to figure out in the team fight. So what's not confusing is this TA's trajectory, right? Like you mentioned, Dragonlance. I mean, typical build-ups that we see. Maybe the Blink Dagger, maybe the Deso. Both seem pretty good this game. I'm more so favoring maybe the Deso, so you can stand your ground and deliver if they try and enter the fight. I mean, really quick burst down with the RP as well. Irving landed a killer one in that top side.
Okay, I've got some good news for you, Sneeze.
Let's hear it.
They're pretty sick. Super cubed, tesseracted, hypercubed, biquadrate. Some pretty cool names.
That's kind of, you know what? The words you just said sounds like the formula Undyne has been using to hit these dead shots. They've been amazing. And I don't know how he's found them. Like the vector targeting and the bouncing off trees and whatnot. He's much more of a mathematics expert than us. Right now, we try to chain out the combination onto the Dark Willow, but with the Shadow Realm, she'll be fine, forcing the Stampede for the retreat. And that's not really how you want to use the Stampede. We talked about go along with the ease of execution. They haven't been able to chain these things up in a connected manner so far. Kind of struggling to make these kills happen. It's really just on the back of Killer not having the early start that he wanted.
Yeah, and you know, like we said at the very beginning, putting pressure on the offlaner is going to go a long way this game, especially when it's a Centaur. Delaying the Blink Dagger is absolutely huge.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of other games were hoping that the Centaur can get a Blink Dagger, sync up with the rest of the team, maybe the Kunkka timing with his first item, like the Blade Mail, for him to get things going. It kind of feels a little bit delayed. Quick look at the net worth reflects that same story as well. Centaur sitting at just sub 4k net worth at this 11-minute mark. That's not what you want from your offlaner. He is just pulling himself right across the line here. I think he has the Blade Mail, must have the Blade Mail flying out to him at this point, but I mean, this timing, it's not going to look too good. The mid lane, and 4 members surrounding Outsider. He's going to be able to grab a shield rune right from under their noses, but the Blink Dagger complete for Irving. That's going to be an easy fish, and that's exactly what Irving's going to do from here on out. He has the Horn, and he has the Blink Dagger. These pickups are going to be so easy for them to find, especially the Bramble setup.
Interesting. We're going to see Irving. He's got a queued up Aghanim Scepter. So still favoring the Horn Toss, despite it, you know, not necessarily being the best pickup anymore.
I mean, honestly speaking, this goes back to what we were saying. Who is going to make things happen for Team Bright other than the Magnus? It really isn't, these cores, they don't really have a way, you know, the Necro doesn't want to build Atos, your supports, they have their spells, but it's really just good follow-up more than anything. The person who can catch them by surprise is going to be Irving. Now, he did struggle a little bit in the early stage of the game, but very much recovered by some of these rotations and excellent fights up. And he's looking for Outsider again, forcing the Decrepify, but with that Bedlam pasted on the back of his little horns, Jix will be the one to clean that up. Undyne gets that last hit, and it's a killing spree already. 7k gold lead at this early stage of the game is a very bad place to be, especially against a TA Necrophos lineup.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how the possibility of Golong being able to run down this lane, the off lane, just didn't happen. It did not come to fruition at all. Yeah. They do have level 6 on their supports now. Life Drain and Soulbind are online. So it's possible that we'll see Golong to start making some plays, but I do want to, you know, bring you some bad news. Killa, it wasn't the Blade Mail that was coming out, my friend. It was the Phase Boots.
Oh my
He is Suffer City right now.
Yeah. This guy, he's desperately trying to milk whatever he can from the top side, but you gotta feel so scared, right? Any moment they can come through, catch you with blink horn toss or skewer. I mean, who knows at this point, Irving. They're looking for the Roche. They're so complete. They're straight into the pit. And we talk about the TA lineup and the importance of Roche. This is essentially what the TA considers the BKB. This is her little golden ticket to start pushing a tier 2, start pushing a high ground. And the earlier you get this, the earlier your subsequent timings becomes, right? This is very important, specifically for this hero. Maybe some others like the Huskar as well, or maybe the Ursa. But she's very much in that trend of she doesn't really want to buy a BKB if she can avoid it. And if she buys it, she wants to end the game already.
Yeah, TA is definitely one of those heroes that amplifies your ability to take Roshan very early. And what it does is, like, we're at a point now in the patch where we all recognize the strength of the second Aegis.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the strengths of the first, but everyone understands that when you take the second Aegis and you're not hitting high ground, it's a little awkward. So second Aegis is the high ground Aegis. First one, clean up these tier 2 towers and set up for your second Aegis. The earlier you take the first Roshan is the earlier the second. I know it's very simple, but it's true. The earlier the second Roshan is going to be up.
I mean, Crash, me and you are singing the same song here. Immediate RP. They know how important this Kanka is and they want to keep him down. Full commit onto him. The boat can't even come in time. They might get a turnaround to Irving though. That's a good return kill to get. And with the Magnus out of the picture, suddenly the setup not very available from Team Bright. They'll still continue putting on the pressure. It doesn't look like they want to go anywhere. Oh, Ato's complete for Undyne. He can just set these things up himself right now. Outsider has been suffering the past few, but actually managing to survive through the Reaper Scythe against the TA. Not quite as lucky. 2 easy Deso charges going her way. Magnus or not, they'll pick you right up.
Undyne gonna go for Silver Edge next. Very good this game, right? Great against the Wraith King, great against the Centaur.
Yeah.
And just a little bit more damage can go a very long way.
Set up again onto Wymo. They don't have the ultimates to throw onto him this time, and with the full wand, I don't think that's a commitment you can make. Still will scare him off the tower though. Their objective is simple. They want to siege this and get this objective down. Irving's actually chosen to... Yeah, no. So he's making a beeline straight for the top because they want a full commit here. They want to make full use of this Aegis. But go along, starting to come through and trying to figure out an entry into this fight. They have the Ink Swell onto Wymo, and here comes the Blink reveal. Gets the first life of the TA. That's just about as good as you can get here, but here comes Phoenix acting as a frontline bodyguard. Skewer away on the Centaur and Killer. He doesn't nearly have enough HP. Here comes the Bolt though, keeping him alive for now. They haven't killed the Centaur and they haven't killed the Wraith King. They're just standing their ground right now, but the Necro, he's full HP, not under any threat at all. They take down the Centaur, he's forced to buy back. Imitator goes down on the back line though. Kanka managing to do his work. He's being so pesky. And without the Reaper Scythe, it's a bit hard to chop him down. He's still standing his ground. Still backed up by Outsider. Still with the life drain. Still walking away. How is this Kanka alive? Can he slip his way out of here? 6 seconds left for the TP. Surely not. Phoenix will finish him off. And that felt a lot better for Go Along than it should have. They didn't lose the reincarnation. Sure, the Centaur bought back, but they got the Aegis. And I don't know whether the side of Bright can still push. They gotta try though.
I think they can. I think they can, right? Only losing the Willow there. You got to be very careful, especially now without Boat for another 10 seconds. Should be enough time to clean up this tier 2 tower, but maybe with that fortification, it's enough to deter them for now. Yeah. I think they're still willing to push this tower. It's just going to open up so much of the map if they do.
Kind of almost feels mandatory with the way that they're forcing this down. They'll be able to do so. No more ultimates, no more Stampede, and with the Kanka out of the picture, that is the biggest just thorn in your side up until this point, right? Wymo. Even in the early stage of the game, they understand as well. This Kanka is gonna be a real problem if you don't keep him down. And in that fight, without the Reaper Scythe, he was just dancing around them a little bit. Got to finish off some of the backliners, just wasted so much of their time.
Yeah, I hope that fight kind of made Team Bright realize that Pugna's not the hero you can use a Scythe on.
Yeah.
Even if you got the kill on the Pugna with the Scythe, it doesn't feel good for the rest of the engagement at all.
Irving, another setup here. It's on to with Undyne. Phoenix is here and he has that scythe. So there we go. Chop down the Kanka, immediately addressing their problems. Love that. And Phoenix already has that heart ticking. 2 stacks on the Reaper Scythe. I mean, these heroes on Bright are just ramping up in terms of itemization in a big way. Yo's complete for him very early on as well. Has the Boots of Travels. Irving halfway through to the Aghanim Scepter, like we mentioned.
Oh, and they caught Killa at the gate as well.
I mean, that just looks
Imitator.
easy.
Imitator's working on a Yules too. Yules is such a good item this game.
This down below has a Midas, bro.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Imitator not go for like Aghanim Scepter, but I like it anyways. I really like the Yule Scepter this game, and I'll tell you more about it after this engagement.
Yeah. I mean, less of an engagement and more of assassination, the way they're just gonna wipe TK off the map. There's nothing much he can do about it. They're just operating, the supports, they're operating on pure poverty mode right now. I mean, I'm sure Outsider or Outsider is the pos 5, but both their items just look so rough right now. You've been forced to rush the Inkswell because you haven't gotten your Tormentor. Like the Tormentor's not up, and that Inkswell's gonna be so important. But it just, I don't know, 14k and just ramping up. Just, yeah, I mean, Crash, you were gonna tell me about just how much you like this Yule's purchase.
Yeah. So like, obviously, I think we're all at a point in Dota where we realize Yules is good against Kunkka, so I'm not even gonna highlight that very much.
Sure.
It's great against the Telegraph stun of Wraith King. Obviously, you've got great setup with it as well. Sets up Muerta, sets up Willow. It is just great setup for the two supports, and to a lesser extent, I don't want to like lie to you and tell you it sets up TA, but it gives TA enough time to potentially get on top of a target without necessarily needing to blink on top of them.
Sure.
It does have that blink dagger completed, but it's a really good space creating tool to be able to, you know, disengage, engage, whatever. It's 3 seconds up in the air, 2.5 seconds up in the air even. It's really good. We're gonna see a smoke out here from Go Along, and this feels like a desperation smoke a little bit.
To be honest,
They need to start making engagements on the map. It's the right call to be made, for sure, but it still feels like desperation.
yeah, I don't even know what they're hoping to find here. I wonder who they think is in this area. I mean, it'll be Phoenix for now. He has the heart available. It might just be the kill. They find him. 5 members. I mean, Phoenix, I don't think he expected that move. They didn't see them for quite a while. Nice blink out from to keep himself alive. It ends up being a wicked kill streak going the way of once. Perhaps the best hero you could give it to. We haven't really talked about this Wraith King this game, but Midas as well as Radiance Complete, with the limited space on the map that he's been afforded to farm, not too bad of a timing, and as another item, Blink Dagger flying out to him now, so he'll be able to initiate the fight for his team and get things going with that second life, maybe a lot more reliable than Killer. I mean, I talk about Killer, he's just getting skewered back by his counterpart here. Bedlam, he doesn't have any magic resistance at all. Last touch, Imitator's gonna find him. And yeah, that just looks easy.
Yeah, Horn Toss online now. There's no one on the side of Go Along that's safe. Absolutely nobody.
Yeah.
The amount of burst potential on the side of Bright is crazy.
The only caveat to that is if for some reason YMO X marks the Horn Toss target fast enough. Right?
Okay, yeah,
that's an angle.
absolutely.
Or if you ink swell the target fast enough, but that's like insane reaction speeds.
Yeah, that I mean, it's possible, right? Like, not only is it like China, it's these players are absolutely insane, right? They're Div 2, Div 1 experience on these players, so the possibility of that reaction speed, certainly there.
And right now, they're looking to sweep back into the area. They had their last successful engagement. Seem to know someone's on the high ground. They find Imitator, blink forward once, chops him down to size. Dark Willow doesn't stand a chance. I'm looking for more here, but they don't really have an idea about who's in the area. Some heroes, specifically TK, is still smoked up, but already evacuating is the TA. Remember, left here is Irving. He's just snooping around. Oh my goodness, Irving. I mean,
That was very close.
Wow. I mean, they've already made the commitment to go through the twin gate, so they're not doubling back for him. But that's kind of crazy. I mean, he doesn't really have any defensive tools, but he makes it work. Pushes the wave in, gets himself more information. He knows that no heroes are here anymore. If not, they would have just immediately turned on him. And they're showing on the wave bot, so.
Looks like BKB has been completed for the Templar Assassin. If there's any time for Bright to want to go, it's going to be now. Roshan up in 40 seconds as well.
Making the go onto Irving here, though. Like we said, no way of defending himself. They full TP back here. Seems like they caught some sort of wind that he was in that area. It didn't, not like they had vision here or anything, but managed to sniff him out. Magnus goes down here, and like we said, Magnus the big enabler for this team, right? Sure, Undyne has a Aethos, sure, you have a use on the Dark Willow, but really, it's this Magnus who's been making things happen for you. Oh, tossing out this, just the Veil, but They didn't put down a
bit
calling
of a
or anything.
misplay.
Yeah, just gonna get stomped and Killer's just gonna walk it off.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Undying like kind of lead with the calling, not necessarily the H's. I mean, yeah, you should definitely have led with the calling. I'm not a Muerta player, so I'm not gonna pretend to tell you how to play Muerta at all.
Yeah.
But I would have loved to see Undying start with the calling. Roshan is up and available for these two teams, so Aegis and Cheese go along. They definitely sense something is up, and they have some great Roche fight.
Yeah.
A lot of AoE stuns, AoE abilities as well.
The smoke move is
Bright
coming
gotta be
out from
careful.
Golong. Yeah, they have to be so careful here. They have vision control of the area. But right now, they just want to set up for the fight at top instead. Wait out the Roshan for the
Nice.
next 30 seconds. But they need to complete these TPs before Golong come through. The Torrent's actually got to catch one, but they don't know anything because they don't see him. Under the cover of the smoke, he'll be safe, but he just evacuates and decides to make the safe play TP up there instead. And yeah, I mean, they'll sweep through. They don't see anyone. They know they've gone. And surely, you need to have an inkling that they've just set up for the topside Roche instead. Suddenly, this gets so tricky because do you want to TP into an area you have completely no vision on? One trap spotting you out, Meld on the low ground, they immediately spot the Wraith King, and yeah, there's the RP, there's the Terrorize on the 4 horn toss, grabbing them all back into the clutches, just melts them apart. No chance, there's second life of the Wraith King, but chopped down by the Scythe, and TK to fall as well. You couldn't have written in any better story for Team Bright here. As they hide into the shadows of the nighttime, take advantage of the twin gates, and go along, fall right into their trap.
My mouth is ajar, Sneeze. I can't believe Go Along did that. I would love to know what their comms are like because they have to have the hugest cojones to make that move. They must know that there's a TA trap around there. There's no reason for TA to not be placing a trap somewhere like that.
I'm so confused because even at this area, they didn't clear out the vision or anything. They walked in all willy-nilly, no smoke break, and they, without clearing out any sort of vision, just made the snap decision to walk through. No knowledge, just full guns blazing, and man, they get punished for it. What a beautiful setup. Realistically speaking, it's the clearest, it's as clear as day, right? It's right in front of you. It would be crazy if Bright somehow messed that one up. But still, kudos to them for pulling that off. And 19k gold lead now, second Aegis in their hands. This one's feeling like it's just completely run away from Go Along at this point. Pull back TK.
Find more.
Inkswell and the life drain, keeping him alive for now. They turn around the Soulbind to try and control up the Magnus. To keep him at bay for now. They'll just head straight onto the towers. No ball, no cares. Aghanim, Scepter, and Sanj completed for this Necro. How you gotta kill him? Dragonlance BKB in the back pocket with the Crystallis. He doesn't even need it in the main inventory.
No. He gets rid of the BKB as well to swap into Clarity just for a little bit.
Yeah.
Is feeling himself right now for sure.
Yeah. How can he not be? I mean, Phoenix and him, 18k net worth apiece. Each of them constitute the entire gold difference that Team Bright has over Go Along. Even if you catch them in a 4v5 situation, one might argue that they are basically even. And now here comes the high ground siege. A lot of tools on the side of Go Along to try and hold them back though. TA has a decent amount of range to poke this from afar but needs vision. Can be a slow siege all you want and Go Along. I can't help but feel like they need to be the ones to make a move because Bright, they can just wait here and siege all day.
So hard to make a move against this team, especially the way the Bright are positioning themselves. Right, Undying is in a position where he is just taking a tier 2 tower. Oh, Irving.
Gets a bit too ahead of himself there. Gets picked off. Nice tidal wave. Grabbing 2 in. And Soulbind is there. They have their own ways of keeping themselves safe though. And a lot of the return damage being laid out by a bit of a misstep from that Magnus. Like we mentioned, they could have been fine just sieging, but now the fight's broken out. Once, he's onto the backline, onto right now, forcing that BKB pop out. In comes the bolt, straight onto 2. And first life of the Wraith King already taken down, but they're starting to drop low on Bright. 3 members already down. And can they bring down Phoenix? Yo Scepter already used here. He still has the Scythe, but no chance to use it. Now, he's on his first life, but not for long. And Bright, I don't know what that was. Everything was set up for you to just slow siege. You had the Aegis, you had the cheese, you had everything. But yeah, the tip comes through onto Irving. He messed up big time there going high ground, leaving his team susceptible to that surge coming forward. More than anything, beautiful tidal wave from Wymo to put them in such an awkward position. And just like that, they flattened out this power spike. Less of a power spike and more like a speed bump, it feels like, from Bright.
Yeah, with that Aegis down now, there's probably no potential for Bright to take high ground unless they get some crazy pickoffs. And even if they do, there is buyback on the Wraith King, buyback on the Kunkka, and the Centaur War Runner as well.
Yeah. It is certainly expensive, but that's kind of the price you have to pay, unfortunately.
TK got a Blink Dagger, has a Ghost Scepter as well, so TK is actually like pretty safe in these fights.
Yeah.
If he can get that Ghost Scepter off. Obviously, if he gets Horn tossed into Muerta, he's probably dead. But
Yeah.
the TA not really a problem anymore. The or the Chaos. Oh my, hello, who is it? The Magnus. Not gonna be a problem really either, unless you get RP'd and everything.
Yeah, I mean, right now, things have suddenly gotten a little trickier for the side of Team Bright. We talk about Irving and all the crazy RPs, Horn Tossers he's hit so far, but I don't know, it's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, right? Moving forward later and later into the game. If he gets picked off, suddenly we see the fight just falls apart for Bright. He doesn't really have a lot of save on his side as well, right? They don't have any sort of Force Staff, Glimmer Cape between these two. They've largely built for themselves.
Yeah, we're gonna have a BKB on Irving soon, but I don't want to say it's too little too late, because it's not. There's still a 10k. Oh, now that's a 7k lead. It was a 10k lead of 2 seconds ago. But that lead has been squashed pretty much.
8k isn't, you know, you don't write it off still, but with your lineup, like we mentioned, it's starting to get a little bit dicey. And we already talked about once, kind of knowing his ex-teammates, knowing where they're weakest. We saw that tip come out onto Irving. Maybe a bit of mental damage. Here comes Killer with the setup straight onto the TA, who's all alone, right in front of the full lineup of Go Along. They'll just walk up and claim that freebie. Thank you very much. You were supposed to be an upgrade. Come on, like, was it? I mean, we'll get that one for free. Once he's probably having a little laugh to himself.
We got once now, finally, top of the net worth on this Wraith King, beating out both the Necro and the TA. Working on that Agnum Scepter, and that Ags is going to be super clutch, because Pugna can die and continue the life drain.
Yeah.
You know, can continue to be a nuisance, to be a healer, a tower pusher, whatever you need him to be. And that's just one hero. Right, Kunkka able to get his abilities off as well. It's so good this game.
Wait, I just realized in Wraith form, the Pugna has no limit to how much he can heal you because he doesn't have HP. He's an ethereal, endless fountain. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Yeah, I that's just one of the little things about the Wraith King Pugna. I didn't even think about that going into the draft, but yeah, it's gonna be proving itself to be something I would hope to be pretty strong here. Hopefully we're going to see something like that coming out from Outsider in once.
Yeah, Ags already picked up. He just snap purchased that as soon as he got the 3k. So now they're looking for the opportunity to strike. For the first time this game, feels like Go Along. They've managed to find themselves in the driver's seat. We talked about this ease of execution the entire game, but it's finally coming into play, right? Bright. It's proving harder and harder for them to make these engagements happen. Really, their most recent successful fight was when the entire lineup walked into all their teamfight spells. Ever since then, Go Along, they've been a lot more wary about how they take these engagements, finding these solo pickoffs on the map, sticking largely as 4 members, and not allowing themselves to get picked apart by Bright anymore.
They got to make a smoke play on Bright. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Imitator pops the smoke, has some dust as well. And they got to find something, get something. But look at Go Along. Grouped up together, ready to take a fight. The scan connects, but just for a moment.
Yeah. Don't know where they split to, and no vision to confirm it. They have traps littering the lane, but no one's showing there. Midas on the high ground. Not sure whether they spotted that one out. Blink up. They got Killer. That's a target they've been punishing so far. Stampede up, there's the Yules, but here comes Once straight into the back lines, trying to help his buddy out. And the Centaur, he's laid into by the TA. Goes down, but they've already traded it out for the Muerta. Wraith King still surviving, and the Aghanim Scepter in the back pocket means that any deaths, the Centaur still around in his Wraith form for now. He's turning it around. Irving with a nice RP onto 2 though, sending them straight back into the TA, but he's getting focused down by Once. Chopped down to size. Position 1 battle won by the Wraith King, and now they're onto Phoenix. He might not do too well against the Ghost Shroud. But he is still standing his ground right now. Doesn't seem to have the facilities to cut through his opposition here. An outsider will be able to finish off the Dark Willow. He won't be quite as lucky though. Gem in his hands and probably going to be lost, unfortunately. Set up.
You just gotta hope you get pushed into the trees enough so that they don't notice your gem.
Yeah,
that's the only thing you can really do here.
It is right
no, they
there.
noticed.
Yeah,
it's very apparent where it is. Yeah.
Yeah, immediately
Very
drawn
sad.
out. There we go. Irving gonna snatch that one up. All things considered, for the way that fight started, I think it could have gone a lot worse for Go Along. But very heads-up play from the Wraith King, right? He makes use of that second life, immediately blinks on top of the TA, and the one thing TA can't handle is a Wraith King all over her. You can't win that carry-to-carry matchup because he's just causing you to miss your attacks. He has Skeleton just beating through your refraction. It's too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, especially with now a net worth advantage as well. TA doesn't necessarily do too well when heroes have an advantage on her like that. TA, a hero that can flash farm nice and early, get those items nice and early, but has the potential to fall off as the game, well, not fall off, but a little bit, dampen a little bit as the game goes a little bit later. Really focuses around these Aegis timings, which Roshan, the big man in the pit, is up. Refresher shard available for both these two teams, and I think that's where we're going to see the next big fight break out.
You can imagine how insane a refresher shard would be for the Wraith King or even the Kunkka, right, who already has that Aghanim Scepter. The Torrent Storm finally finished up. Didn't really feel that in the previous fight though. It was such an absolute fiesta. But same situation for Bright.
Sheep.
Right? Sheepstick as well. So double on that is crazy, but think about double RP. Think about double Scythe. I mean, these spells just completely end the team fight on their own as well. And once again, it's around the pit that will decide. Straight onto the Necro. Do they have to save the Terrorize? Catches two and the Soulbind. They've hexed him up for now. And the Bolt, but they just don't have the damage. Phoenix pops the BKB and starts healing up. Meanwhile, on the backside, Undyne trying to finish off Outsider, but gets chopped down by the supporting cast. Buyback onto the Kunkka though. He got scythed down. Phoenix still standing strong, and now they're starting to get kited around. Bright able to just skirt around the fight and keep the Necro alive. Things are no longer looking quite as exciting now. Go Along, they might have to just sound the retreat. But can they afford to? YMO has bought back. And here comes the RP. Catches four. Starting a lane to them. And the beautiful team fight. You couldn't have written a better story. There's Phoenix. And they are all Wraiths. But what else can you do? You're fighting against the king of the ghosts themselves in his own shroud. And he cuts you down the sides. Undyne looking for more here. And the tip back Irving just crowns his fallen king. As is the one who delivers. What a huge chunk of damage coming through from the TA, lines them up and knocks them down. And you buy back on the Grimstroke, but honestly, it's just to defend this base. You're gonna forfeit the Aegis, and with against this TA, I mean, you think about double Reaper Scythe. They already did so much work with one RP. Think about what they're gonna do with two.
Irving has been playing out of his mind this game, despite that one little mix-up there and going into high ground that first time rather. Hopefully second time around, they've got the comms going. They're like, okay, let's not push. Let's just slow siege with the TA. Let's play this safe. Hopefully Irving's on the same page and they can probably close out this game with this next Aegis. Fresher gonna go the way of Phoenix. Curious to see if Phoenix will hold on to it though. Because like you said, I would very much love to see it on Irving. And to be fair, it's good on Necro too. Double Scythe could be absolutely super clutch.
Yeah, I mean, that fight just went all wrong because they weren't able to finish Phoenix off, right? Like we mentioned from the start, Necro, where he thrives is these long extended engagements where it all, you're trying to kill him, he heals back up to half HP. You try to kill him again, he has a heart, he has a gold shroud every 6 seconds. He's just healing, decaying you. It's impossible. And he manages to pop the BKB, beautiful turnaround from the side of Bright to buy him the space to do that. And from there, it just felt like it was a slow burn. At that point, they'd already committed the Kunkka buyback, so it felt like they were forced almost into that situation, even though they know it was bad. I don't know, Go Along. Kind of feels like it's slipping back out of your grasp. I mean, this game, honestly, has been a bit back and forth the past 10 minutes with these crazy team fights going on. I couldn't think of a better way to end this best of 3. And these two teams are absolutely sending it at each other right now.
It's clear to see that the skill between these two teams are very close. And, if the paper is to be believed, if Go Along can beat IG, this supposed powerhouse, then that means that Bright should have a decent time going against IG as well. If the paper is to be believed, you know, if everything goes the right way.
If we're looking at the numbers.
Yeah, you know, so I'm excited. I hope that the rest of these close qualifiers are going to be close games like this. Game 3s all the way around would be fantastic. Some good Dota? Absolutely, dude.
Yeah, speaking of the numbers though, the time has come for tier 4 items. Trickster's Cloak on Magnus and Phoenix. It's just gonna make things so much harder. And come on, Timeless Relic, Muerta with the Mindbreaker, these are all excellent pickups for them here. Now Kunkka has the Spell Prism, so lower cooldown on that Torrent Storm would be ideal, and the Cheap Stick as well. But so far, it kind of feels like he hasn't really been able to get off more than one in these fights. They've just gone a little bit too poorly for them.
Yeah, I'd like to potentially see maybe a smoke around play from Go Along.
I actually think it's the opposite. I think
that
I guess if Irving doesn't do the same thing he did earlier and jump up, trying to get a pick off, we should be fine here, right? Copium?
Yeah. Yeah, well, for sure. Irving with the Trickster's Cloak, he might be looking for it. Has a Refresher Shard. He has the Refresher, so double RP is the name of the game.
Yeah, but you know, also spell your demise there. Let's start things off. Nice melt. Immediately popping the BKB though. Quick on the reactions. I don't know whether that's what he what? Oh,
Irving.
Oh no. Oh no.
Not like this, dude. Not like this.
And Killer senses it's time to strike straight onto Imitator. There's no backup for now though. The Ink Spell and the Lotus gonna use up the Necrophos. Phoenix could be caught out and in some trouble. Hexed up right now. Tidal Wave brings him back. But once already at their half HP, not looking the healthiest. Needs the backup and heal up. And that timing, once again, Irving. Maybe once knows something we don't. Starting out from the tip, it's felt like Irving. It's a bit of a mixed bag right now, but making use, whiffing on the horn, the skewer, and he's just gonna go wide. Killer senses it's time to strike, smells blood in the water, wants to go forward, but can't get the touch on the TA. Disjointed for now, they're set up for Undyne. Straight onto the Muerta, she goes down. No buyback for that hero. And Phoenix still standing strong on the low ground. But Killer with the BKB, he's serving to become a very strong frontliner as well. Still trying to lay out the damage, but once he's all over him, Scythe comes down, cuts down the Kunkka, no buyback for him as well. And the buyback forced out from Imitator. They want to end the game and they want to do it now. Phoenix, he's still untouched on this Necrophos. He's standing his ground, forcing so much attention. Even with the Nullifier, they can't seem to touch him here. He's just slowing everybody to a call. TK goes down once, looking to fall next. No more reincarnation. They need to get their Wraith King out of there, but they won't be able to. The Necrophos is just proving to be way too strong at this point in time. Triple kill for him now. And it looks like the curtain call, Irving. He might not have done with the setup for the squad, but Phoenix steps up to the plate and says, I got it from here, brother. Last few buybacks.
When it counted, you know.
3v5, I mean, they might just respect the numbers here in a 4v3 situation and just back up after this set of racks. A lot of buybacks committed in this extended engagement. To make this happen, no, they'll continue the pressure on. They want to deal, yeah, they want to deal the death blow to their opponents here. They don't want to let this go on any longer.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Should head bottom too. The tier 3's low, right? At least get the tier 3 tower before Kunkka's up.
Yeah, silencing their ex-teammates, slaying the IG Slayers. What a way to start off their close qualifiers if they're able to do so once. He's not gonna let it happen, but Irving beats him to the punch, pulls them straight back in. The Terrorize going a bit wide though, and this Dark Willow manages to use herself up for now, but the Wraith King loses his first life already, surrounded by members on Bright. All his former allies turned into foes, ripping him asunder right now. The Lotus Sword will try and fish him out of here, but Irving hard on his heels with the RP, goes wide, but they've already finished off Imitator on the back line with those skeletons. A huge army finishing him off, but Phoenix again and again. What are you gonna do about this Necrophos? He's still standing strong with the cheese. They take down Imitator a second time. That's a dieback. And once he's starting to do it here, they might not be able to finish off Phoenix. But once, he's very much giving them the same problem. RP up, saving him for now. Finishes him off with the Radiance burn damage. Now once, no more reincarnate, and he's finally gonna go down. GG is called. Without their Wraith King, without their man on the inside, they'll tap out of this go along. The team that crushed IG in open qualifiers, they will go down to Team Bright in a final game for the ages. What a way to retain their spot in the upper bracket here.
Yeah, I think Team Bright, just like we talked about, a little bit of ease of execution. They did mess up a few times, right, on the Magnus. Definitely the key mess up of that game.
Yeah.
But other than that, a very clean game from Bright, despite the Magnus mess ups.
Yeah, and I mean, that more or less was clean execution, right? It really was just some of these team fights that felt like Irving was dropping the ball a bit. But apart from that, we can't keep ragging on Irving because the rest of the game he was just setting them up left, right, and center. Ever since he got the blink, it's just been kill after kill until Go Along finally realized, okay, we can't split ourselves right now. We need to make sure that we're cohesive, we're together. And that was the only time where they managed to take some fights. But still, Team Bright able to complete the trifecta, able to finish off the third Aegis, make it to the push on the high ground and hit that TA timing. And really, I mean, apart from the nullifier, how are they going to deal with this Necrophos? I don't see a Spirit Vessel. No Vessel, no real way of cutting through him when he's in his Axe. Ghost Shroud? It may be a bit of oversight there, not respecting Phoenix and the amount of damage he could put out.
You know, you say Phoenix, and I know you mean the player.
Yeah.
The hero could have been pretty clutch, too.
Yeah.
For Go Along. I think it was banned out, though, so it makes sense that we didn't see him, but it's one of those heroes that is deceptively good against the Necrophos. Deals percentage damage and can deal damage through Ghost Shroud. So
Yeah.
maybe one of those times where we like to see heroes like AA or Phoenix be picked up, maybe instead of the position 5 Pugna.
Yeah, I just want to bring our attention to how much damage this Necrophos dealt. 77k. And that just goes to show how strong the Axe Shard Ghost Shroud is, along with the Heartstopper. They were just getting ticked down throughout the fight. I think so many of the team fights were so weird because we'd get kill notifications about heroes that were just around the Necrophos. Nobody was even paying attention to them. They just died to the withering damage. In this hero, you really can't allow it to go untouched. You need to make sure you have a plan for it here.
Yeah, and that means that we're going to see Team Bright moving on from these close qualifiers. They're going to be going up against the winner of Aster Ignite.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's concluded already, right? Based on what I saw.
I believe it has.
Yeah,
Let me tell you exactly who, though.
Yeah, it's loading for me right now. We're getting the live update for you. I believe it was Aster who defeated Ignite already. If I'm not wrong. On the other stream.
Yeah,
So,
my website hasn't. Liquipedia hasn't given me anything, so
Yeah,
no,
that's fine. I mean, we're
well.
on the inside. We know we can ask them. We can ask the other lobby themselves. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. So Team Bright, they'll move on in the upper bracket. That's this series for now. I know we missed the first 2 games. It's just hurting my heart because I can imagine how crazy those first 2 games were if this was the third game that we got right. It kind of felt like a culmination, and maybe for Go Along, a bit of a bitter taste in his mouth after losing that long drawn out one, but he's still. I hope that Go Along don't take this loss too harshly, because for what it's worth, I think they played to the best of their ability. It just kind of felt like they were missing the mark of some of those early game executions, and it ended up falling apart for them.
Yeah, it's not over yet for them though. Go Along, they still have the lower bracket to run through.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of scary. Okay, you're saying the lower bracket to run through, but your lower bracket running against potentially Aster, Team Bright again, all these players, it's not very fun.
IG Eagle.
Eagle have looked monstrous, mind you.
Every single team in these Chinese close qualifiers are dangerous in their own rights.
Yeah, for sure.
Aster, I don't want to say Aster's like an unknown, because like the players aren't, but I think as a full roster, they are borderline unknown. Like, it was very hard for us to find team-based stats about them.
Yeah.
Individual stats, sure, right?
Yeah, that's just a new roster situation, right? You haven't,
Yeah.
even though you know about these players and what they like to pick, you haven't seen them cohese as a team before. It's a very different story. But yeah, that wraps up our first series of the day. Now, we're nowhere near done. Okay, we're nowhere near done. We still have more series coming up for you. We have Team Zero versus Team Trust coming up right after a short break here. I believe that's going to start at 7 US UCT, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
UTC.
So
That's not UCT,
just like
UTC.
50 minutes.
Yeah. So right now the time is 6:11 UTC. So just wait around. Maybe go grab yourself a meal. I know I will. I'm I was already eating pretty good after that third game, but I mean, gotta fill up somehow until that time. So make sure, there's a whole bunch of other qualifiers happening as well. I think close qualifiers for Southeast Asia are happening, and I think EEU and Western Europe are gonna happen somewhere later after our second series. So full day of best of threes for you. We'll find out who moves on to the next stage, or who stays in the upper bracket, who drops to the lower bracket between Team Zero and Team Trust right after this. But yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 50 minutes. We'll see you there.
Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah. Better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front
y'all as the competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop. No, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's demolish shop. Froze, set the scene, no plot. Hoes, whoa, please don't play me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' phase me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then, they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic.
when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, lately funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this on the flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bang like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, lately funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, lately funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
The soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride, but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above.
even if you fall. And your ghost wife with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. And your ghost wife with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt It's starting to break, I know now. When you were stuck by me there to go away, I'll never forget to break my life. Forever Our days are getting shorter. It's now, no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. And maybe I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide, and birds I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you. And the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon'
grind, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Man, we coming for them bags. That they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause
from here. You tie me close to your heart. Praise the giver in my head as you keep me warm. Walls are melting, hallucinating. I feel lost, and I'll let you be the fever that I feel, and I'll let you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. So I'll let myself fall into your arms, where I will simmer down to trust. So I am waiting. I am shaking like a little baby boy, and I'll wait for your majesty to come home. And I'll let you be the fever that I feel, and I'll let you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. And I'll let you be the fever when everything is falling into its place. Everywhere you may touch the holy ground. Everywhere your love may keep your weapons down. 'Cause I'm persistent till I see you How strong is the hammer in my hand? How long can you force me to dance?
There's a crisis in my heart and in my world. And I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer. Killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me.
A warm welcome back to the ESL 1KL qualifiers here for the China region. We just had a thrilling conclusion to an earlier series. That was absolutely insane how Go Along and Team Bright finished that one off. Team Bright able to take down their former teammate in the 2-1. I mean, Irving, he definitely was feeling a bit of the mental pressure on the Magnus. A lot of stress to make things happen for the squad, but those RPs, they took it all the way home. But up ahead now, as you already saw with the graphic, we have two more teams who are fighting to remain in the upper bracket and stay fighting strong. It's Team Zero and Team Trust. Crash, what can you tell us about a bit of these teams?
Well, Team Zero, you know, you got some names that you're probably gonna recognize. We got good old Ice Ice, not Ice Ice Ice, mind you. Just the duo ice, just the
two.
double ice.
Just the
No,
guy who
just the two
won
of them.
TI6, no big deal.
Yeah, just one of the TI winners.
Yeah.
CTY, a player. He is a hero, to be fair. But a
Fair.
player that has been, you know, taking a little bit of a break from Dota after being on eHome back in 2018. So, you know, it's very competent players. Very, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh God, Sneeze, help me out here.
I don't even know
They're
what you're
well
about to say.
versed in Dota. They are very veterans. Thank you. Oh
They're
my God, sorry.
experienced. They're
Big
so
brain fart.
experienced.
They are. They are. So hopefully, you know, even with a roster of kind of some youngins, right? Both ZZQ, Beyond, and 7E were all on YBB, which is the second team for Extreme Gaming. So kind of like their little farm team. So, you know, there is some good leadership on the side of Team Zero, as well as that fresh blood looking to make their make their name known.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you know a little bit about Fresh Blood, but here we have Team Trust on the other side, right? They are completely fresh blood. We haven't really seen much of any of these players. In fact, they kind of seem to have burst onto the scene or burst onto this tournament with some crazy picks. We even see Meepos being picked, Storm Spirits being picked, Morphlings. Yeah, sure, these are heroes that some other teams are picking up right now, but not with the priority that they are, and winning, right? Team Trust definitely could be a wild card here and upset some of the more notable names, but we don't need to waffle around much longer. We already have a draft for you, so let's hop into that right now. Switching over, and we already see a Meepo first ban. Team Zero, they want nothing to do with it.
No, I mean, I think it's one of the worst feelings in the world to get cheesed, right? To get last pick tinkered, last pick meepoed, last picked, what's another good one?
Huskar, Broodmother, come
Huskar,
on.
yeah.
Huskar, that's the classic.
Broodmother less so. Broodmother less so nowadays. I think Broodmother's less of a cheese pick and more of one of those. I think generally just a bad hero.
like Visage last pick is also pretty insane.
Yeah, I'd be willing to accept that argument for sure. But we don't have to worry about too much cheese, as Meepo, like you said, has been banned. I'm gonna follow up with the 3 super meta heroes, right? Chaos Knight, who's a first ban for a lot of teams in this region. Bristleback, Grimstroke, and Team Trust. They're gonna be banning out Earth Spirit and Treant Protector. They got one more ban before they got to pick up their first pick.
So
I believe it was Team Zero that chose Radiant, and Team Trust chose first pick. So.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, interesting thing that I want to point out about this CK hero, it's 100% contested here. I mean, that's not really so different from any other region, because across other regions, it's 98%. But the one hero that's really striking out to me right now is this Treant Protector, right? It's taking such an early hit. Oh no, sorry, I'm talking out my bum here. The hero that I did want to talk about is the Earth Spirit. It's kind of fallen off a little bit since the start of this patch. I think at the start of this patch it was in mid, everyone was picking it up because it was stable, could always win the lane with the stone, the boulder kicks and whatnot, but it gets instantaneously taken out in first priority, mind you. So maybe this is something that Team Zero are very adept at.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of they know a little bit more than we do, but taking a look at Team Trust's previous draft, I don't see an Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
I see those interesting heroes like Meepo, Sniper.
As in, this will be for Team Zero.
That one too. That one too. Yep, that one. Thank you. I'm glad I have you here, Sneeze. What would I do without you, dude?
I mean, they didn't. I'm looking at Team Zero's draft right now, and they didn't pick anything of the sort either. It was Team Zero very much favored the Moeta in both games, and the Treant Protector also was picked up in one of their games. So maybe that's why Team Trust opted to go for that, snatch away the Moeta, immediately deny away some of the spot picks that they felt so strong on. But the Primal Beast, not really a hero we even see escape the first phase bans anymore, just because of how strong it can be. Has a lot of innate tankability, definitely fits the beefcake meta that we're in right now, and also a lot of setup potential for the rest of his team, right? He can always lead the charge quite literally with the onslaught, get in there, do enough damage a lot of the times to squishies by himself, and if it's not enough, it sets up very easily for, your Skyref mages, your Grimstrokes, your Moeta position force, even, hell, a Hoodwink, a Rubik. Anyone with just that a little bit of extra magic nuke damage can help you just finish everyone off between the 10 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, it's very potent in the off lane and the mid lane, like you kind of said there. I am curious to see. I don't know too much about Team Zero, so I don't know if they ever play, like, I don't think there's ever room for primal support anymore.
No, please God, no, don't even, that doesn't even, no. We're not even entertaining the idea.
Okay. I don't know. I think that there's definitely room for it if they so choose. I doubt it, but there's potential room for it from Ice or ZZQ.
Yeah,
I think it's most likely on the 7E though, right? Most likely a mid.
So, Primal Beast aside, I'm sure we can figure out. I think it's gonna be a Primal Beast mid, just like you said, because of this thing I like to call the Primal Beast Highway, right? Onslaught is a very good vehicle to get you around the map of Dota 2, but it does matter where you come from, because as a ganking hero, you don't want to waste too much time, you know, turning into avenues that end up being dead ends, right, and failing those ganks. From the mid lane, you have two very clear avenues that you can slide into at any point in time, and it's so easy to just get going. Another hero that is highly contested, I was just about to say this, because a lot of support bans being the priority here in this sort of second phase of bans. The Grimstroke taken out, the Rubik as well as the Elder Titan and Phoenix. So those are out of the picture. Kunkka AA, two very strong heroes as well. The Ice Blast can just melt down this Primal Beast, meaning that, you know, if you tag it on the Weaver, he's not going to be able to slide his way out of that with the time lapse. And Kunkka, we already see how strong this hero is.
Yeah, Kunkka is absolutely great into Weaver, and like you said, any sort of hero that builds Heart feels bad to play against AA. And we're kind of in a meta where Heart is so strong that you don't necessarily just not want to pick it up. You just kind of have to deal with the fact that there's an AA as well.
Dazzle is the selection. So both these teams actually reprising a lot of the heroes that they already played. AA isn't something that Team Trust have actually got the privilege of picking up just yet, but the Kunkka did serve them well in a prior series where it was picked up in the mid lane twice for them. One time alongside a Morphling and the other time alongside a Luna. So maybe these are some of the carry picks we need to watch out for. Muerta likely going to be in that position 4 if I had to guess. You know, maybe enough control, because I'm a little worried about a Muerta AA lane just being crushed by the Primal.
Yeah, Muerta does not. Position 1 Muerta doesn't really feel too good into Primal Beast, and to a lesser extent Dazzle as well.
You know, the grave your allies, you know, keep them safe here.
It's great into Ice Blast too. Dazzle was a really good pickup for Team 0.
Yeah, buy them time in the Ice Blast and maybe, you know, get out of that duration and then start healing up for sure. And Nature's Prophet
obviously
is just...
you can't heal.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet is just going to be another hero that basically continues the pressure, right? Sure, it doesn't necessarily work the best with Primal, because Primal's just going to charge all through your trees. But what I'm looking at now is the global potential. They can get a lot of pressure out. Night Stalker being picked up for the side of Team Trust, so that is a lot of vision, likely going to be their offlaner. I'm inclined to believe more and more that this Muerta is going to be a pos 4 and we're waiting on a last pick carry for the side of Team Trust. Because if this is a Muerta lineup, I don't see enough protection for her from being just dived by the Primal Beast.
Yeah, absolutely. This was, so Team Trust last series, I believe, they were playing this Night Stalker, like you said, with the Kunkka. So they've been playing this mid Kunkka a lot. They're pairing up with this offlane Night Stalker. They paired it up with the Luna previously. Night Stalker Luna is one of those things, right? Lunar Blessing.
Yeah.
Good in nighttime, right? Night Stalker makes it nighttime. Luna gets that extra nighttime vision. It's very strong. They're little things, right? Little micro synergies can go a long way, especially when you're playing some of the best teams in the world. You know, you got to take any little victory that you can.
And the main thing about this nighttime vision that you're going to be granted is it's so good against specifically these heroes. The Primal Beast is always going to try and come in from some off angle. If you can spot him in advance, you can just lay down a dead shot, stop him in his tracks. Same situation for the Dazzle, who's always going to be trying to play on that backline, play in a safe area on the map. Night Stalker going to be able to rise above all of that and sniff him out and maybe hunt him down with the help of the AA Muerta. Nature's Prophet as well. He's always going to be trying to sneak around. You know, all these heroes very susceptible to that additional vision that not only the Night Stalker grants you, but these ice vortexes coming out, giving them a clear sight of what's going on in the fight. It's kind of looking a bit tricky for Team 0 to get things done if the Primal Beast doesn't just get off to a roaring start.
Yeah, I think both Primal Beast and Nature's Prophet are going to be heroes to watch on the side of Team 0. If Nature's Prophet is making the moves nice and early on, then Team 0's lineup could very well fall flat.
Yeah, last bans here,
Team
the
Trust
Morphling being taken out. Team Trust will ban out the Tusk, so I'm probably venturing a guess that this Weaver is going to be in the position 1 up against the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
And Nature's Prophet Weaver is going to be a very tricky lane for him to go up into, that's for sure.
Talks a little bit about this last series. Team Trust, we've got this really strong 3/4 hero roaming potential. You know, and we're kind of back to a place where it's not fully 4 protect 1 because your 1 usually joins you for some fights as well. That's the beauty of a hero like Weaver, I think. But pseudo 4 protect 1, and right now Team Trust, they've got four heroes that can really start making moves around the map very early on. All they really need is Kunkka 6. Night Stalker just needs it to be nighttime.
Yeah. Crash, I think I've introduced you to this before, but this is something that is very dear to my heart. Okay, I love Night Stalker because Night Stalker, I coined this sort of phenomenon. Okay. Before we talk about the last pick, and there's the Luna, like we expected, beautiful stuff. I mean, it all plays out together, but it just takes further advantage of what I call the stalking phase. Now, you always talk about Night Stalker in day and night. Sure, yes, that's the fundamental basis, but I think a way that it's more accurately described is what I said, the stalking phase, right? As soon as that nighttime hits, every single hero on Team Zero is prey. It's just nothing but prey. You're gonna find giant pockets of these 5 minutes extended by the Dark Ascension that the Luna is just gonna barrel down the towers, and if you try and gather around her to kill her, the Night Stalker is gonna spot you and kill you. It's gonna be an easy setup for the Kunkka, easy setup for the Mueta, and they can just Ice Blast right on top of that setup. Team Trust are looking very, very lethal right now.
Yeah, Team Zero, they're running a little... like, from what I can see, they're running a little low on damage early on. Weaver needs a little bit of time to ramp up. Dazzle would like that Aghanim Scepter as well. If it's a core Dazzle, that is, right? There's still the potential to this be a support Dazzle and all of it's for moot, but if it's a core Dazzle, 3 Dazzle, potentially, or 2 Dazzle, I don't know. That's the beauty of Dazzle. You can run it wherever. But, okay, this is going to supplement their global presence a little bit. Yeah, we're going to see Beyond, okay, on the Primal Beast. And that means that Ice is playing Weaver.
Yeah, as in it's a pulse for Weaver, right? I mean,
yeah,
with that Spectre last...
Primal for Weaver.
I mean, it's kind of... I think the last pick Spectre gives it away. I don't know why. You sound surprised.
No, I was... I'm not surprised, but I don't know if Team Trust necessarily saw this coming.
You think so?
I think that they were almost hard set on this being a 1 Weaver. Especially looking at Team Zero's recent games, they've been running this Weaver Dazzle a lot, and I believe both times it was a core Weaver.
Okay, so... I mean, you can conduct the check on that, but I think the Spectre, one thing I'm concerned about is, and this is the reason why I still like Team Trust's lineup, okay? Spectre, I don't see any way that she's enabled right now, right? Sure, you got the global presence with Nature's Prophet, you can collapse on the same target, but every time the Spectre's seen to do well, it's been a hero that has been backed up by a Grimstroke or maybe some sort of follow-up or some sort of lockdown. The Nature's Prophet doesn't really bring a lot of damage to the table, and the Prophet Weaver combo is a lot more potent in the lane because they both do very heavy physical damage. The Prophet Spectre duo doesn't really allow for much pressure on the Night Stalker in the same way, and that's kind of what I'm worried about. A lot of the game is gonna be on this Night Stalker's back to carry them through the stalking phases, and I mean, if he's able to get a good start, it's gonna be pretty easy for him to just start running around from the 5 to 10 minute mark. That's my main concern, at least.
Yeah, exactly like we talked about during the draft. There's a very strong not core in the sense of Dota terms core, but core in the sense of important heroes that are going to be roaming around the map, making moves for Team Trust. And Team Zero not going to have the easiest ways of going about that themselves. They have to kind of force engagements. And especially when you've got now a hero like the position 4 Weaver and the position 5 Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Where's your control on the side of Zero? How are you going to control this Night Stalker? Control this Luna? Stop her from just whacking you throughout these fights. Especially as things go later on, this Luna is going to be very, very dangerous from Team Trust.
Yeah, absolutely. Danger on the horizon here as both teams smoke up, trying to meet each other in the bot side right now. Nothing to be found at the moment. This is where the Night Stalker... It's a small advantage for this hero, right? In the early stage of the game, before the horn rings. Before the horn sounds, rather, Yang is going to be able to have just supreme vision in this area. Being able to spot them out for now. And yeah, I mean, he just... I'm not sure whether he can see them at this point in time.
Gotta know they're there. Their smoke broke. They know they're there for sure.
Yeah. I mean, level
Not
1
willing
wise,
to-
it's kind of even, right? You have the Lucent Beams coming out in the Torrent and the Dead Shot. But on the flip side, the Sprout, Shikuchi, and the Primal Beast trampling all over you is going to be pretty tricky.
It's kind of weird level
Oh.
1, right? Because you have to use your heroes to get that engagement on, right? Beyond's got to put himself in an interesting position to be able to be trampling on them. And same thing with Weaver. If we were to get a good Shikuchi, like a perfect Shikuchi off, it could mean trouble. So it kind of makes sense that both teams aren't really willing to force the issue there. But the bounty runes, it's going to go 4 for 0.
Yeah, I mean, quick fingers on Ice here. I did a quick check, by the way. It seems like this Weaver wasn't always a core. In fact, I think Ice primarily has the one being playing it. So it's a bit confusing why, you know, maybe Team Trust thought it would be otherwise here. They did shot the the Nature's Prophet, but didn't seem to have interrupted his teleportation. I guess it just went wide.
Yeah. So to counter your, not counter, but to add on to what you were saying, Team Trust, they ran this Muerta Weaver, right? And they flexed it between their last open qualifier games. So they forward the Weaver, won the Muerta, but then they won the Muerta and forwarded the Weaver.
Okay.
So it was a really nice setup from them, right? The little bait and switch. So you know, a little bit of that this time around too, I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, right now, early stages here. The Dazzle in the mid lane should be pretty okay against the Kanka. It feels like you need to bring additional support here to get him killed, even if you hit that level 6, because he should be relatively able to just keep on farming here. Shadow Wave, sorry. Very easy to secure that range creep. And just trading out some farm, trading out some harass through the Tidebringer as well. On top side though, it does feel like, as always with a Luna, it can get really scary if you're just allowed to be completely trampled on. Beyond, he'll be looking for that timing, perhaps level 3. Now that he's gotten the uproar level 1 just to sustain up in the lane and get some of that armor. After all, you're against 2 range heroes. Now take a bit of a beating if you don't have that ability leveled up.
Yeah, definitely the right level 1, but it does delay you just a little bit longer. I think you're absolutely right on the money with the level 3 being the key timing for this lane top. Yeah. And I think that goes both ways though. Right, I think Luna AA, depending on what Vinci wants to level up here, could be quite strong level 3 if he goes 2 points into Lucent Beam, which we've seen, I think, once or twice more recently with Lunas that we've been casting in other tournaments.
Yeah. And for now, Beyond will feel relatively untouchable as soon as he pops that uproar every single time. Very healthy here. Interesting build from Trust, opting to prioritize that Ice Vortex in the early stage. Maybe just understanding that apart from the Lucent Beam, they don't really have the best ways of proccing that Cold Feet, and just wants to keep them in place a little longer. I mean, Chilling Touch, sometimes we even see AAs get that level 1 and get that to level 2 for increased harass. Understand the all-in might be a situation they need to deal with though. TPs coming up to the top side. Here comes ZZQ. This is the global potential that we talked about, and the Luna collapsed the pawn and killed Vinci. A bit too far forward, trying to contest for that Lotus and gets punished for it. Beautiful rotation from the Prophet.
This is where the snowball can potentially start. ZZQ could even do a little cheeky play and stay up here. He's going to take the teleporter. But, you know, there was certainly a possibility that this Nature's Prophet stays up there and they get another kill on the Luna, because that would be absolutely devastating if they were able to get on top of her. Yeah. We'll see what Beyond does here, putting a level into Onslaught or Trample. I think you got more kill potential off of Trample, but a little bit more survivability from Onslaught. So we'll see if he just holds the point and waits for the opportunity to arise.
I mean, he's not in any rush right now. He is doing pretty well for himself, 19-8. But the real winner so far seems to be the Dazzle. Has secured himself 14 denies, 7E, putting Blessing to the paint right now. This Kanka only has 7 last hits at the 4-minute mark. This is not really the mid lane domination that you're hoping for. I mean, we talked a bit earlier in our series about, you know, Kanka, very stable mid laner, can always get his farm up thanks to the Tidebringer, but this Dazzle, definitely one of the more terrifying laning opponents to go up against for this hero.
Yeah, and Blessing's got to be careful of any sort of rotation as well. Nature's Prophet can do anything. Like, he can rotate anywhere, and Ice can get mid quite fast with that Shikuchi, a lot faster than you'd think.
Bot side, losing the Muerta, getting caught out on the side. It seems like the Nature's Prophet did his job, coming through on the top as well. ZZQ is non-stopping. Might have to trade out his life, but has a nice one, and the trample crushes them underfoot. Beyond, with the help of his two supports, is just crushing this top side right now.
That extra teleport armor was coming in pretty clutch for that Nature's Prophet. I'm surprised to see how, like, people over or underestimate
Are fortified.
the amount that this teleport does. And Vinci up top again, just teleported back in.
Oh no.
This time, he's gonna have to do the walk of shame back to the lane if he even wants to come back at this point. Level 3, you're a Luna. You can't really jungle. You've got no levels into glaive. Oh, no, this is looking very bad for Team Trust.
This is as good as a start as you could write though for Team Zero. Everything's going according to plan. You can imagine this is what they thought about with the Nature's Prophet rotating all over the map, and ZZQ has been finding these opportunities for his team, and look at this. Now he's gonna place a deep ward just to spot out the Luna trying to farm behind the tower. Sure enough, Vinci already understands there's nowhere for him to go, but look at that deep ward. That is just gorgeous right there.
Yeah, Luna just now finishes her first Wraith Band. Gonna have to butt rush that Mask of Madness. No treads first at all. Just straight into Mask of Madness because you realize it's jungle time for Vinci.
Yeah, and that is not what you want to see from your Luna. You're trying to hit the timing. You're trying to hit these stalking phases. Now, Luna aside, Yang is doing pretty well, right? This is what we talked about with the Weaver in the position 4. And ZZQ, you know, taking little road trips and excursions around the map to make things happen. Yang is fine. You've killed the Muerta once, but he is just free farming up here, 40 to 8. And this Night Stalker, if he's given a good start, he can just run at you and create that space that the Luna needs either to get involved or get the farm.
AA mid might be in some trouble here. Oh yeah.
Roshan.
Oh, very much trouble.
Nothing much you can do about that one as they just get wrapped around on and melted to a puddle. 70, easiest pickup of his life there. As it continue the push with his
There's a lot of
illusions.
minus armor. We got the Medallion of Courage on ZZQ already, plus the bugs, plus the dazzle. That is a lot more than I really expected. You know, I didn't think about the minus armor strategy coming in from Team Zero, but it's there.
Yeah. I mean, with a first phase Weaver, I can imagine, you know, that's part of the, or at least first phase Weaver. Oh no. Beyond. I don't think you can afford to bring a solo hero up here anymore. Beyond's just gonna be able to deal with them. You need to bring the cavalry, you need to bring an entire army, and maybe a spirit vessel while you're at it. Doesn't seem like anyone's building that up just yet. I mean, it is 7 minutes into the game and it's already a 6k gold lead. Team Zero, they're off to a blazing start right here. And oh no.
They found Luna. No.
Luna's level 3! I mean, Gemini Attack's just gonna finish him off. Ice laughing at him right now. And they're looking at Chu Sheng as well. Now, Blessing, he's on the horizon. They will be able to pick up this Weaver. That is a nice killing spree, but on the worst possible hero to get that gold on. And you'll take that kill though. Anything you can get at this point. This is full-on struggle city for Team Trust right now.
And you know, they're not even in a position where they can start making moves yet. Kunkka's not level 6. Just hit it now. Blessing just got level 6, so I'm a little bit of a liar.
Yeah.
And Night Stalker now, well, I was gonna say Night Stalker not level 6 either, but still just got it, so Yang instantly gonna make a move onto CTY bottom.
Yeah, and this should be a pretty easy one. The obvious target gets taken down here. They have the full setup, but the rest of the squad of Team Zero want to answer right back. The Kunkka can't even stay alive long enough to see his ship crash into absolutely nobody. And the Muerta just has to run off to the win here. Without the onslaught, they'll give up in that chase. But they don't let that go lightly. Team Trust, they get punished for their transgressions here. They do slow down the Spectre a bit, but you can imagine that the Spectre is just waiting for an opportunity to shadow step in and get back up to speed. Whoa, Beyond. The courier going down is pretty significant though, losing that Blade Mail. That was the first major item timing for him.
CTY shadow step top, right on top of Vinci, and gets pretty much a solo kill on the Luna. Ice was just there for good measure.
And the Muerta actually came up here, but just fortunately has to watch a Luna die. Vinci, I don't know where you go. I don't see a single area that's hospitable for him on the map. They have this lane ward, they have this deep ward, they have this ward holding this jungle. The only area you're really safe is maybe this little tucked corner behind the tier 2. And even then, Chu Sheng's just suffering to Ice here. Gonna run through him with the Shukuti last touch. Doesn't have the level 6, but will trade his life for the sheer amount of space he's making. Bot side, they just got Yang. The kills just keep rolling in. And Team 0, they are making Team Trust look like an uncoordinated stack right now with the way they're picking them apart.
And I wouldn't say that's necessarily to my surprise either, right? When we were doing research on these teams, Team Trust, they formed specifically to play in these qualifiers, and they don't have too much experience under their belt, and I think it's kind of showing.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
That's
tower
kind of the
is under
situation with
attack.
wildcard teams, right? You can tell they have a bit of zaniness to them with the picks that they've come out. I think even in some of the early... So you guys didn't get to see this, but even in the lobby chat, you could tell these guys are here maybe, you know, with a bit more of a lighter spirit. They're having a bit of fun with it, you know, they're throwing out some cheeky sort of comments about, oh, you know, let the battle begin, guys, kind of thing. Comparatively to Team 0, who've been in this for quite a while, and they just are showing no mercy right now. Dead shot from the Moeta. Gonna be able to create some distance. Beyond just squares up on us, stands there like, you gotta go on me or what? Like, you know, I don't have
I know you have a ward here, dude. I know you have a ward. You see me, so what?
Yeah, I don't care. 7E. I mean, how often do you see a Dazzle solo walking up into the triangle? No fear whatsoever, but maybe this Night Stalker can strike some into his heart. A bit overextended perhaps. Here comes the bolt, pulls him back, and 7E goes down. But meanwhile on the sidelines, the Moeta not quite as lucky, still doing the damage to Beyond. But Ice will finish him off. It supports for the mid though. I do think you take that trade if you're Team Trust.
Absolutely, especially when you're behind. It's one move that is very positive for them. Unfortunately, they had to use a lot of their cooldowns.
Yeah.
Right? They do get their mid laner, but they had to use Dark Ascension. They had to use both. That means it's not going to be nighttime for a hot minute. And Night Stalker pretty useless for the next 2 minutes. And
Yeah,
Blessing,
Ice.
he's going to have to make these torrents work.
He's gonna try the disjoint coming out from the Primal Beast charge. Ends up breaking up that combo. But now he's kind of dead shot back into an awkward situation. But they don't have the damage. Slam, slam, slam. And thank you, ma'am. There goes Blessing. There goes Moeta. Nothing else to be found there. Beyond is just way too tanky for them to deal with. And I mean, all this is happening, and really your only consolation is the fact that the Luna is farming, but you're just losing so many heroes. They're just bleeding out non-stop, Crash.
I don't know if there's anything the Team Trust can necessarily do to stop this, especially like I said with their cooldowns up or cooldowns down, and AA not being level 6 either is going to put a dampen into things as well. That's not necessarily a lot of your damage, but it's you need everything that you can get right now, and AA not being level 6 is very big sad for Team Trust. Luna just hitting level 7 too is a yikes. Going for a Yasha first item on the Luna. No Mask of Madness. Right into Yasha.
Nah, I don't think you can afford to do that. You pop a Mask of Madness against this lineup. Solar Crest and the Weaver along with the Dazzle. You're gonna pop like an absolute cherry. And they've already been doing it to him this entire time. Luna, how often do you see this hero at the bottom of the net worth when it comes to calls? Hell, even this support Nature's Prophet is higher than her at the moment.
Looks like the support Nature's Prophet and Vinci, they're going to be racing towards a Midas. As oh no, look, hey, Vinci, he has the extra Glove of Haste. I thought he was going to go for the Midas instead of the Yasha. It looks like he just got a Blaze of Alacrity delivered to him. So we'll be going for the Yasha. No Midas for the Luna, but maybe Weaver's going to go for one. Has the Glove of Haste. We'll see. Glove of Haste on the Nature's Prophet as well. Bets on how many Midases we're gonna see this game?
So many Gloves of Haste. This game, I mean, it's fitting for how fast it's going, right? I mean, Team 0, they are ramping up the pressure. I don't know if we'll see any Midases from the side of Team 0. Maybe
I think they just want to keep going.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking. Like, why would you stop by for a Midas when you can keep crushing them underfoot? It's really just Beyond who's been doing so much work for the squad. So much.
It's a good move from Team Trust.
I mean,
this is really good. They're not going to find anything, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, I don't know how good of a
But,
move it is if it comes up empty.
No, but it's the right. Just because it doesn't hit doesn't mean it's not the right play. You know what I mean?
Okay,
You
that's
got to be
fair.
making these moves on the map. You literally have to. You can't be complacent in the farming game anymore, especially with how Team Zero is so far ahead. If you can get beyond here, you're feeling really good. Question is, do they have the damage to bring down this Primal Beast, or if it's just going to be a full disengage from Yang, and it looks like Yang is on his way out.
Yeah, but in the mid lane, 2 members just converge onto Vincey. You had 3 individuals coming top, looking to take advantage of the imminent nighttime, but as soon as Beyond just glances your way, you're forced to scatter to the wind. You lose your Luna mid. Crash, I don't know how optimistic you can be about this situation, and I'm not ready to call that the game is over just yet, but I can't help but feel like Team Zero, they just have Team Trust number right now. Every single time they try and make some sort of play, immediately answered on the other side, Team Zero, they know where to strike, and they don't leave any crumbs anywhere.
I mean, I'm gonna try to be optimistic for you, Sneeze. The good news is that AA's hit level 6 and can start making moves. The bad news is that Vincey is getting gone on by the Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, he can just time lights out of there. I mean, we talk so much about the Team Trust lockdown. Haven't found it just yet. It's only netted them 4 kills. They haven't even been able to take down Ice Ice or even the Dazzle too much without him directly walking up. And no, Aghanim Scepter already completed. Here comes ZZQ just walking into the back line, holding the Kanka in place. Now he'll suffer the bolt combo, but here comes Beyond to break him up. He's gonna take out, no, the Shallow Grave buys him enough time. Meanwhile, on the bot side, CTY cleans up 2. A double for the Spectre, striking on 2 fronts. And ZZQ survives. You just can't find a single thing on Team Trust. 22-4 right now. This is
ZZQ is gonna get so tanky soon.
This is a massacre.
It is, and it's one that I'm not too surprised about, but I would have liked to see a little bit more of a fight come out from Team Trust. Yeah, there is still the possibility. Now I'm being the pessimistic one. There is still windows for them to win. Luna's one of those heroes that can really put the game on her back. The question is, can Vincey do it this game?
Yeah, I mean, at the bottom of the net worth, it's gonna be a tall task that this short lady is seemingly not up for right now. I mean, you're desperately trying to farm whatever outskirts on the map you can. Hell, you haven't even scratched any of their towers. Can't even open up the map for yourself here. Trying to smoke out again on 3 members. They're drawing lines into an area of the map that just no one is at. It's just this Spectre at the moment, and CTY arguably farming, funnily enough, the most outcropped farm on the map for him right now in that area, but it ends up being the safest, and they're straight into Roche right now. With this minus armor, even though it's a Spectre lineup, they should be able to make this quick. Already a half HP. And yeah, nothing much you can do about that.
ZZQ. So ZZQ, I love when Prophets do things like this. Going for the Pipe of Insight. Uh-oh. Not sure what the plan was there.
I don't think he knew. I think he was just checking, and honestly, at this point, even if the Muerta dies, who cares? Does it even matter? It doesn't feel like it. Because other than that, I mean, the Muerta...
You know.
I don't know, they'll pick up the Aegis, Muerta or not.
Ice Ice almost has an Orchid. That's going to be pretty much the nail in the coffin, I think, is when Ice Ice gets that Orchid. Alright, it's going to be so much damage on these heroes like Muerta on AA. It's going to be food for Ice Ice. So we're already, very good at picking off these squishy heroes, Luna included.
Yeah. And I think one sort of unintended benefit is that you can now very easily on the Weaver break up and destroy the Kanka's combo, right? This really feels like the only way. If Blessing finds a good sort of setup with the boat, and that could lead to the rest of Team Trust following up with an Ice Blast, that's not even going to come through in the exact way that you want. Okay, so they've just assassinated the Manta style. You're feeling the sting on that a little bit. On the Spectre.
That's the best kill they've gotten in 18 minutes. I don't know.
yeah, can't lie. I mean, the 7E1 cuts it pretty close, but that's basically top 1, I think.
Okay, Manta style, speaking of Manta, is done on the Luna, so the farm can start being ramped up, but it just might be too little too late. Is finally above the other supports, fortunately. Prophet and Weaver, both of them have now taken the backseat to the Luna. But look who's hunting, Ice Ice.
Uh-oh. Ice Ice is here all alone. Did they see that Shikuchi animation go off? He's gonna crawl through them, and immediately here comes the join. The global potential comes into play, and they're on to Blessing. There's a nice set of spells coming onto the Spectre, causing her to lose that first life. But Ice Ice will be just fine. They lose the Prophet though, and they get the Weaver as well. It's actually not too bad of a set of kills. And meanwhile, Vincey able to evacuate out of there. Beyond actually popped his BKB. That's a 9-second charge in the reveal. And I mean, sure, you can say you lost the Team Zero supports, but the Team Zero supports, these guys are worth a chunk of change here. Going over to the Night Stalker as well, that is a big ticket.
Yeah, you know, we talk about how offlaners are the heroes of the patch. If Yang can start putting this game on his back, making more space for the Luna, Team Trust can kind of wiggle themselves back in. And even if you're getting little kills like the supports, you got the Aegis as well, which means these tier 2 towers are still going to be up for a little bit longer, as you're going to be a little bit less likely to want to push on Team Zero without that first Aegis.
Yeah, and on top of that, Team Zero, look at the lineup. Not a lot of tower pressure. You can say the Nature's Prophet sort of, but gone are the days of his treants. The Weaver isn't really going to want to put himself in a position to hit the towers either. So, like you said, they're going to be able to hang on to some of these objectives. They lost mid, but at least on the side lanes, they're going to be able to gather around those little bastions for and you know, cower together. Now, right, with this current situation, and Yang getting his Blink Dagger, I'm starting to see a bit of a path, right? We look at the graph as well. It's still 95% win probability to Team Zero, but we do have to remember the Big Daddy Gabe loves his Spectre. So there might be a bit of a unfortunate angle there. I mean, right now, that's an unfortunate angle for the AA. It just gets clapped under his own tier 2. And ZZQ looking for more. Uh-oh. They found Vincey. Shadow step in, sorry. And CTY. Yeah, I mean, this Luna, the only thing she's carrying is the weight of her burdens after that awful early game. I don't know why she's going, how she's gonna come back from this situation. But I feel like I've already been saying that for the past 20 minutes.
Have you taken a look at CTY's items by any chance?
No.
Look what he's got queued up.
Wow.
He's got to be feeling himself, right? Got to be feeling himself with that one.
I mean, that's just gonna amplify the... Right, like you come in, you pop the Manta, and these illusions are just gonna destroy whoever you're on. This is a very feeling good build. Now, the Blink Dagger on 7E as well means that he's gonna be able to reposition and blink around much like a Tinker. Coming in straight onto the AA, he doesn't stand a chance. Chu Sheng just has not had a game on this AA, and really, I don't even know whether it's his fault.
I don't think it is. I think this is a very hard AA game. Dealing with Weaver and Nature's Prophet, just from the support standpoint, very hard to deal with. You're throwing a hero with global presence like Spectre, a hero with that buys a Blink Dagger, and like you said, is like a Tinker. I didn't like saying that. Ew, gross. Get that name out of my mouth. I'm glad that hero isn't a hero anymore. But, you know, Dazzle's kind of filled that gap with a 2-second blink. It's so sad to be an AA.
It's so sad to be on Team Trust right now. I mean, the options are closing. You take a look at the map positions as well. They really have to just force these little angles. I mean, Blessing, he's been occupying the enemy triangle for, what, the past 3 minutes. And when that happens, you're either super far ahead or super far behind. No prizes for guessing where Team Trust are at right now. Being pressured back at their own tier 3. Both supports going down to the pause for Weaver. And Yang can't even blink in with the crippling fear in time. He gets time-lapse out of there. And CTY just gets Vincey casually in the top side. Catches wind of this location, comes through, and you pop the Dark Ascension, but you ain't going nowhere. Chase down. I mean, there were small glimmers, there were some kills for Team Trust, but really, it just feels like they're being outclassed here.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit, Sneeze. I don't know if it's a draft thing, but it definitely just feels like an inexperienced thing. And, you know, that's okay. They should be playing, and hopefully they're playing to have a little bit of fun. And I really hope they are, because there's not much else you're playing for this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, any hopes that you have of winning feel like they are a far but distant memory. Maybe something to hold on to for game number 2. Maybe these are some of the discussions that you're having in lieu of this game about to be ended at the 24-minute mark. One of the faster ones we've seen in this qualifier so far. And I mean, when your pause 4 Weaver is the same level as your Luna, and almost same farm, or actually higher, you know you're in trouble. ZZQ can just stand his ground as the pause 5 in front of all of them.
I mean, surprisingly tanky on this Nature's Prophet, right? With that Pipe of Insight and Solar Crest. 16 armor plus magic resistance. Whoo! Boy's cooking.
Credit where credit is due. I think a lot of this success that Team Zero have found in this game is on the back of these two supports, right? Ice Ice and ZZQ
Yes.
were just rotating and playing out of their minds, making use of their early strengths on Weaver and Prophet to just smash the already weak lanes of Team Trust and allow them no quarter to come back. And you look at the way, if you look at the hero heat map on Team Trust for the past 10 minutes, it's just been circled around this area, right? There's nowhere else they can really go. Yang had some moments where it looked like he could come out on top, but even then, he's finished the Blink Dagger, and then what?
Yeah. And I think that kind of speaks to Night Stalker, right? You almost kind of have to hit your Blink Dagger timing either when you've got your Dark Ascension up or when it's nighttime so you can start doing things. Otherwise, you're just sitting on an item.
As Moonshot coming into play there. See how fast those illusions completely decimated the Kanka. He was still resisting a little bit, but as soon as the Night Stalker left him all alone, that's when Desolate does its work. Ice Ice up here, just orchiding the Night Stalker in front of his own racks.
The Bloodthorn now, Sneeze. Ice Ice
Gosh.
is so farmed on this Weaver. Able to pick up that Shikuchi upgrade from the Aghanim shard earlier as well. Means he's able to flash farm quite well. Now with the crit as well.
He's not really farming creeps though, right? He's farming heroes, it seems like, this game.
Yeah.
11, 3, and 13 on your pause 4. Could you ask for a better performance here? Now,
You could.
you could, but you would be silly and wrong and honestly kind of disrespectful.
It'd be disrespectful for sure.
Upside. Looks like they got the cut to the ZZQ. That's the pause 4 Prophet going down. A nice chunk of change. Oh, once again going to the AA though.
Yeah, it's like worst case scenario. Like, it's like best case, you get a kill. Worst case, it goes to your AA. It's like a monkey paw effect, you know what I mean? Like, you get one kill, it goes to your AA. Ooh.
Yeah. You make a rotation and a good smoke move on the map. Your Luna dies in the mid lane.
Yeah, your Luna dies solo farming creeps. Oops.
The Dazzle walks into your triangle and dies. The Dazzle walks into your triangle. There's literally 4 other heroes there, you're dead. And that's kind of felt like the story of this game, and what we were hoping for, right? Team Trust, from the drafts, from the games that we saw, or at least the reviews, it felt like they had this explosive volatility about them that we just aren't seeing executed in this draft so far. They can't seem to strike at where they're catching Team Zero by surprise. Feels like all their moves are relatively telegraphed. I mean, you can see it, Ice Ice. He immediately knows something is coming as well on the back of this ward. And he's just out of there. And yeah, sure, Roche is up, but they're already on it. And if you come to the Twin Gates, you're just going to set yourself up for another terrifying situation where you're falling into the hands of Team Zero. And I don't think you can afford to do that.
Team Trust recognize that. They recognize that that's not a fight that they can take. They've got the Torn Storm. They've got BKBs coming up as well. If there's going to be any chance they win this game, it's going to be on their high ground, not trying to force a Roshan fight.
Yeah. And one thing to consider is even though he doesn't have the shard yet, he's 200 gold, 100 gold off it now. And Torrent Storm is online. This is the very ability that makes Kunkka so scary. And we've seen before how strong Torrent Storms just in that last game can be on the high ground. When you fish out heroes like the Dazzle or even the Prophet, you can even destroy the Primal Beast in the middle of his charge if he's not popping the BKB. That Torrent disable duration, I think you get the talent at level 15, and he's just shy of that. So it's gonna be a huge, just disruptive factor in these fights that might just be able to turn things around. CTY though, straight up on the Blessing, pop the BKB, and this Kunkka, he throws up the waters, but he's just gonna melt in his own little puddle. The run buff can't save him now. ZZQ will go down though. They trade 1-for-1 for now, but it's a pause 5, sorry, for pause 2. Onto the Moeta, trampling away with the Yules up. They will keep themselves safe for now, but here comes Beyond, trying to charge through. Cold Feet will proc though. And meanwhile, backside, Ice Ice just cleans up. The Weaver slides through, gets a kill, and Yang has to run now. This is the Night Stalker on his own Dark Ascension. So much for being the Predator. He's looking more like the prey. Wing's gonna get clipped in short order as the chase is on. His Dark Ascension is ending, but really, with the blink from the Dazzle, there's nowhere for him to run. And beyond, he's still in. There's the Shadow Step straight onto Vinci, who just has not had a single thing done in this game on this Luna. And GG is called. No surprises there. Team Trust, they tap out. It's too much. 31k gold lead, more than 1k per minute there. And Team Zero showing their superiority in this game, number one.
Yeah, and I don't even think it was necessarily like one of those, we got out-drafted. You kind of got outclassed on almost every front. On rotations, on draft as well. You know, there's just a lot of little things that Team Zero were doing that game that Team Trust just couldn't quite find their footing, right? They had the potential heroes to make rotations around the map, but without getting your level 6 on your Night Stalker, your level 6 on your Kunkka, there's no rotations to be made. So Dazzle just continues to pressure Kunkka mid, and Kunkka has no game. And if Kunkka has no game, and Night Stalker has no game, and then on top of that, Luna has no game, where's your game? What's your game plan? There's nothing that they can really do at that point. It's one of those lose lane, lose game scenarios.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it already. Team Trust, it feels like the Night Stalker had to get off to a soaring start and set them up for success here. But really, the Weaver and the Prophet, I think we conveniently forgot that these are absolute lane dominators. You pair it up with a Primal Beast Beyond with a absolutely flawless game. We're reminded as to why this hero is never making it past the first phase. The amount of work it can do just in the lane alone against the wrong matchups, like the Luna. One onslaught forward and it's already going to be an impossible situation. And that's what happened again and again for him there. Felt like he came back into lane 3-4 times, ZZQ was still there. You know, the Night Stalker and the Moeta didn't do a good enough job at pressuring CTY. He only goes one death this game. And really, almost a flawless game from multiple members of Team Zero there.
You know, I think, like, deaths aside, right, it was a flawless game from Team Zero. There weren't too many mistakes to be made, right? 70 may have misstepped a little bit when walking high ground, but there was still, at the end of the day, it was a good trade. Right, they still got a decent engagement out of it. So, yeah. You know, even the worst case scenario from Team Zero didn't look too bad for them.
Yeah, I respect the move though. That was a Chad Dazzle move. You know, you always see these like, you know, these Dazzles. Oh, you know, I need my team to save me. Oh, I stand in the back and cut. No, I contest triangle. I die for squad. That's the type of mid laner we like.
Yeah.
You know, all those mid laners here, this is a message, okay? If you want to win games like 70, you gotta boss up sometimes. Don't, you know, I am backline spellcast. Oh my goodness. Just get in there. Who cares? Ends up being a great trade anyway and you win the game. Smash them. You know, not everything's about your KDA, but KDA aside, 9-0-13 for the Primal Beast. Ice, like we mentioned. The big MVP for me at least. 13-3 and
Absolutely.
14. Ooh, you could not ask for a better Weaver. That scoreline looks like he was playing it position 1. No wonder they were flexing it.
Yeah, it was a very, very spicy game from Team Zero, and you gotta take some of these heroes into account when you're going into game number 2. Whether it be the Weaver, the Nature's Prophet, hell, even the Primal Beast or the Dazzle. Literally any single one of these heroes on Team Zero, you gotta switch it up on Team Trust. When it comes to the bans, because I don't think you can. I don't even know, because like they banned fine heroes. It just I don't know, man. I want to try to be optimistic, but I think Team Trust just might be outclassed.
Look, maybe they just got up on the wrong side a bit there, right? Maybe they weren't in the right mindset. Bear in mind, this is their first game of the day. They went through open qualifiers yesterday. It was a bit of a rough one, right? A rough one in terms of they had to play the full 3-game series, and definitely their opponents are a lot different now. Team Zero, a caliber above. But this is where diamonds are made, in the rough. Right? You need to go through tough opponents to evolve, and let's see whether Team Trust can kind of bring it back or come to the drawing board with new ideas, because that's kind of been the characteristic for them in this tournament so far. Sure, we haven't really heard of a lot of these names. Sure, we haven't really seen them make any sort of competitive impact up until this point, but if there's any point to do it, it's in this post-DPC environment where, you know, the qualifiers are anyone's playground. You could just strike through the heart and take down some of these more notable teams, much like Go Along has, and we'll see whether they have that grit. We'll see whether they have that evolution in them. Right after this short break, we'll be back with game number 2 of Team Zero versus Team Trust for the ESL 1 KL close qualifiers of China. Don't go anywhere.
I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game.
That was a bit of a smash. Crash, as we're back with ESL, KL, CN close qualifiers here, and our first game of the day, man, that was heated, right? Team Bright and Team Bright up against Go Along. Ooh, they were throwing punches, haymakers, both sides bloody and bruised, and the eventual victor definitely felt like they slugged their way to the top. That game kind of felt like a one-hit knockout. Didn't really feel like Team Trust at any point in time were able to answer back to what Team Zero were doing there.
Yeah, and you know, it just kind of came down to they lost every single one of their lanes.
Yeah.
And there was no, and Yang was like the best case scenario. But I think there's a reason that a lot of teams aren't picking Night Stalker right now. He's not necessarily the strongest hero in the world when you pair him up against heroes like Centaur, heroes like Bristleback, heroes in the offlane that are so strong right now. Night Stalker just kind of falls flat when it comes down to that.
Yeah, and it would have been... Here's the thing, right? We're saying that, but realistically speaking, Yang didn't even really have that bad of a game. I thought he was doing okay. It's just a matter of... You know, when you pick up a Spectre and she's able to basically be unbothered and then go along with a team and get that game pattern of being involved early on with the Shadow Steps, you're kind of not really foiling anything Team Zero are doing. And I think that's the crux of it, right? Team Trust, they were very much playing their own game, but they didn't execute it in a way that stopped Team Zero from playing theirs. And when you're up against each other in a battle of ideas, it's clear that the experienced team with the better ideas in the competitive circuit are going to beat you out here. So we'll see whether they can make that adjustment. But actually already with a draft, we don't want to keep you everyone waiting so long, so we'll just hop straight into it. We're going in right now. Already see same bands coming out. Team Trust, Earth Spirit, as well as Treant Protector, sticking to the guns a little bit. Team Zero as well, ain't broke, don't fix it. Dark Willow taken out of the picture, and the Earth Shaker. So you mentioned as well, Team Trust bringing out the mid Earth Shaker, one of the only teams still to do so. But yeah, not going to be the case this time round.
Dire team pick.
Interesting. So Team Zero played Team Trust last time in the open qualifiers. So 3 days ago, these two teams went up against each other, and Team Zero 2-0 Team Trust, just like they can potentially do here. But same bans pretty much from Team Zero. The respect ban of the Meepo, the respect ban of the Earthshaker, and they even respect banned the Storm Spirit as well.
Wow.
So a lot of respect coming out from the side of Team Zero, despite them giving a shellacking in game number one. Still a lot of respect when it came down to the last time these teams faced, and that respect is going to extend to this game as well. Team Zero, they're more than happy to grab this Primal Beast again, though. Beyond played beyond good. You know, it was so good on the Primal Beast. There was very few moments where I felt like this Primal Beast was not playing out of his mind and able to, like, BKB timing was so good because it came out just as Night Stalker wanted to start doing things. And I don't know how much you know about Night Stalker Sneeze, but he can't really do anything against a BKB. Feels really bad.
Yeah, the only caveat to that is if you're far ahead enough that your physical damage coming out from Dark Ascension actually does something. But guess what? Primal Beast doesn't care about physical damage as well. He's just gonna raw straight in your face. Screw the fact that you're Primal Fear, that literally is, you know, the embodiment of the night. I came before you. It's a matter of you know, precedence here. Primal Beast, they're very, very strong offlaner for that very reason. And I think it's interesting that you mentioned the fact about respect, right? Team Zero and many other teams who are in experienced positions, sometimes when you're up against an opponent that you feel like is lesser than you or not as good as you, you might try and clown around a bit. Go for a little bit of, you know, save a bit of strats, you know, get a little crazy, get a little zany, lose a bit of the discipline. But they didn't at any point in time. The only thing I can think of is that Dazzle walking high ground, but even then it felt like it wasn't a bad play. You know, he just got comboed on, and the rest of the team came through, cleaned up anyway. Team Zero did not give a single opportunity for Team Trust to catch them with their pants down.
You know, I think draft is already looking a little bit better from Team Trust. I know there's only one hero.
He sees Crash sees the nature's proper, and he's like, wonderful, perfect, wonderful.
Yeah, I do. I hate it in my games, but I love it like when I'm not playing against it. It's one of those heroes that if you're not making plays on the map, you're playing the hero wrong. And I'd like to believe that everyone on both of these teams pick heroes to play them the right way. So if this is indeed a support Nature's Prophet, which I am like 99.9% sure that it is,
Yeah.
it should be going around making moves around the map, ganking top, bottom, wherever, ganking mid, whatever they're doing, whatever these Nature's Prophets do nowadays.
Yeah. Naga Siren AA snap picks from Team Trust. Perhaps knowing that the Primal Beast and Muerta will be in the off lane, this is the duo they want to bring into things. And, you know, usually when you have these kind of interactions within the draft, you're assuming that, okay, Team Trust think that this will be a good lane matchup. Maybe not, because they picked Luna. They picked Luna into the Primal Beast and it really didn't look very good. But we'll have to see here. Now, Naga Siren has a lot more recovery potential, has a lot of flash farm potential, and can make the most out of the jungle. Now, with the AA, you have the net and the cold feet that can keep the Primal Beast in place. And some early magic damage that I think can rip at Primal Beast before he gets good stacks of the Uproar. I still do think that the Muerta Primal Beast can muscle this down though.
I think so too. Naga Siren isn't the tankiest hero, believe it or not. Naga Siren is not the tankiest hero early on. And the illusions that's gonna extend to the illusions as well. Primal Beast and Muerta both have ways of dealing AoE damage to the illusions. Right, a dead shot to fly through them, Primal Beast to trample all over them. Even now grabbing a Pugna as well on the side of Team Zero means if they want to lane Primal Beast Pugna instead of Primal Beast Muerta, which might be a little bit of a mistake, but if they want to do that instead, they've got more than enough ways to deal with the illusions from Naga Siren. So one of her biggest benefits in lane, all of a sudden, it's kind of up in the air now. And I wasn't too impressed last time around by Vinecy's play. We'll see if he can impress us this time around, because Naga Siren is one of those heroes where if you're underperforming, it really shows.
I mean, same thing with the Luna, right? Vinecy was the target of just non-stop aggression. Team Zero, I love this Kunkka pick. Not because it's one of the best heroes of the patch, not because it's already 100% contested, basically, but because it presents the Naga with an interesting dilemma. A lot of the times as the Naga Siren, as soon as you see a hero or disable flying your way, you pop the song, you try and TP out. But if the Kunkka has X-marked you, and he hasn't thrown the combo on you, your TP is going to get disjointed. You're going to get messed up. If you wait for the X and the Torrent to land, that's a decent chunk of your song duration already burned. Can you get out in time in the face of potentially a dead shot or onslaught coming in just as your song ends? And on top of that, if you decide to stick around and tank the full Torrent bolt combo before starting your song TP, you could just get burst down by the rest of the team. This Naga is not going to be safe on any angle of the map, and if she doesn't win the lane, she is going to suffer the same fate as the Luna from the last game.
10 seconds remaining.
And you know, Naga, like, AA isn't really a hero that can play that bodyguard role that we see a lot of the times from heroes like Treant Protector or Undying. AA, he's just a squishy little ice cream boy, and we saw last game how Ice was able to really tear apart, just yum up this ice cream.
Yeah.
And like, I'm scared for the AA again. Muerta Pugna, they do a lot of damage. Kunkka as well. And I mean, let's not even talk about how much damage Primal Beast can do.
Yeah.
Team Trust, it's looking scary, and I'm not even too sure I like the Necrophos this game either. You've got Muerta already. Primal Beast isn't really a right clicker. Kunkka as well. He's almost like a pseudo. Well, he is definitely a spellcaster now. No pseudo about it. He's 100% a spellcaster now with a little Tidebringer nicety as well. But it's gonna be it's a good Necro game because you're playing against Primal Beast Kunkka. I get it, but it's a little awkward as well.
Yeah, mostly because in the face of the control, there's not much you can do, right? I think the sort of gap, or at least what you didn't mention, which is why you're probably feeling so uncomfortable, is there's no save. There's no way for the Necro to be bailed out. There's no Pugna healing him up. There's no Terrorize to send the opponents the other way. All you really have is the Naga Siren song. And if you're just using the song to get your Necro out of a standard Torrent bolt combo, they're just gonna do it 1 minute later and kill you anyway. The one caveat is that Necrophos in the mid lane against the Kunkka is going to be a pretty great matchup, right? We've seen what Necrophoses can do once they get their early laning dominance, and we've seen what happens to Kunkka when they're on the back foot. not so much rotations, not so much pressure on the map, and that might just be what Team Trust needs to come out the gate swinging. Maybe that's kind of what they're thinking about right now. But Team Zero, they have it in their minds that it's a last pick offlaner, and I'm inclined to agree with them. And Team Trust, they seem to think that, you know, this Moeta could be a position 1. They're banning out Tusks, and they're deciding, okay, are Team Zero going to flex this again? How are we going to operate here? Because the Weaver, Ada, still in the pool.
Dire team pick.
Now they're going to ban ET instead. This is a hero that Team Zero found success with last time they played. So,
Cutting
makes
through
sense.
the natural armor of the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
So hero's still in the pool for Team Trust. They could get someone like the Dawnbreaker, which provides a little bit of a save for the Necro.
Radiant team pick.
It's going to be a
They're
Magnus.
gonna grab Mag instead. Okay.
I like this. I think it's good. It's a similar situation to that game that we saw on Irving, where you kind of need to be pressured to make the moves.
Ooh.
Jakiro is the last pick. Very, very cool stuff. And don't tell me it's a 7E Pugna mid. They've done a little
support
switcheroni. Man, Team Zero. These guys flex like nobody's business. They're going to put the Muerta on pause 1, put the Primal Beast in the pause 4, and catch Team Trust completely off guard here. I mean, sure, you're not going to get the same level of farm priority, but this Primal Beast Kanka lane is still going to crush the Naga.
Yeah. It should, on paper at least. It should crush this Naga. I have no doubt in my mind that Team Zero have the skills to do it as well.
Okay, so are you thinking that Team Zero have the draft to do it? Do you like what they have put down?
I'm still reeling over the support Primal Beast. I'm still reeling, dude. But yeah, I do. I think Team Zero have the things in play to make great team fights happen.
Look, pause
Magnus-
right there. Pause right there.
Okay.
You're reeling over the Primal Beast. Why? Is it a good thing, bad thing? You're impressed, you're excited, you're happy, you're sad? What are we doing?
I'm excited. I'm excited to see the Primal Beast back on the support role. I think this is a hero that, if you play him correctly, much like the Nature's Prophet, he wants to make movements around the map early on. Ganking mid is a Primal Beast specialty, I'd think. You know, I played a little bit of support Primal when he was still meta as a support, and if I wasn't ganking mid, I wasn't doing my job right.
Okay.
That being said, the kill potential in bottom lane is still very strong come level 2, level 3. Level 3 specifically, when you got a second point and a trample, you can do quite a bit of damage. And, I mean, Ice was able to run away with the game last time. Now you throw him on a hero like a Primal Beast, he could run away with the game this time too. Like, imagine a Primal Beast going 13-3, you know, or 13 and whatever it was.
13, 3, and 20 felt like what it was. I must have been a bit less than that, but that's what it felt like. Ice proving to be the impact player that we all remember him from all this time on Wings. Very explosive, always was making unimaginably aggressive plays happen. That was the hallmark of the Wings gaming lineup, and he's bringing it here. Not to mention, I mean, we're seeing this player in game, right? But Blink, one of the other members, the mid lane, actually no, this was the mid laner of Wings at the time, is their coach. So bringing some of those old ideas here, the aggression, you can definitely feel it from this lineup. And the Moeta position 1, the Chikiro last pick is going to cause a lot of problems for this Magnus. He's not going to be able to get away with this, with just wanting to AFK and power farm it up.
And I did want to bring this up as well. Magnus doesn't have an easy in. You're playing into Torrent Storm, Calling, Ice Path, and Macropyre. If there's any point in which Magnus blinks into an Ice Path or blinks into a Calling, just catches a stray, that's your team fight done. That is 99% of your team fight over. They're really hoping Yang hits some clutch RPs and some clutch team fights here.
The bait play was set. They're on to Beyond. Would love to kill this Kunkka off the start. Game 2 off. In a good way. Last touch. Ooh, tower armor. Gets it done. Pump fake in the TP too. They wanted to scare Beyond a little. I'm sure his butt was clenched. But they start things off with a nice high ground ward. Once again spotting out this triangle. Now, in a complete contrast to our previous series and those two teams playing, I want to keep in mind that out of all the CN close qualifier teams, Team Zero is actually second in terms of amount of chem stacks a game at 11.5, right behind Ignite. So you can expect them to try and pump these up, and maybe that's something that Team Trust have analyzed and identified for themselves as well. Could be something to keep an eye out for, these engagements in the triangle in the early stage. But for now, starting things off in the laning stage, like we mentioned, this Primal Beast Kunkka. I mean, we're already seeing the effects. These mirror image illusions do not stand a chance, but Isai is actually dropping low. Ooh, the last touch on the the cold feet, sorry. Couldn't finish him off, and like you said, bottom, to get the first blood onto Nature's Prophet, just chase her down. And that's on the back of that Jakiro and his superior laning prowess.
And that's the kind of the problem with getting teleport level 1. Saw a bit of it while we cast other tournaments, and I questioned it then, and I get it now, but I still question it a little bit, just because I think Sprout in lane is pretty darn strong, right? It allows you, if you're making that play with Sprout, even if it buys you a couple seconds for them to cut down the trees, a couple seconds might be all that you need, you know, to get away.
I think Jakiro also presents an interesting situation where it's one of the only heroes in the game that it feels like Nature's Prophet is going to trade poorly against. And that's really just because of the dual breath attack slow, right? Once you get the Liquid Fire, it gets even harder. And suddenly, when you remove the Nature's Prophet's ability to dominate a lane, if you ever go on your little mid lane gank excursions, you leave Yang all alone, they're going to be able to set up this kill as well.
There's that Liquid Fire being leveled up by ZZQ. So instantly, yeah, things, like you said, getting harder in this bottom lane. Now with the calling as well. The amount of slows, very, very high. Like calling, 30%. Dual breath, 28%. Adds up. It does. Literally adds up.
Yeah. That's how the mechanic works. Yang does have a self in the back pocket. So does have that one-time reset if he's not taken down 100 to 0. That's going to be important for him to make use of. He needs to try and extend his time in this lane as much as possible. Trying to get a set on the CTY. It's a lot of physical damage coming through from this Magnus.
Magnus does hurt, but look how low this Prophet is. CTY, just a quick dead shot, brings him down.
Just like a bit of lack of respect from that Prophet there. I mean, they didn't use any spells that entire time, just auto-attacking him down. It's a freebie, basically, for the Team 0 safe laner right there. I'll happily pick that up. Top side, charge through. Isai is under the tower, rooted up. Uh-oh. Not where you want to be. Vinci gets revenge for last game. Beyond is going to look for an angle at the Tidebringer, but Chushan is not going to give it to him. Meanwhile, bot side, CTY goes down to Yang. So Team Trust firing back in this early stage of the game right now. 2 kills on the board to get themselves even Stevens.
They're already, you know, things are already looking better than they were last game. Team Trust should be able to kind of mentally reset and be like, okay, we're having a good start to this first game, or second game rather. Maybe we can turn things around.
I don't know if the Wii includes the Nature's Prophet, but yeah, it seems to be not part of that unfortunate party that's enjoying themselves here. Already 2 deaths here on the spot side. This is literally the Nature's Prophet extermination lane, right? The Moeta and the Jakiro, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. And even mid, Blessing is having a fine time, but 7E is able to just put on so much pressure on the Pugna. Tower pressure and hero pressure. There's nothing the Necro can really do to keep himself safe other than dodging the blasts.
Bot side, they get a kill onto Yang, and this is what we talked about. The second the Prophet leaves, it's going to be so easy for them to get that done. Tried to make a beeline for the Water Rune, but couldn't make it there in time. And, oh, this Pugna mid is just bullying the Necro. I think they forgot this could be a possibility, but top side, setting up onto Beyond. Here comes the Nature's Prophet, trying to mirror the movement. Beyond is going to go down. This top side seems to be the only bastion of hope right now, but ZZQ TPing in, trying to turn around onto Vinci with the attack slows. Ice, ooh, narrowly surviving, and Vinci is going to be the one to go down. The Sprout's going to go wide, but the auto attack will land. And they end up getting 2 for 1 here. Losing the Naga's got a sting though.
It does, and I'm going to give you a reason, Sneeze, why it feels a little bit worse. Naga Siren has 11 CS.
Oh. Oh, no.
Yikes, dude. Yeah, and you know what? Like, because we haven't really been watching top lane. I don't even know what it is. But Vinci is now in the jungle at a point now where he doesn't feel too safe farming the wave while it's that far up.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of geared himself up well for this situation, right? It's almost like he knew this was going to happen, and he picked the best hero for it. When the Primal Beast position 4 has more CS than you, you know things are Maybe starting to go down a similar trajectory. Mid lane, we missed a kill, unfortunately, but this is what you mentioned. The Primal Beast rotations coming in, and maybe we're getting a bit of a glimpse as to why they've opted for this swap, right? You're up against a Nature's Prophet on the other side who can make so much happen on the map. You get a Primal Beast on support who does essentially all the same things. Immense amounts of damage, a good bulk of control of the onslaught, and just global, almost roaming potential.
I think the key thing there is the damage that Primal Beast does. It being magic damage, Necrophos, Ghost Shroud, so what?
CZQ getting set up on, but Yang, he's just gonna get trampled down by Ice Ice. No chance there. Try and Fortify to turn it around on him. The last auto attack will finish off the Jakiro. The Prophet is just gonna get gunned down by CTY again. This Muerta, level 6 Falcon Blade, and feeling very, very happy at 5-1.
Nice Scythe mid.
I'm just missing these kills left and right. I mean, Team Trust, for what it's worth, they are punching back in these instances. Even though they are being bested in these small skirmishes, they're finding little openings. Get blessing his first Scythe stack of the game. Up until this point, it wasn't looking too good for the Necro, right? He seemed like he was kind of tanking major hits from the partner. Uh-oh. Here comes AA. Looking to try and contest, but the Ice Path, early level, still not going to stop the Prophet from TPing in, and it's a battle of the supports, but Ice Ice, he didn't come adequately equipped. He's running a bit out of HP, he's trying to turn around for the charge. We're going to go down to the last auto attack. Here comes 70 though. Makes quick work of the Prophet. AA able to TP out, but denying that EXP, that is pretty huge for Team Trust.
You know what? I would almost like to agree with you. I don't know if I necessarily agree. Obviously, the Primal Beast 6 is very important, but he's already like 5.5, like 5.25, I guess. And Jakiro is more than willing to just run around with 2 points of the dual breath and a point into stun. So level 6 is, you know, are very important as they placed a double ward bottom, a little bit of miscommunication. But yeah, yeah, it's important for sure. It doesn't feel good getting your bounty rune stolen no matter what, but it's not the end of the world. It's a little victory for Team Trust, though.
I mean, I get what you're saying with the level 6, but I mean, it's just EXP in general, right? Who doesn't want
exactly.
Who doesn't want, you know, screw the level 6. I want more levels of my support so they hit harder. You know, I don't need an ultimate. I'm just greedy. What about it?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, he's gonna try and get his level 6 now. I'm sure the Pulverize would allow him to try and get a setup onto Yang. But he doesn't know that the rest of Team Trust are setting up in this area right now.
Dire's top tower.
Here come the cavalry. They do have to be careful. RP is online, and there's 3 heroes from Team Trust in the area as well.
Sniff out that ward, ZZQ. Sprouted up to start, but is this really the target they want to go on? I mean, I don't really see any other options. It'll be Chu Sheng for now. This AA gets spared in favor of the Prophet. Have to select one target, and it's unfortunately gonna be that position 4. He goes down again. Really feels like Team Zero, their draft, they've answered this Prophet perfectly this game. 2 and 6. Not really able to get as much done.
And I think they've answered the Necrophos as well, and a lot of the heroes on the side of Team Trust have been answered. Necrophos, you don't necessarily need a Spirit Vessel this game. Obviously, it would be very nice. But there aren't necessarily a hero that wants to build it, so you just overwhelm him with magic damage, speaking of being overwhelmed.
Level 6, there's the setup, Pulverize and the kill. No chance of survival there from the Naga Siren. They didn't have a song to sing away out of that one. Now Beyond is suffering from the Ice Blast damage. The Scythe, it's not going to be enough though because of the Rum buff, but he'll still take down. That last little Ice Vortex finishes the job. The rest of the squad can't really help him out there.
Oh, blessing.
Oh, like you said, that's kind of the downfall of the Necro. No way of you getting out of that one. 70 just blasts him down. And now with the body blast, Ice. Pulverize as well. There's going to be an Ice Pop setup on top of that. They just make it look easy. Chaining kill after kill. That's 2 calls down. 7E, he is completely uncontested here. Aether Lens complete already, looking at the Boots of Travel. I mean, the Necro has his, but he's just going to run straight into 70 every single time.
Yeah. Yeah, you may have the global presence with the Nature's Prophet and the BOTs, but yeah, Pugna building one of his own means that he can just mirror these rotations from both the Prophet and the Necrophos.
Well, kill off Ice here, getting a bit too far forward, not respecting the Naga damage. Speaking of the Naga, has the Yasha flying out to her right now, so still not as bad as she was last game where she was firmly at the bottom. That spot is occupied by the Magnus now, who really just has not had a very good game. But for what it's worth, this game looking a lot more even in this early stage. Sure, it's a 5k gold lead. Sure, Team Zero are running around the map making things happen. But I kind of feel like Team Trust have more tools at their disposal to turn things around this time.
I sure hope so, because Yang not being off to a good start worries me a little bit, especially because Yang is going to be going for the Echo Saber instead of the Blink Dagger, or at least if the order of the queued items are to be believed, which is all that we can base it off of, really. Yeah, I would potentially like to see Yang go for that Blink Dagger, but Team Trust might feel like they're in a position where they just kind of want to let Naga farm a little bit. Necrophos, he's gone for these BOTs, so not necessarily going to be super aggressive. Obviously can farm and then be there. You got to put heroes on the map before you can just kind of be there. And Nature's Prophet isn't necessarily the best initiation.
Especially at the start he is nothing more than the one being initiated on, it feels like, this game. Shows his face in the bot lane, immediately gets it slammed to the curb. Beyond and ZZQ don't give him a chance to get things done. Topside, Ice setting up onto the Naga Siren deep within the triangle. And honestly, with 70 standing around here, what are you gonna do? This is just another kill. You don't have mana for the Ice Blast. Even if you did, it wouldn't make a difference. And Ice has a trample in another 2 seconds. Yeah, he's just melting down the AA. It once again, maybe a bit of disconnect between some of the players here. They last picked this Magnus in the same vein as Irving did in that earlier game against Go Along. A lot of work to do for him to set up some of these kills, but he hasn't even made it to his first item. And nobody else on the side of Team Trust are going to be able to set these things up for you. You have a Necro, you have a Naga, they're static. And who's going to make the play? Who's going to make the play for the boost of travel?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Naga, a song initiate, I guess.
Right,
you know,
right,
Copium.
right.
You know,
Song
right,
initiate
obviously.
into hoping that they're all standing in one area for you to RP and Ice Blast. That's literally, literally the golden hope.
That's it. That's
And
it,
even
right?
then,
That's the
I don't
stars
know if
align.
you have enough damage.
Oh, yeah.
Ice. Just slide his way out of this one with the nice skewer, but ooh, just grabs him over the cliff. Ice reaches out, finds the Magnus, has an RP available, and they'll scythe him down. Ice actually goes down. Rest of the team can't catch up just yet, and this is a good song. RP still available. Yang will get out of here, but the Naga goes a bit too far off the curve there. Kind of sells out his own Magnus, and Magnus just dies in such an unceremonious way. For the first time, it looked like it would be a good fight for Team Trust, but they still lose the Magnus, and he continues to stay behind.
It looks like there's a little bit of miscommunication, or not miscommunication, but questioning when it comes to the items of Yang. Does buy the quarterstaff really quickly, immediately sells it, bought it again, sold it again. So it might just be one of those scenarios where they're talking about the item. You know, Yang's like, oh, you know, Echo Saber would be nice to farm. They're like, no, we need you to fight. Like, we need you to start making space right now.
And then, you know, it's that typical pub player mentality. Maybe you're in a stack or whatnot. You hear your team say, yo, can you get your bling? Like, where's your bling, bro? And you're just like, oh, you buy the quarterstaff quietly and you hope they don't notice. But you're like, I can't do my team like that. We're in the ESL CN qualifiers. I mean, quarterstaff or not, it's not going to matter. Beyond still able to find his off-lane counterpart here. Skewer away will get him to safety, but yeah, he's just playing. He just has to play so scared.
They are able to kind of no committal take these towers on Team Zero if they so choose, but they're looking to kill off heroes instead. Necrophos bottom will be a great target.
Ice will start trampling. Can't stop the TP out though. And he'll get out of there. Pulverize already used for this Primal Beast. ZZQ actually gonna get caught out by the Nature's Prophet. Starting a TP out. Here comes Ice Blast. Should finish him off there. He goes down. So starting to ramp up some action here. Trust. They're splitting the map. The Nagas deep within enemy lines. They're able to TP out. Oh, Fancy. No, that's the Manta. It's waiting for that to fly out to him, but wasn't paying attention to where the positioning on these heroes were for Team Zero. Gets that killed off. That's 2 minutes without it. You mentioned it just now. The Naga Siren with the Manta. That farming speed is going to be amped, but it's going to be put on hold for now.
And we're in a kind of position for Team Trust, and we're just kind of scratching our head, asking us what they can do. They do finish the Blink Dagger on the side of Yang. RP is up as well, but you're losing your Naga Siren in the jungle.
Yeah, Ice Ice strolls past her. That's a freebie right there as Beyond connects right with them. And you just look at the way the map is split right now. Sure, Naga was farming the Radiant jungle early on, but really, the lines of pressure are drawn, right? You can't really proceed anywhere past your tier 2. That's the perimeter that Team Zero have set right now. And even though this game has looked a little bit different, it's still very much following the same story. One of the cause on the side of Team Trust not really being able to find their footing. They will blink over, find ZZQ though. That's the blink reveal on Yang. That's what he sold the quarter star for. Here comes the power rise, straight up setup. 7E makes quick work of that Magnus, punishes him. But there's the side back the other way. Blessing gets the kill. Ice Ice. Not quite as slippery as he was on that Weaver. Couple of deaths his way.
It's a great start for Team Trust, but Yang getting caught there kind of puts an end to any sort of aggression they could so choose, as Team Zero the one that ramp up right now.
I mean, you say put an end to the aggression, it seems like they still want to heat things up. Blessing gonna body him out Beyond here, but a neutral creep deny. AA manages to find it and deny that EXP and gold, going the way of Team Zero. Still feels like the pressure's on though. They can continue blasting this tower, make use of the Muerta's range. And once again, where is the initiation? It has to be Yang with his Blink Dagger and RP, but he's not even in the area.
No, Yang's farming bottom. He just skewered, blinked, everything to get to the bottom lane. Really wanted to empower the Naga Siren.
We didn't talk about this just yet, but both, I mean, the Jakiro as well as the Pugna can apply a lot of tower pressure on these objectives. Bot side, they're looking for the kill onto ZZQ again. X marks RP committed. Yang actually throws it out, but with the decrep, ZZQ will be fine. They can't even finish off the Jakiro. He'll die to the Ice Vortex, but uh-oh, Naga in some trouble. Beyond gonna be held in place by the net, but here comes Primal Beast looking for his target. Pulverize up, and 70's there to drain him down. Song not even able to be popped there. And the rest of the supports will very quickly follow as Beyond X marks the AA back into the fray. And into the hands of Zero. Just flatten out their opposition right now. 7k gold lead.
That wasn't the RP. that wasn't the RP we were looking for. They obviously, like, if they got the like, even if they got the kill, it was not the RP you were looking for.
They did in the end. Just, you know, it was kind of ugly. And Beyond Scythe though, good kill. Kanka overstays his welcome.
Plays you want to make.
I mean, more like, you know, the positionings you want to punish. I have no idea what I was doing back there with 500 HP. Beyond giving them a bit of a freebie there, and one stack going the way of the Necro, up to 4 now. And this is something we already saw Phoenix flex on. A Blessing, he does have a lot of magic damage to deal with on the opposing side, but no Spirit Vessel builders and no real percentage HP damage, right? And that could be something that becomes a problem later on.
Especially with the defensive item in the way of the Yules. It can help you against the Kunkka. It can potentially break the Pugna, stop the Muerta, right? It is set up for Jakiro, so that, you know, you start thinking about it, gets a little sketchy. But overall, it's a really good pickup from Blessing, and we'll see if it can come to fruition here.
Once again, it feels like Team Trust, similarly to, unfortunately, Team Bright, have put a lot of chips in the Magnus basket, and the Magnus basket is about to be invaded right now. Trampled on, pulverized up. The ice path is gonna be laid in the spot, and Yang is just gonna burn out the ZZQ's macro pyre. From start to finish, this Jakiro has just been such a thorn in his side.
ZZQ has been playing great on the Jakiro. You know, it's a little rare to point out Jakiro and be like, oh, you're playing so good. But it's true. ZZQ has had ice paths exactly where they needed to be. A little sketchy on the macro pyre once, but turned into a good fight anyways. Oh, Prophet.
Very cute play there. Glimmer caping Ice Ice forward to avoid detection, and they catch the Nature's Prophet yet again. It really is these two supports that feel like they're the primary playmakers for Team Zero. ZZQ on that Prophet in game number 1. I have Ice Ice following up the damage, and this time, roles reversed. Ice Ice leading the charge and getting these disables, allowing ZZQ to come through with the additional follow-up Ice Path. I mean, this combo, this is the type of synergy you build for a very significant long amount of time.
They got eyes on Naga Siren. They're making the moves right now. Naga has to get out of this area. Has Song, but like you said at the beginning, this Kunkka with X, with Torrent, has these long-range disables and a Torrent Storm to boot. Now, Beyond is so tanky with that Blade Mill Axe. That's all that he really needs. And that's all the Team Zero really need to start taking these fights. They like the Blink Dagger on the Primal Beast, but with that Aghanim Scepter and now Octarine complete as well, they can start making pretty much any move that they want. These tier 2 towers can certainly start getting cleaned up.
Waiting a bit too long on the Magnus there, misses out his chance to skewer back the Primal Beast. Yeah, and gets interrupted by the Onslaught. That's a kill they could have gotten that gets burned away there. Wisdom Runes will be picked up by both respective sides. Vinci probably going to stroll over and grab that one. Let's take a look at the items real quick. So Ice Ice, I know you mentioned the Blink Dagger, but I'm really liking this Glimmer Cape Drums of Endurance. I think it's tanking him up in a situation where a Primal Beast support might just kind of fall off. Octarine Core completed for the Pugna as well. And man, we haven't even talked about the Moeta this game. Hurricane Pike Mjolnir already done for her. She's going to be ripping these Naga illusions and the main Naga to shreds.
Yeah, Muerta was one of the heroes that, you know, kind of popped up, and immediately you saw the Naga Siren start falling off when people started picking up Muerta more and more. And like PL's even like a non-hero right now, and I think Muerta, as well as other heroes, but Muerta's definitely got something to do with that. You have that Mjolnir, natural Mjolnir builder on top of the Gunslinger. It's just too much for these illusions to stand their ground. We got a nice deep smoke play from Team Trust, setting up a nice deep ward, but they're getting nothing out of it.
Yeah, nothing nice to be found despite all their previous nice gestures. You don't always receive what you give out here. Very, very sad. Lesson in life, everybody.
Yeah.
As scans come through, it seems like they know they're being converged upon. Jens sticks around to finish off that tower, but here comes Beyond with the Xbox at the setup. They spot out the AA as well. Might not be where they want, but a nice Aethos holds the Primal Beast in place for now. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough for Yang to get out of here. He already used the skewer and was interrupted by the disables. He goes down. Found the AA as well with the Ice Path. He's going to turn around with a blast. He should be going down. CTY takes down the Prophet on the sidelines in the jungle. Popping that Pierce the Veil, actually, just to get that done.
Yeah, it's like a 45-second cooldown, so
yeah,
what?
Who cares?
You know? Yeah.
So you're so
Prophet's
right.
dead for just as long, you know?
8k gold lead now, 27 minutes. Blessing, uh-oh, TP out. Makes it there in time, but here comes 7E. Already used your TP, where you gonna go? 7E doesn't seem like he wants to commit for it.
He's gonna find Naga instead. Nice little farm steal from 70, you know, the little things, right?
Yeah. Didn't even notice he had the shard completed, can instantly wipe out those illusions in one fell swoop with the drain on the Nether Ward. Very, very cool stuff. Naga, I mean, on all fronts of the draft, between the Nature's Prophet, between the Naga that was basically snap picked, and the Magnus last pick as well with the Chikiro, it just feels like Team Zero have crafted such a winning draft for themselves. They have every single tool that they need at their disposal to deal with the Team Trust heroes. Team Trust have not been able to find anything for the past 10 minutes. We were applauding them for some of their moves early on, but really it was just Team Zero being caught out, split apart, and they weren't at the tanky enough level where ZZQ is able to survive through the burst. Here comes the setup onto the AA again, and yeah, I mean, 2 games in a row now he's played the AA, and 2 games in a row now he has been the absolute butt of aggression. 5 deaths on this AA. He's done a lot of work in terms of trying to contribute to some of these fights and get these tanky heroes low, but there's not much else to be done here. You just are free food.
It's hard when you're position 5 and you want to start getting wards out. You want to start de-warding, but Team Zero are just so on top of their movements, and they're so on top of defending their aggressive wards or their defensive wards.
He's gonna get caught out here. If they can find the Reaper Scythe from him, it's gonna be an excellent kill. Chop down to size. Wicked kill streak. That's a lot of gold going the way of Blessing.
That's Heart of Taras completed.
Yeah.
This Necro's starting to become a lot harder to deal with now, especially without that Spirit Vessel. Like I said, they may have all that magic damage, but...
Worth mentioning
Smoke
as
out.
well, Aghanim Scepter. You can just make use of that long range as long as they have vision, which is what the AA affords you, right? You can root up these targets and keep them in place specifically. Very useful against the Primal Beast to stop him in his tracks. Come on to the top side. No Scythe, no RP. It still looks like they're looking for action. They're joining up with the squad here.
Radiant's middle tower
It's
is
gonna be a
under
clash. ZZQ. He's on the front line. Meets them all in the front. Yang goes wide on the skewer. And here comes Ice now into the Naga. Uh-oh. Torrent Storm rising up, and this Naga might just drown in her own water. The blast away, CTY pierce the veil, shoots through the heart of that poor Naga Siren. Where you going, Lil Fishy? Blessing. Gonna be pulled back into the fray. The Yule's up to keep himself up and running, but Ice charge through. Death Seeker, BKB pop from beyond just to resist some of that magic damage coming through, and they are holding Blessing in place. Hard or not, there's too much control. Finally gets the second ghost shot off, but that's where the death shot comes into play. X-Marks onto Yang as well. Gonna pull him straight back into the fray, and Ice. Another beautiful charge, another beautiful setup from the supporting cast of Team Zero, and they flatline Team Trust. All three cores out of the picture. It's only the supports that survive.
And this is going to be Roshan for CTY. Only the first Roshan, but I feel like there's nothing stopping them from potentially going high ground, at least top. There's a good chance for them to just slow siege with Muerta Pugna.
Yeah, I mean, we
Hey,
already
Blast.
talked about the damage that could come through, not just from the Muerta, but the Pugna and the Jakiro as well. All very good at taking these objectives down. You inch a bit too close, that's where Beyond can just pick you off. 50 gold to the tidal wave. We've seen the work that this spell can do. One of the primary reasons why Kunkka is such a strong pick now, the dispositioning, or repositioning rather, is so strong.
Speaking of so strong, CTY is one of the best neutral items you could ask for on a Muerta. Paladin Sword not quite available yet, instead has the Vampire Fangs. Obviously would be laughing if he gets the Paladin Sword here. We'll see what happens. CTY gets the tier 3 token.
Oh my god.
There
Come
it
on.
is. There it is, dude. It's over.
Yeah, it does certainly feel that way. The one caveat to that is they have the AA, right? So if you get tagged the
Yeah.
Ice Blast, none of that healing is gonna matter. But so far, CTY 1-1-1-1. You couldn't think
Perfect
of a
score.
couldn't think of a luckier score. Very, very fortuitous.
is under attack.
Well, there is an angle back for Team Trust, right? We talked about them having a lot better tools. Maybe not to take the team fight because a lot of it is on the Magnus, but the Prophet can split push, the Naga can split push. With your Boots of Travels on the Necro, if you're not caught out, you can try and like just push out these waves as well. I mean, of course, that's if you're not afraid of death here. Leon's gonna come through, Torrent Storm as well. The TP in the midst of it, but not in the face of the dead shot. CTY comes through, you think a pause 5 Prophet not important enough for me to get. Here comes Ice though, Ice Blast on top of his head. TP can't complete from the Necro, but they'll still finish off the Primal Beast.
That's all due to this nice deep ward being planted by Team Trust. Not only keeps this area safe for the Naga Siren, but allows any sort of
Radiant's
aggressive or defensive play to be kind of built upon by Team Trust, and they can continue the aggression bottom, especially if Yang's going to continue to farm here with Vinci, you know, with that heart, with that Orchid. Is Vinci going Radiance? Interesting.
That is something. I don't know if
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good. I mean, okay, let's break it down for what it is, right? Mischance against the Muerta.
Yep,
Sure.
very good.
You don't really think so much about the MKB on that hero. You get it only if you have to. Puts her in a bit of a weird spot. But more than anything, the old school Naga always built Radiance because you could split push the waves out so much. Maybe that's kind of what she wants to do, because what the Radiance does is essentially it makes every single one of your mirror images good enough to clear a wave.
structures are fortified.
Team Trust, they might be getting sneaky with it here. They might be pulling out some miracle-esque plays.
They're not pulling off anything right now, as both Naga Siren and Nature's Prophet not wanting to teleport back to defend their tier 3.
Rock throw going
Senses
wide, top
Nature's
side. Ice
Prophet.
looking for an angle. No trample available, finally gonna have it. Cuts through the tree line, finds the Nature's Prophet. And nowhere for this poor guy to run. Died, what, 11 times now?
Yikes.
And they're trying to get a response on the front lines, but Yang just gets drained down. They can't complete the initiation that they're looking for, and they didn't even have RP in that. Just kind of feels like he blinked forward straight into the hands of the waiting arms, rather, of Team Zero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's 40 seconds without mag buyback. I mean, like I said, with this Aegis, they should be willing to potentially push high ground here.
Radiant's
I mean,
bottom
we've
tower
been
is
mentioning
under
that
attack.
already, but this is the main problem, right? With the Naga illusions, take a look at where she's placing them. She's cutting the waves. She's making sure that none of them meet the tower. They'll finally usher one in on the top side. And they're going to have to make the full use of this because a glyph is available. And it's going to clear the creep wave with the nature. Yeah, the nature's wrath comes through before they can respawn. Ice blast on top of the Muerta's head as well. CTY able to dodge out of that. The chop down. Ice goes down. It's a large bulk of their initiation and control taken out of the mix. And 1 minute left on the Aegis. They don't want to tempt fate. They're going to relent for now. And it's just more time being bought for this Naga Siren. I mean, it's a very late Radiance, but Vinci, he might just be... Oh my goodness. Look at this. What a cool play. I mean, he just built the Radiance. He knew he could disassemble it. Used it for this brief interval to cut the creep waves and make sure that they were being held back. And now with the Nullifier means that you might be able to actually cut through the Pugna or the Muerta. That is some big brain Naga Siren itemization right there.
I guess. I don't know. It just feels a little weird to.
Okay,
have
you
Radiance
don't
for half a
sound
second.
convinced
No,
at all.
I mean, it's fine.
All right,
Like, I don't know.
okay.
It's like if you're. It's like you've got an Echo Saber, right?
Sure.
And you're like, okay, I'm gonna disassemble this for a BKB, and then within half a second, you've built the Echo Saber back up again. It's like, okay, like I get it, I get what you did, but also like you really didn't need to do that. You could probably have just built the Nullifier to begin with.
No, but as in that entire, you know, did you not see the whole creep cutting stuff? That didn't impress you enough?
No, because Naga Siren can do that anyways without the Radiance, right? We're at a point now where Tidal Wave or Riptide even isn't isn't one of those abilities they can use once every like 4 seconds, right? It's popping off every second with these illusions.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I was just impressed because it basically, I guess the farm, the clear speed is way higher. That's my thought.
For sure.
No, okay.
Yeah, it does.
I mean,
it does help
Vinci,
to push the waves in.
You
a
heard
little
it here
bit more.
first. You know, Crash. Vinci not living up to your expectations. That's rough.
I wouldn't say that. Vinci's been playing very well this game. You know, game number 1 was quite rough for the or for the Luna rather for
Yeah, we
Vinci.
don't talk about game number 1, Luna.
No.
We do not. No.
Well, they just expiring now. Like you said earlier on, this is buying time for Team Trust, buying time for the Naga Siren, buying time, more importantly, I think, for this Magnus, for
Yeah.
Yang to get this BKB. And that's when things can really start happening with BKB against Kunkka, against Primal Beast, Shakiro. It is just one of those items that it's a lifesaver. It really is. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Necrophos potentially build one either. It feels really bad, but I wouldn't be surprised after the Aghanim Scepter to see something like a BKB or some sort of extra defensive item.
Nah, I think the build-up is Kaya Sanch, right? Because BKB is such a sunk cost situation.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll see how things go here, but it really does feel that way. Team Trust, through these rat plays, through the split push, through just holding Team Zero off for now, they've been able to find little openings on the map for them to climb back up in terms of net worth. This Naga Siren, now very close to the Muerta in terms of net worth. Necrophos trailing slightly behind as well. Sure, the Magnus is falling a little bit behind, but all things considered, all he needs is the BKB, like you said. Up against the Jakiro, Primal Beast, Pugna, you can't, and of course the Torrent Storm at this point, you can't afford not to have it. You're just not gonna have a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no ins for Magnus, and like we kind of talked about at the very beginning, it's very hard for Magnus to play into Ice Path, into the Calling, into Torrent Storm.
I guess the reason why I'm not convinced yet is because even with the BKB, it goes back to the fundamental issue of Team Trust draft where it feels like the barrier of entry in terms of execution is so much higher. To even try and stand a good chance in these fights, you need to land a killer RP. The Ice Blast has to land on key targets like the Muerta or the Pugna. You know, most of these times you've been able to siphon down maybe 1 or 2 of the supports, maybe 1 core if you're lucky. But you need to put together an absolute masterclass of a team fight or miracle, if you will, to wipe this team. I think CTY can just stand and deliver right in the face of it all, and I don't think there's anything you can do about it. Even with the Lincolns now, going to be able to block against the Scythe coming out. If, you know, the Necro is too quick on the fingers, doesn't wait for it to be cancelled first, you'd have to commit the Death Seeker to just commit in and pop that yourself.
Sneeze, are you ready for round 2, dude? Are you ready for round 2 as to why I think Radiance was bad?
Okay, let's hear it. I mean...
Sold the Talisman of Evasion for a BKB.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, it's clear what that means. It just means that Team Trust, with the way they're gearing up right now, it almost feels like they think they don't have any other option. This is when they need to fight. Scaring the Nature's Prophet away, very cute play there. The X marks pulling Jakiro back to safety. And forcing the Nature's Prophet to basically just panic out of there and stop his split push, right?
CTY is in the area, might connect on the Nature's Prophet. But yeah, like you said, oh, he is teleporting out. He is for sure teleporting out. There's no way he
he's
stays,
halfway gone
right?
already.
There's no way. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
They will come up to this top side, presumably to set up on this Roche that might just be respawning. See whether there's a bit of a longer one here. Give Team Trust a bit more time to connect back to this top side of the map. Time and time again, we see teams fall into the trap of this Roche pit. 2 minutes on the clock, like you mentioned. Already setting up the vision around this area though, so they'll be primed to take it if that's the case. Nature's Prophet came in a bit early and put this ward down though that hasn't been spotted, so... Team Trust, they should have an idea about the positioning of Team Zero. Like we said, this vision is going to be the first step to taking that Miracle Team fight. CTY hides out on the high ground, starting off on the ice here. The Primal Beast can't really do much about that. Ice Path comes out a bit too late, so does the Torrent. And Vinci still walking forward. CTY spots him, but they're onto the Naga Siren popping the BKB. There's the RP straight onto the Muerta. But where's the damage? There's a follow-up at the moment. The Ice Blast goes over ahead. So the healing is out, but it seems like Team Trust, they're a bit disjointed right now. They use the Naga Siren song to kill off the Nether Ward. But what else can you find? Ice has bought back, and there he is on the back line, forced to be silenced out, skewered back into the back line, but I don't know if that's where he wants to be. ZZQ and the rest of the squad coming forward, pulling the Nature's Prophet into the grass, and BKBs popped all around. It's going to be a dieback from the Primal Beast, but Yang, not long for this world. They're looking at Blessing as well. He's right under their ward vision. One Ice Path to rule them all, catches the Necrophos. Knew exactly where he was going with that one. He might try and run, he might try and use. Might even try a Scythe. Not gonna get that kill though. Beyond able to walk it off. They'll just slowly drain, break, stun. Set up for the kill on this Necrophos. CTY the big winner of it all. And it goes back to the fundamental problem. CTY, if you're not scything him and he pierces the veil, how are you gonna do damage to him? Team Trust, they come out completely empty on that question.
Yeah, I mean, not completely empty when it comes down to the fight. They did get the Primal Beast twice, which is a little bit of gold going their way. It wasn't a total disaster. It was a disaster, but not a total disaster. I'm huffing on that copium for Team Trust right now, as these little things can start adding up. Vinci, though, if you feed away your life here.
See him in the area here. Ice Path set up, starting to get ripped apart by the illusions, but forced apart the BKB, and that's the song. No way of interrupting that. Kunkka tried for it, but was still in range. Put to sleep. I mean, that could have been the chances for Team Trust evaporating in an instant too. But Roshan is up, and they're just going to make a beeline for the pit. Without the song, without all these big teamfight ultimates, this will be a very easy second Roche. Aegis and Cheese for the side of Team Zero. Ice Blast's going to come through and scout it out though. But they're in no position to contest.
Oh, Yang still looking for that BKB. Has it in like 10 gold. So high ground is going to be a good hold for Team Trust, right? They've got AA and Magnus. Heroes that are decent at holding high ground. Nothing too extravagant, mind you. But they do have decent heroes at holding high ground. Naga Siren, like you said, can push these waves, cut these waves, make things really hard and annoying for Team Zero to deal with.
Can't understate the power of this harpoon skewer situation, right? Pull you back into the tier 4s. Unless you're fast on the X marks, like we mentioned. I mean, this is starting to become a very recurring dynamic we're seeing in this CN qualifier games. But unless you're fast on the X marks, you don't really have any good save for Team Zero to maybe fish a Muerta out of there. Yang, he's gonna be looking. CTY presents himself there. There's the pull back, forcing the BKB for him to even get things done. They immediately scythe down. They cut down the first life. She's in a very, very bad position. Can she get out of here? Here's the rest of the squad. They use the RP now. And CTY in some trouble. Needs to get out of there. Pops the BKB and pierce the veil. And suddenly the Magnus doesn't stand a chance. Neither does the Naga. They just melt like butter. And call an ambulance, but not for me. CTY sends them packing with the gunslinger. And the rest of the team was ready to follow up. Without your Magnus and Naga Siren, what else can you offer? They'll move straight on to the next lane of Rex. And why not make it a third? Chi's still intact for Beyond here. He can just pass it over. CTY is still scared for his life. But I don't see any reason why he would be. They'll make quick work of these buildings, realizing don't think there's any buybacks available. The Naga shot on gold, so is the Magnus. And they're gonna go straight in. 7E completely uncontested, just draining their lives in front of them. And Blessing, sure, it's not doing any damage, but it's sending a message. It'll kill off the Prophet. They'll set up for the kill again. And no chance. He'll use himself up. A last little parting gift for them. And there's nothing else you can find, but look at that. Uh-oh. No creeps. Bit of a team spirit at TI-10 situation here. They'll do the due diligence. 7E will usher the creep wave back in. The buyback from the Prophet was intended to try and answer that. And see him trying to rat in the bot side, but Beyond already here to answer him. Meet him right where he stands. The Moeta will come back and deal with him as well. It seems like actually that was good enough to stop them. Team Zero, they just retreat. I thought this was going to be a game over situation, but with the Moeta TP out, suddenly the push is no longer feasible. Ice tossing the rocks out will stop the Magnus in his tracks, but without the Kanka or the Moeta, they should be backing off here. Even though
that
it's
means Team
24k
Trust gonna
gold
start
lead.
walking forward.
Yeah, I mean, they need to try and get something here before the rest of the side of Team Zero starts to come together again. It really just is the Prophet without the buyback, right? I mean, your Necro's coming back, and even then he has a buyback.
Oh, it'll feel bad though. Could you imagine buying back with 20 seconds left? Just doesn't feel good. 7E, holy moly.
Just blinks up, knows that he's uncontested. I mean, really, what is gonna stop him? The song, forced out. Can't even TP out. I mean, it's on cooldown right now. Hold on to the BKB though. It's an Ancient under threat. Without the
CTY
Prophet, they don't really
beyond
have a
their
way.
back.
Yeah, CTY, he's back now. And with the Arcane Blink, he's gonna be looking to go in and finish the job. Yule's up onto the Magnus. He doesn't even stand a chance. Where's your RP? Where's your offlaner? Nowhere to be found. You buy back on the AA, but what else do you have to offer? Vinci's just being gunned down by the Moeta, and Blessing. There's nothing left to count for him. He'll slice down on the Jakiro, but he doesn't even die. Can't even kill a position 5. And just like that, Team Trust, they'll be sent swiftly to the lower bracket in style. Team Zero, not giving them a single chance. In this best of 3, they'll take it 2-0 in clean fashion.
You know, game 2 was looking a little bit better for Team Trust. There were signs of hope, but I mean, Team Zero just kind of showing that they're on a different level. Magnus tried his best to get in during that last fight, but literally, like, you couldn't have asked for a quicker sheep stick. Immediately sheeped as soon as he jumps in, and Yang just gets nothing off during that last engagement. You know, if he was able to maybe get an RP off, maybe things go differently for Team Trust, but you know, because of Magnus being 2 and 13, there was just no opening in the game for them. They were just kind of just slowly trying to stop the bleeding, but you know, when you've got a wound like that, there's no amount of bandages that are going to solve that issue.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's a lingering wound, right? It was very similar scenes to what we saw in game number 1, where they were just hemorrhaging kills, not finding any sort of footing on the map. Even though they were able to make interesting plays happen with some split push, with some split map, some of the global potential, it still felt like Team Trust couldn't muster any sort of aggressive maneuver. Similar situation, they didn't really stop Team Zero at all. CTY, 18-1 and 7, this time round he's uncontested. We barely talked about the Pugna mid because he didn't even, nothing happened to him. He just ramped up, Aether Lens, Octarine, Aghanim's, BKB, Blink, quietly but surely doing so much damage for the team. Yeah, I mean, he does 47k damage to them.
More building damage than the Muerta as well, right? 7E played perfect that game.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta commend everyone on the side of Team Zero. They are striking hard, and they're definitely showing that they are here to contest the rest of the close qualifiers lineups here. Team Trust, they'll be sent to the lower bracket as Team Zero move on. And yeah, that wraps up our second best of 3 for the day, Crash, in very fast fashion.
Yeah, Team Zero kind of took my breath away. I
Yeah.
expected this team to perform well, but I didn't expect them to do this well.
Yeah.
And I'm becoming a fan of Team Zero. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know,
Yeah?
they've got the names behind them. They've got the fresh young blood, right? The unpredictability potentially from these new players.
Yeah.
I say new to me.
Yeah, new to us.
You know,
New to us.
Yes. They're not. They're obviously not. They've been around. Every single one of these players have been around. Ice
sure.
and CTY more so than the others, but you know, a little bit of veterans, and I believe, like you said, their coach is Blink, right?
Yeah, literally their coach is
Yeah.
playing. So veterans with a capital
so-
V.
right? Yeah. Team Zero, they've got everything they need to continue to go on and prove themselves in this close qualifiers.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff, and definitely a scary situation for the winner of Invictus Gaming versus Eagle to step up against. I mean, both those teams very formidable in their own right. If we check on the other stream right now, Invictus Gaming are actually down one game, but they look poised to be able to take an advantage here in this second one on the back of Nothing to Say Puck. You can catch that on the second stream. It's ESL_Dota 2 Tango. So that's where you can find China for the rest of the next few days. Tango and Mango. But of course, with us, you know, you want to stick with us, right, Mango? But for now, that's going to wrap up this best of 3. Crash, can you believe it? We're already almost done with our first day.
I can believe it, but I don't want it to be over.
Yeah.
You know,
and-
it's been some good Dota today.
Yeah. And I mean, right now, we are just waiting for who Team Zero will play up against. I'm sure they're going to take a little bit of a break and find out exactly, you know, what their situation is. We are still going to need to figure out which game in the losers bracket we're going to cover. So that's undecided just yet. But for now, we'll leave you to a little bit of a break. I think the time, let me just make sure my time now is correct. Current UTC is around 9. And we'll be starting the next game, if I'm not wrong. It's going to be quite a long break, isn't it?
Yeah, about 2 hours.
Yeah. Because yeah, okay. So all the time slots according to the bracket that I'm looking at right now, basically it's going to be 2 hours from now. So in UTC time, technically you're gonna be at 11, which is 2 hours from now, because UTC time now is 9. In China Standard Time and Singapore time, that's gonna be at 7 p.m. So 2 hours from now, we're at 5 p.m. But yeah, do you have any closing words for Team Zero? Any hopes for Team Trust going into the lower bracket here?
Not really. I'm excited to see what Team Zero has going forward. Obviously, you know, a little bit outclassed when it came down to the Team Zero Team Trust matchup. You know, even when they met last time in the open qualifiers, it was a little bit of a shellacking from Team Zero, but they've got some big names to fight up against. Obviously, the winner of Eagle versus IG, it's going to be a hard one to deal with. And then even going forward, right, the winner of Aster versus Bright, it's going to be a hard-fought fight for Team Zero.
I mean, that's literally the story of these close qualifiers, right? It just gets more and more stacked the higher up you go. You're not going to get this one slot easy. And I mean, the privilege of being able to represent China amongst all these strong teams is one that has to be fought hard for. We'll find out exactly who survives, though, because our next best of 3, like I mentioned, will be the losers bracket. So we've already covered 4 games across both streams so far. The losers, they'll have to fight for their last shot here, backs against the wall, to stay in this close qualifiers and make it to day 2, continuing their lower bracket run. We'll find out exactly who we're covering in just maybe about an hour, probably a bit shorter than that, but you'll see who we're covering on the stream. You'll see a timer to that, and yeah, we'll be back after a bit of a longer break this time. You can go for dinner, shake your legs a little bit, you know, watch some of the other qualifiers going on right now. I think things are really starting to ramp up. I believe Western Europe and Eastern Europe have just begun, so keep your eyes peeled for all the close qualifiers action. For China, though, we'll be back after a 2-hour break. We'll see you there.
And I'll let you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. So I'll let myself fall. strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. You see me fly, the way I put my finger on it. You see me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. You see me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. You see me fly, the way I put my finger on it. You see me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You did a bust. Oh, 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 oh. You did a bust. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You did a bust. Oh,
been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. They tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I ain't never giving up. 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 So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down, I won't never stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to pass a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose.
You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'm the main event.
as the competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop. No, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's the mauling shot. Froze, set the scene, no plot. Hoes, whoa, please don't play me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' phase me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the toot to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the toot to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, that back.
when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold, I didn't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
The soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride, but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above.
getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. And maybe I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify, complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide, and birds I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you, and the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we never fall back. Hold on ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We will stay right where we at. We never
never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah. Man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the 10. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying danger in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh.
cheat, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. Oh no, 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 never gonna break. They tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up. I ain't never giving up.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't never stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes by their money to foster change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heart break
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah. Better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Look, I don't really see y'all as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah. Better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop. No, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's demolish shop. Froze, set the scene, no plot. Hoes, whoa, please don't play me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' phase me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah. Better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left?
coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock, I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. And body trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Pop will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. And body trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold as sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burn
Forget you. Forever Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. And maybe I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending is not in our course at all. Make a change, forget I wait for nothing to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. Mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Yeah. Caught in a landslide.
It's been a bit of a long break. Maybe you guys took a nap, maybe you guys grabbed something to eat. I know I did a bit of both, but we are back to find out who survives the ESL 1 KL China close qualifiers here. Two teams with their backs against the wall with kind of rough performances. On one side, Team Trust getting absolutely decimated by Team Zero in that series that we watched just now. And on the other stream, ESL Dota 2 under Tango, Eagle actually went through a barn burner of a series against IG, and that's gotta take the wind out of you. So this is gonna be their last hurrah, their last breath for today at least, and it might just be their last breath of the entire close qualifiers. Crash and Sneeze here bring you the action, and we're actually well into the bans and picks already. So we're just gonna switch over to that right now.
I'm excited for this draft coming out from Eagles. They're starting off with my favorite hero in the game right now, Dawnbreaker. And this is a hero they've kind of flexed around a little bit, which I'm kind of surprised to see from the region. You know,
Yeah.
they are not afraid to pick this up as a support.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, these are basically the two teams that we have in front of us are two of the only teams picking Dawnbreaker right now. It's not really seeming to be a very highly prized hero in amongst the competitors that we have in these close qualifiers. Really, it's just Eagle who seem to like it the most. The only thing is that Team Trust have actually picked it up once, alongside a Muerta as well as a Meepo and a Sniper. So these guys definitely... We already talked about this team. They can get zany with the picks. We'll see whether they bring out anything. Worth noting that the Meepo isn't banned. Eagle left that out. They opted for taking out some of the offlaners instead between the Primal Beast, Bristleback, and CK, taking out the Muerta, who has been such a strong pick. The flip side, Spirit Breaker being taken out, Grimstroke, Treant Protector, as well as the Weaver here. But yeah, maybe... why do you think this is the case? Because I know, Crash, you're a big Dawnbreaker advocate. Why do you think it's not seeing quite a lot of attention in China? Is it a playstyle thing? Maybe what's your sort of suspicion
I think
here?
it's a little of it's like a hero thing too. Like, I think Dawnbreaker suffers the same problems as a hero like Night Stalker. She's not necessarily this like blade mail hard or jump in and fight. She's a counter initiator.
Yeah.
And against a hero like Brewmaster, it's decent enough. It's the same thing with the Nature's Prophet, right? Like, these are heroes that are gonna go in on you. Dawnbreaker is able to farm up the other side of the map and then just ulti in right on top of whoever gets gone on. And the Batrider kind of throws me for a loop a little bit, though.
I don't know what
haven't
this
seen
is.
This hero in a long time.
I know some mid laners like to keep this bad boy in the back pocket for a crazy mid
I
matchup.
hope not.
Right, but the thing is, you don't see anything at the moment, and you're up against a Brewmaster. This is so scary. At any point in time, he can just toss you up in the air, disjoint that flaming lasso. I don't think it works through it, and then things are just gonna get hairy, messy, and extremely uncomfortable. You know what happens when you try and light a panda on fire? It just bites back. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Team Trust here, equipping themselves with a very strong, stable support duo. Not a lot of stuns, though, is my main concern. Some control coming out from the Primal Split, but likely we'll see some come through in the remaining core picks. But yeah, this Batrider, my initial guess is going to be as a pos 4 to try and square up against wherever the Prophet goes. Apart from that, I really don't hope it's a core, because this has not been an inspiring hero in the least.
Now, Team Trust, there are still some heroes in the pool they can pick up, like the Kunkka and the Earth Spirit, that'll give them that control in the mid game, or in the mid lane rather.
Dire team pick.
But you know, to go back to what you said about the Batrider, it's just one of those heroes that, okay, I think it's going to be the position 4.
Okay. Well, there it
Here we
is.
go from Team Trust. This is what we were looking forward to.
Come on. Look, before we started this game, sure, Eagles also took a tumble to IG, right? But the caliber in terms of the play definitely showed in the previous round. But I think if Team Trust have any chance at pulling it out, it'll be through these zany picks. This is what makes them such a terrifying team, the ability to bring out heroes like this. And it's good against the Morphling. Sure, you can argue that the Undying can spawn more zombies, but you know, more meeples hitting a tombstone, easier tombstone kill. And it can really work through this Batrider and Dawnbreaker, root them in place, no hammer away for you, you're 5 flying nowhere. I really like this pick. And I do have to wonder, Eagles, surely they must have seen this one coming.
It had to have been on their radar. I think if it was on our radar, it had to have been on their radar too. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
These teams, I would like to think, do just as much, if not more, research onto the teams that they're playing against, even
100%.
though it's, you know, open/closed qualifiers. I have a strange feeling these teams probably still at least scrimming against each other or things like that. They know exactly what these rosters are like, what these little cheese picks that could potentially come out are.
So the interesting thing for me is that the Pango and the Puck last picks, this makes me think that it's actually going to be a pos 1 meepo. Is that the case for when they last brought it out, Crash?
I'm gonna have to take a little look. See.
Okay, we'll get that checked. But they
did run
the meepo with the sniper, right?
Yeah.
And there it is.
They're gonna do Storm again.
Yeah, I think that's a
Okay.
confirmation. So a few of their signature picks here, they want to go out with a bang and not a whimper. This is definitely the way to do it. I'm a little bit concerned whether they have enough control for the Morphling, but the Meepo and the Storm Spirit should be able to do just fine. Now, they're a bit lacking in terms of stuns, like straight up stuns without their cores. Yeah. And Meepo and Storm, as much as they can get involved early, I venture a guess that they will want to be, I don't know, farming. So that's going to leave the two supports with a lot of work to do in this early game to try and tide them through.
Yeah, and with the little lockdown, like you said, these two supports have their work cut out for them. Other is one of those heroes that can pressure the map in other ways, you know, with this tower push.
Yeah.
And slow siege, push out the waves pretty easily on Pugna.
Yeah, and I think more so than that, we're harkening back to a good old Shopify Rebellion-esque, or maybe old Shopify Rebellion-esque combination here, right? The Storm Spirit Pugna, a lot of mana sustain being brought into the fray for that Storm Spirit, who always needs a mana battery, right? He's so reliant on it. It directly constitutes to how much he can farm, how much he can make moves on the map, and if you always have to just kind of get back to base and you're not securing these runes, things get a little bit tricky. But Butterfly Effect, that last pick Kunkka coming through in the mid lane, I mean, I'm surprised it made it this far, but he's gonna snatch that right up, say thank you very much. And Morphling's gonna feel right at home in this water park as a puddle himself. I wonder whether this offlane... I mean, I'm sure they're cooking something, right? Dawnbreaker offlane along with Pause for Bat Rider. That sounds like it could be a scary lane.
It's gonna be an interesting lane to watch. I'm not gonna say either way. I think.
Okay.
You know, Dawnbreaker with a slow and a stun is gonna should supply enough damage and control in the slow and stun for Bat Rider to be able to get a decent damage Firefly off. Right, Bat Riders nowadays aren't necessarily ones to be going for the Napalm. They're going more for the Flame Break and the Firefly. So both those repositioning, or one of the repositioning skills in the Flame Break, it's pretty good into Dawnbreaker as well. It's a potential guaranteed stun, which isn't necessarily what you want to hear.
Crash,
but
you're a
I'm loving the
Dawnbreaker.
copium, dude.
You're a Dawnbreaker player, right? Obviously, you want this hero to win. But if you're in this game and you see that your pause 4 goes like, you know what? I'm a roll with the Bat Rider. What's your thoughts? Are you thinking, okay, we're winning this lane, you know Bat Rider has so much aggressive potential, we're going to get the kills in, it's going to be great. What's on your mind as the Dawnbreaker position 3 right now?
Prepare for battle.
I hope that Eagle are kind of at a point as a team where they're confident in each other's skills and confident in each other's picks. You know, I think it's going to go a long way if Mercy is able to just be like, hey, yeah, I'm going to play the Bat Rider. And John Yu is just gonna be like, okay, cool, like fine, let's roll with it, let's kill him. And I think that's kind of the mindset you have to have. You know, it's not necessarily like, oh, they pick Bat Rider, what's gonna happen here? It's just like, okay, like we've got a Bat Rider, let's do what we can to make it work. The Flame Break level 1 on Mercy.
I mean, I guess I'm also asking because surely they have some sort of idea. I'm sure that
they
Eagle
must.
knows. I'm just wondering whether you know.
They must have some sort of idea, like double fire lane. I don't know, right? The Firefly, the Trail of Fire as well, right?
You put you layer the
putting
fire on top of
something.
each other actually triggers a complex chemical reaction in the Dota 2 game that perfectly sears Meepo alive. That's probably the idea here. I mean, the early lane is gonna be kind of tough for them. I mean, not if they get a first kill like this. Vinesy already in some trouble. The Nature's Prophet threatening the TP in. And gonna be unsuccessful in securing that kill. They don't really have any disables past that. Butterfly effect. It'll hurt him a bit too much to get that early level in the Torrent. It's gonna actually be a 3-for-1 rune exchange. They expended quite a lot of individuals down to this bot side. And that's gonna mean that they're able to snatch up most of these. Oh, and 2 couriers killed from Ukiyo. Very, very cool stuff here. How often have we seen this? Chu Sheng. I mean, this is...
Not often, dude.
The thing is, this isn't like
all.
a crazy Nature's Prophet play, right? You think about it, it's like, yeah, they send out the couriers every time, but oh. So I think this was a... Yeah, as you can see, he put good game, well play, and he put Tian Cuola, which means like, I've indicated wrong, sorry. And they just tipped him for fun. Good to know these guys are still in somewhat high spirits, or at least, you know, somewhat a good mood, ready to have a laugh and whatnot. We get into our game number 1 here.
To hear.
Absolutely.
That's what you like to hear, absolutely.
So before we get into the specifics about the game, because I think these lanes are going to be a bit slow for now, let's talk a bit about some of these players, right? Blessing, who, you know, not everyone might recognize, maybe if you're sort of not used to watching Chinese Dota and you're hearing some of these names for the first time. The Team Bright, that looks so dominant in our first best of 3 of the game, of the day, Blessing used to be their mid lane player before he got replaced by Phoenix just 4 months ago. So that's pretty recent. The wound is still fresh. It's pre-TI stuff, you know. You're thinking about qualifying for TI. You bring in a upgrade in terms of the mid laner and Phoenix, and we saw him. Phoenix is an absolute beast. But Blessing, you know, he's gonna have something to prove here in these close qualifiers, I feel.
Yeah, and you know, it could be in just one of those situations where taking a look at Blessing's hero pool, his heroes might just have fallen out of favor, and that means sometimes you as a player do as well, and that might just be as simple as that. Right, Grandmaster Storm Spirit must suck not really being able to play this hero.
Yeah, that's a very nice cosplay of Abed that you just did right there. But yeah, jokes aside, also another Grandmaster is Vinesy. So, Chu Sheng with the TP up, we're missing that kill, but they make it happen. 2 ranged with Pepper in the harass against that poor Undying. And even though it is an Undying lane, this has got to be a lot of pressure, right? Yang with the Cinder Brew and the easy Nether Blast will be able to proc that every single time. Ukiyo really needs to watch his health levels.
Yeah, it's a big wand lane. Surprised to see the TZ didn't get one early on. We'll just have it queued up, so we'll be going for it eventually, but...
Yeah.
The longer you wait...
I mean, TZ full support mode, you know, he's going like all the resources to try and stay in lane as long as possible. Vincey actually going down to this double fire lane that we talked about. All the spells coming out, and like you said, Flame Break and the Firefly, enough to get the Meepo in a really rough spot.
It's a really good play coming out from Eagle. You know, this lane, they are really strong once they hit their level 2 top lane. Holy moly. Aggression City as the level 2s come out from these side lanes.
I am missing these kills left, right, and center, but it's going to be a nice pick off onto the Brewmaster. You don't want to allow him to exist for too long, especially when you have Undying. I think it's so important to win that early stage of the game. If not, throughout the mid game, it's going to be very hard for you to make these moves and feel confident about rotating. We've all seen Undyings that come out of the laning stage strong. Suddenly, they become such a factor in these early skirmishes with the Tombstones walking forward as the front liner of the squad. Maybe something that this Undying can look to do, TZ. Definitely a support player worth his salt here. Yeah. That's basically a freebie. Meanwhile, bot side, the Nature's Prophet goes down. Both supports on Team Trust taking a little bit of a tumble on opposing sides here. Not sure what that was about. Just kind of stood there and took it. It's almost like he didn't see TZ, even though it was a giant shambling zombie walking up to him.
Yeah, it took a little bit too many adaptive strikes from Yukio. You want to hear my big copium of a Brewmaster dying? Is that he got that urn charge.
Nice.
He finishes off urn, so he gets the urn charge, gets a little bit of reset. And we've got a bunch of heroes sitting mid. Prophet's here as well.
Yeah, just gotta make sure.
Really gonna come of this.
This is literally just making sure that Storm Spirit can continue to get the rune, because the way that Mercy was poised, he was almost gonna deny both onto him. Blessing, able to keep himself sustained up, like we mentioned. For Storm, his mana's basically his lifeblood, right? If he doesn't have mana, he's not doing anything on the map.
Yeah, and he does have to be careful here. Mercy is still sticking around and being very aggressive on the other side of the river. Blessing's very susceptible to a gank, still not level 6 yet.
Here comes Vincey on the top side. Yeah, no one ever sees the level 4 Meepo rotation coming through, and they'll kill off the Undying to start things off. Ukiyo has full morph strength though, and he shouldn't be in any trouble here. Another urn charge going the way of the Brewmaster. Yang's gonna be feeling pretty good about that one. Vincey's...
Yeah, meanwhile mid, Storm Spirit barely gets away from a gank. Nice TP out. Means that Storm Spirit is fine. Falling a little bit, not even actually falling a little bit behind on the levels.
What is this?
Still doing okay.
Vincey, he rotates top, rotates mid, comes through the Twin Gates, takes an entire tour down back to the bot side, picking up kills along the way. What a cool play from this Meepo. I mean, we talked about the utility from the Twin Gates, but this is pushing it to the next level. This Meepo just went on a world tour.
No one expects the ganking Meepo, just like you said, Sneeze.
Yeah.
I saw it once and I still didn't expect it the second time.
Yeah. I mean, who would have it? That's kind of the benefit the Meepo gives you, right? You show in one place on the map doesn't mean you can't appear instantly on the other. In a way, with how Vincey's playing it, there is some global potential there paired up with the Storm and the Nature's Prophet. It can be very, very scary for an Eagle member to be soaring out alone on the map.
Absolutely. And it's kind of at to a point where Eagle, they drafted themselves a very interesting bottom lane. You know, where we didn't really talk about this, but I do want to just briefly bring it up. Very simply, they don't care Sprouts. Dawnbreaker doesn't care.
Yeah.
Bat Rider, as long as he has Firefly up, does not care about Sprout. More than willing to be able to just man up and fight against this Meepo and the Nature's Prophet. And that might probably be why we saw Vincey make a rotation out.
Trying to make a go onto Xian Yu right now. Has the Solar Guardian level 6. With that net going wide, Blessing not gonna bother with the static. Or at least, sorry, the electric vortex. Gonna go back to the mid lane. Upside. Moving over here to make sure the Wisdom runes are secure. Both pause force. Or rather, supports. Making sure that there's no thievery going on here. As we've seen, I mean, level 6, like you mentioned, what you always like to say, for these supports Mercy, it's going to be so important, the Flaming Lasso. On the flip side, Wrath of Nature is going to do so much work all over the map for any pickoff that they're setting up for.
For sure. We've got an interesting build coming out from this Nature's Prophet now that we're speaking of him. Going straight into the Orchid. No Medallion of Courage, no Solar Crest, right into Orchid. Trying to really punish this Morphling potentially.
Here comes Yang. I mean, all things considered, you talk about punishing the Morphling, he is doing pretty well for himself so far. 49 to 18 on the CS and relatively untouched, right? He's yet to die here, even though the Brewmaster and Pugna, like we mentioned, can be so potent, and even amidst multiple Meepo gangs. Speaking of gangs, Butterfly Effect wants to do in the Brewmaster before he hits the level 6, and they'll be successful in doing so. Clean that up with the last Tidebringer hit, beautifully executed from the squad of Eagles.
Yukio's got some nice targets when it comes to that morph as well. This is a really good Morphling game now that I'm kind of thinking about it.
Yeah.
Right, turning into Brewmaster is very good. To a lesser degree as well, turning into Storm Spirit and Meepo. You're very happy with both of those as well.
I don't know about Meepo.
Yeah, dude.
I guess the
A little
net,
bit of control.
is that what you're thinking about?
Net,
okay.
yeah. A little bit of burst damage as well, like net
Don't
proof, and then...
Don't you just turn into Prophet and like TP behind
Yeah.
them? That's kind of cool.
You definitely do, right? Like, you exactly.
I mean, so far, it feels like some pretty decent attempts from Team Trust here to make moves happen around the map on the back of their Meepo. But all things considered, they're falling by the wayside in terms of the farm, right? And we talked about it already in the draft. Vinci on the Meepo and Blessing on the Storm. These are very, very greedy heroes. As much as they can get skirmishing early on, they need to make their way to these key item milestones to stay relevant. And yeah, they're up against Kanka, they're up against Dawnbreaker. It's a lot of HP to work through.
A lot of AoE team fight as well, right? Firefly, Boat, Torrent, all of Dawnbreaker's abilities as well. Meepo has to be very careful when taking engagements. Got to split up top onto TZ.
Yeah. Let's take a look at what's going on there. Managed to finish off the Undying, but again, that's the pulse 5. TZ more than happy to tank that bullet for Ukiyo there. And he's still fine. Like that's the issue, right? You've yet to really hinder this Morphling. And I don't know what else in this game really gets him.
Maybe that Orchid coming online is going to be the key for Team Trust to start making moves on that Morphling, but
who's buying it?
It might be too little too late. The Prophet will be buying the Orchid. Storm Spirit going right into the Sanjin Kaya.
I mean, he needs to get that bag up. True Sugar, it's quite a far away a bit from that.
Yeah.
Now invading, double damage for Shen Yu here, looking for the poor Pugna. To grab himself, have a glance. Nothing else to be found, just throw a handshake up, you know. Welcome to my side of the map. MTV, welcome to my crib.
Yeah.
Yeah, IG.
Making sure there's no stacks.
Yeah, Shen Yu, not very impressed with what he saw. Immediately turns back the other way. Side set on the mid tower instead. Can they pull off the defense here? Already worked down that tier 1 in the bot side. Looking to further expand their area of play on the map. The 3 members here. Trying to punish now. In comes Blessing. Pulling them back, but the Hammer able to swing away before any further harm befalls him. He'll just CP out and get that reset. Bring the bottle back, why don't you? Get a full set of resources. Butterfly Effect will be very pleased with that exchange.
I give you X and Bottle. You give me a lot of regen and sustain. Thank you very much. Gonna come in, maybe steal some CS as well? No, Butterfly Effect. He gives that one away. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. This is a generous mid lane, okay? We're for the people here on Kanka. And that's how a captain should act, you know. All these captains.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's the difference between an admiral and a pirate. This guy is he's looking out for the commoner.
Yeah.
The commoner, aka literal sun deity.
Yeah. The little people.
Yeah, just the little guys like a celestial being made from the star. Yep.
Look, speaking of the little people, Vinci.
I knew you were gonna say that. I was ready. Did you see that? I knew you were gonna say that. But yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Speaking of the little people, Meepo has that diffusal blade ready, so I'd like to see some rotations start being made again by Vinci. going for that Aghanim Scepter next as well. I feel like if he farms with Ags, it's going to be a lot of do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just waiting because I know Vinci has a plan. You don't just pick this meepo, come into this game all willy-nilly. They had a 2-hour break between their last game and now. They're now thinking about, okay, how are we going to do things? The Diffusal does really, really well against the Morphling, right? It just completely nullifies his ability to continue to fight. And yeah, mana cost per second now on this Morph means that, you know, if you reach a point where all your mana's burnt out in a relatively small mana pool, mind you, you can't Morph, which is the whole point of the hero. Don't know how to break this to you.
I can't believe you broke it to me like that, Sneeze. I
I'm
can't
so
believe
sorry.
it. Oh
I'm
my,
so
I'm
sorry.
broken, I'm shattered. I've been AA blasted.
Well, right now it'll be Pug now who'll be tanking the full brunt. He'll shatter into nothing but bones and I don't know what that is. His head just fell off. Jeez, that is that's a little
green
morbid.
goo.
Yeah, little booger just collapsing. Something. I don't know.
Ooh.
I think Pugna has to be the most booger-like hero, right? I mean, close seconds in Venomancer and Viper, but they seem a lot more
Yeah.
solid than him.
Yeah, I mean, Pugna is mostly ethereal, right? And can go ethereal, has an ability to make everyone else ethereal as well, so it can spread the boogerness around.
Right now, it's Blessing coming through, but immediately the Solar Guardian responds, and the Lasso, they just wipe down the Storm. He sweeps straight into his own death there, and there wasn't really any follow-up on the horizon. The rest of Team Trust were waiting around, but maybe trusting a bit too much on the Storm Spirit that the rest of his squad would come through. They're a bit late to the party, and because of that, Eagles are able to just swing away out of that basically free Storm pickoff.
And Eagles are ready to start ramping up. They have Deso complete on the Dawnbreaker.
Oh dear.
It's just go, go, go time for Eagles.
Chu Sheng, he's gonna end up going down, but not before he takes down the Bat Rider for coming for the Wisdom Rune. He was prepared. Meanwhile, mid lane, the partner just finds TZ, so both teams punching hard at each other, making aggressive maneuvers all over the map, forcing responses from their opponents. Who do you think this game state favors? Because, I mean, the Meepo, he is keeping up in farm, but this Morphling still, like we said, Ukiyo. This guy has a one-way ticket to wherever he wants to build into.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It's a one-way ticket to Farmville, I think. There's no reason for this Morphling to stop farming for a long while. You know, Morphling, or Meepo, like you said, is keeping up, but I don't know. Ukiyo probably feels like he's got that late-game advantage as Morphling. Or you hit that level 20 on Morphling and you don't care how many Meepos are beside you. Oh, just, yeah, no. Waveform attacks targets, you're right. I'm right.
This game has felt... This game has felt so scattered so far, just because of the fact that every single, like, 30-second interval, a kill just randomly happens. Like, look at this Prophet.
Yeah.
What is he doing here? He just gets killed. Like, X marks, and then suddenly, you know, Pugna's, like, right here. Shadu just hammers him down, gets the first Deso charge. Actually, went for that as the first item. Very cool here. He's wanting to ramp up in his own way and make sure he's laying in the damage onto this Meepo.
Yeah, just trying to kind of mirror Meepo's timing. Now with that Aghanim Scepter soon, just 50 gold away on the Meepo. Alright, like I said, I'd like to see Vinci start making some moves with that Aghanim Scepter when he does get it.
Yeah.
That's
Flying
the
out to
third
him.
Meepo now as well.
There we go. Let's see what he does here. This is the moment of truth, and this is the timing that they were waiting for. Coming up to this top side, finishing off the Undying. That's the power of the Prophet with the Orchid now. Might be something for Ukiyo to keep an eye out for. Oh, the Nether Ward does so much damage when he used that morph. Needs to watch himself there. If he gets caught off guard with the Manta, he will just very, very quickly perish. Now in the mid lane, committing into Yang here. And on the backside, Shen Yu as well. I think there was a Solar Guardian being used. Ends up going down. So nice team fight there. A split being committed from Yang as well, just to secure that kill. And Vinci, he's starting to move.
That's absolutely what you want to see from the Meepo.
Oh,
I'm going
man.
to continue to make movements onto Mercy bottom.
They are on an absolute bullet train of action right now, and they are showing no signs of stopping. On the back of this Meepo, who's just splitting his clones all over the map. It's finding little
Team
angles.
Trust, they can hit this timing really hard. They've got that Orchid now complete on the Nature's Prophet as well. So anyone is a target, even the Morphling.
Yeah, it does feel that way. You'll have to bait out the Morphling's Manta though, like I mentioned. I mean, for now, he's using it to farm, and uh-oh. Pugna, not gonna heal much from that Blade Mail situation. Okay. Okay, literally, it's gonna be completely fine. Nice bit of resistance from the big wand as well as the cloak. Oh, walk out of that one. Happy with his little life. Now, we talked about the timing already. You're hoping that Vinci does something. We're still kind of waiting, right? It feels like there's these little spurts of aggression. Is it building up towards something? Are they waiting for the blink now? That's what's queued up. On the flip side, maybe, what do you think Eagle is waiting for?
I don't necessarily think Eagle are waiting for anything. Mercy just got his blink dagger. And movements are being made bottom. Maybe Mercy, yeah. Got a nice deep ward out to see any potential movement coming out from Team Trust. With your Morphling in the area, you could most certainly get a kill with this blink lasso Morphling.
Yeah, maybe it's what you
Mercy
said, right?
instead.
With Ukiyo feeling like, or maybe the entire side of Team Eagles feeling like they have the better late game. I don't know whether I necessarily agree, but I do. One thing I can sort of corroborate on is this Kanka is really going to become a problem. Pagna reveals himself here. I don't even think he knows that the side of Eagles are just in the area hunting him down. They're looking now. They'll lose sight of them.
Got his juke and shoes on.
Yeah, just dances right all over them. Nowhere to be found there.
Fast little booger man.
Yeah. You ever see a booger slide?
I
just did.
What a question, no. I haven't. Or
Funny
could
little
used on
situation.
Dawn, but
Yeah, then they
what
both
the
TP
heck
away.
was
They're like
that? They
gentlemen's
both
agreement.
TP away.
Ooh. Fine for the setup. Onto Blessing here. They have the lasso as well. Nice chain maneuver. But he's going to be able to zip his way out, not respecting the status resistance and mistiming. That's the Kaya Sanj coming into play. And Blessing escapes certain death there. That looked terrifying. But they're just going to commit. I mean, they've already used the Flash Golem. They're like, okay, you know, you're going to get out of here. We're just going to hit straight into Roche.
Did they lasso a creep? What happened there?
No, I think the lasso just didn't last long because it's level 1, right?
Ah, that's true.
Are scanning.
Interesting. Roshan will fall, going the way of Eagle. Yukio gladly take that Aegis. Makes him a lot safer in farming and potentially pushing. You know, first Aegis is usually used to start cleaning up these towers.
Yeah.
But there's no real reason to force anything, especially if Mercy gets caught here.
Fast hands on Mercy, but Blessing, none of that is going to matter against the Storm Spirit. With the Orchid, he gets burned down to a crisp. And now straight onto Kanka as well. Butterfly effect. Pops out that Torrent Storm though, covering his tracks for the escape. He should be fine here, but Blessing still looking, still diving. Not a lot of mana to work with, and they'll fortify. The Resonant Pulse pull back. Yang grabs that Kanka, and they're looking for more here. Chu Sheng has TP'd right in front of the Dawnbreaker, and the stun comes through from the Earth Panda. They are absolutely wiping the floor with Eagles right now. I don't think Eagles expected the side of Team Trust to just come surging forward like that, but boy, get it going. And now Gold lead their way, even though they're the ones who lost the Aegis and the Roshan.
Yeah, I think Eagles just weren't expecting to see that rotation come out. You know, it's rare to have a team where you lose Roshan and you're like, oh, like let's, you know, back up. I guess they just took Roche. They've got the advantage, but Team Trust, they understand that they are at their strongest right now.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing for me is that they put the Aegis on this Morphling. But this is very much a farming Aegis, right? This Morphling isn't nearly at his power spike just yet. He has the BKB queued, and even then, that's not a lot of damage. That's not a lot of just kind of one-shot potential that you're maybe expecting coming out from him. I mean, they'll try and set up on Pagna here. Here comes Mercy, pulling them back. I mean, not a lot of damage, but should be enough for the Pagna at the very least. They get that kill. Butterfly Effect claims that one.
They saw Yang too, no primal split either.
Is under attack.
Oh, every single time I hear a
Yang.
TP, I get so uncomfortable. I can't imagine how the side of Eagles are feeling. They gotta be playing on edge, and maybe that's why they're all grouping together so much. But yeah, here comes Chu Sheng. Looking for that Wisdom Rune again. Gonna get punished, but the Tormentor actually gonna kill him off. Not really what you want to see. Shen Yu, he's gonna be biting his tongue a little bit with that one. A little frustrated for sure. You get the Brewmaster in the mid lane though. Full set of disables. That must have been the lasso being used as well. Just a blink and lasso, easy affair. It's a lot of spells being used. They come through onto the Pagna again. X marks him and the sentry down. He just basically delivers his life straight into death. I'm not really sure what the side of Team Trust are doing here. They have the Meepo splitting two sides of the map, but Vinci clearly has no intentions of fighting, even with this Aghanims. But the supports and the offlaner have just sent themselves into the meat grinder. Sure, you have a 5k gold lead because you're farming out the opposite sides of the map, but I don't know about this one. Crash, what do you make of this situation?
She's a little disconnected from Team Trust. You know, Pugna, I gotta call it what it was. What the heck was that, dude? You die mid and then just TP back under the tier. Like, I don't know. It was just a little bit of miscommunication, maybe. Pugna wanting to defend the tower, but the rest of his team not willing to really do that after losing the Brewmaster. Especially without Primal Split being up either. No reason to really force an engagement. And Yang is gone for this interesting build. No Spirit Vessel. Even though you're playing into a Dawnbreaker, playing into a Morphling and an Undying as well. Not going for that Vessel, instead going straight for the AC.
Maybe feeling the pressure mounting on his shoulders. Fancy. That's a solo kill onto Shen Yu. That's the classic Dawnbreaker move. I'm sure you know it well, Crash. As Pugna shows himself again, offers himself as a sacrifice. But for what is the question? Here comes Yang, has a split available. I'll pop it out, but they'll just throw both right on top of him. Yeah, I mean, surely they're coming in eventually, right? Right?
No.
I mean, I don't see anybody. Are they just gonna finish off all the Brewlings here? There's one more little fire Brewling who has to run away. Blessing and TP's in as well. Here comes Vinci into the back lines. Is it going to be enough? They start off with Mercy, but straight into the Torrent Storm. This could be disastrous, but there is the Mega Meepo ready to fight, and that is the timing they were waiting for. Team Trust believed in their Meepo, waited for the timing, and he comes through for them big time. Blinks all over them and crushes them under his feet. What
the Swift Blink as well on the Meepo.
That was
Vinci is feeling strong.
That was so strange. I mean, like you said, it's a bit disconnected because the Pugna clearly goes ahead. I don't think his sacrifice actually results in anything there. The Nature's Prophet ends up TPing in. Yang narrowly gets away with the brew. It feels like they're just kind of throwing whatever they can, even though it's like, what, little paper balls or little tissue packets at their opponents. And then, you know, again, false sense of security, big bad Mega Meepo is here to play. And then suddenly, it gets real.
Things are going to get scary again for Team Trust in a little bit, though. They might be 6k ahead, but Ukyo getting very close to that level 20, and that's when Meepo is going to be in an interesting position. Pugna again caught out way too far for any support to be coming his way.
And doesn't stand a chance there, like we said. Boogerman goes splat. Okay, so one of the things I do have to mention is that this position 4 player, based on the research that we've done, we know that this Team Trust stack is relatively new, right? They've more or less basically come together for this qualifier, right? Prior to that, you know, they've been on some other stacks, but nothing really substantial or nothing long-term, at least with each other. Now, we've already talked a bit about Blessing being from Team Bright, but this POS 4 player, I might have to hold that thought here as we go on the Meepo. He immediately saves himself with the dig. And he's just fine for now. Do they have enough damage? They mega up. But I don't think he's surviving that. The damage M coming out from TZ, way too much. And the Prophet doesn't stand a chance as well. Here comes Blessing, zipping through, looking for the touch onto the Bat Rider. He manages to force stuff away though. And in the face of the silence, he gets healed up by TZ. They're gonna be completely fine and they just crush Yang. He doesn't stand a chance even if it's Brewling form, and Pugna dies again. 4 members in one fell swoop from the side of Eagles. And it really keeps coming back to the point I was trying to make. This Pugna on the position 4, that's not his main role. He's usually playing the core. And we're starting to see some of the cracks where he's positioning himself in very, very awkward situations. And we're not really sure what the idea is here.
Yeah, you know, taking a look at the notes, I literally wrote down potential weak spot, question mark? You know, having no idea how these teams play, right? Just basing off of what we've seen. And it's starting to become truer and truer as Prophet very deep right now. And this is going to be more Deso charges for the Dawnbreaker. Yum, yum, yum. Clean that one up. Very nice. 12 Deso charges for the Dawnbreaker now. BKB complete.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be a slight misconception that these deaths don't mean anything, but at the rate that both Pugna and Nature's Prophet have been dying, 9 deaths on the Pugna, 7 on Chu Sheng. You know, some of these Nature's Prophet deaths, you can kind of get the idea, right? He comes through, tries to contest the Wisdom Rune, snag a cheeky bunch of EXP, but they are so far behind compared to their counterparts. 2 levels on each head. Sure, they're farming up decent areas of the map, but they are giving over so much to the cause of Eagle.
Yeah, not necessarily Butterfly Effect as he's still lagging behind, but this Dawnbreaker and Morphling are getting so much out of the map.
Yeah. Like you said,
I think because they are, Butterfly Effect is a little left behind, right? Kunkka likes farming waves, not necessarily the best at farming jungles. But with Dawnbreaker splitting and Morphling splitting, you're kind of left scratching your head like, ooh, I don't know what I should be doing other than getting kills. Which he has been, to be fair. Butterfly Effect has been very active around the map, so...
Yeah, I mean, it really just is exactly what you said. The Dawnbreaker always wants to play off-map so that she can come into the Solar Guardian and maximize that farm while she's at it, right? So, honestly, who else is going to be left to try and make action happen or set things up? Kunkka. Okay. And Butterfly Effect's like, yes, dear. Yes, team. I got it. Smoke move up, though. They want to try and find the killing blow. It'll be on to Chusheng for now. They find the Meepo as well, and Lasso should be available. Mercy's still holding on to it, and the buyback from the Nature's Prophet comes through. They've swept the storm away, though, and with the Solar Guardian coming in, they're straight out to the Mega Meepo. 5 heroes collapsing, 5 on 5, but it's just the Meepo against the wall. The rest of his supporting cast can't do anything as he just gets melted apart. All they can do is watch as their big bad carry goes down. And what else do you have to find, Yang? Split already used up. Sure, you have the Radiance, but you're the one burning down right now. Here comes the Morphling on the chase. Mercy bumps him away, actually, but this should be easy pickings. Another Deso charge, another kill. Ukiyo is unstoppable. They try to come through a Chusheng again, but you might have just given up your life. 3 to 4 more auto attacks with the Silver Edge crit from the Crystallis. Would have just done him in again. It would have been a dieback, but another 3.5k gold swing. They just keep coming in spades. The way that Team Trust are playing, it's almost like they owe Eagle money with the way they're feeding them over.
Yeah, we're seeing the beauty of this Dawnbreaker come into dividends this game, and I'm not saying that because I'm biased. I genuinely think the Dawnbreakers and the early Deso has become super clutch this game. It tears through the Brewmaster, tears through the Meepo. Right, absolutely anything the Trust can throw at you gets torn down by the Dawnbreaker in a swift AoE action.
It's just weird to me because if I just look at the heroes alone, I think Team Trust have the tools to catch out Shen Yu all on his own, right? He's always just farming, he's showing on waves and stuff, but it's a bit too late. I feel like your opening to do that was the first 15 minutes and you didn't really make it happen. Shen Yu's just been able to farm his way up to the BKB, the shard, that instant magic immunity that you get just from swinging the hammer. It's a bit too much, and would you look at that, it looks like he's working on a Satanic already. I don't know how you kill this guy.
It's going to be very, very hard between the Luminosity and the Satanic. I don't know if you do either. Maybe if Meepo can get him to like blow him up and then a storm, it's got to be perfect though. And then you're using a lot of resources on the Dawnbreaker, and that leaves Morphling and Kunkka to just freely run through the fight.
I mean, there's also the angle where Shen Yu just decides this fight is important enough, buys back, comes in anyway, and just takes like 3 racks or something. It's definitely a possibility. Blessing doing his best to try and split push the map. Oh my goodness! Oh, one swipe, man. That's the TP out of there.
That was a light flash before his eyes, dude. Holy
I
moly.
did too. I thought that Storm Spirit is gone. When he zipped away, I thought he melted. Okay, yo. Satanic of his own and the Silver Edge, like we mentioned. Equipped with the Aegis, he'll feel comfortable moving on to the high ground. They've mustered a 7k gold lead for themselves. And you can just imagine any time or anything they try and set up on Ukiyo, it's going to get swiftly answered by a quick lasso. TZ doesn't have the shard available, but Lotus in the back pocket can catch them off guard with the Vortex. I mean, Shen Yu already finishing off the Pugna. He's caught out by himself though, and this is the play that we were waiting for. They make it happen onto the Dawnbreaker, and suddenly things are a bit dicey. The buyback on the Pugna, and they're setting up right now. Butterfly Effect has come through onto the Mega Meepo, X marking him in the spot, and the Torrent up, Ukiyo laying into him right now. It's a lot of HP to work with though, and there's the life drain as well as the D-Crab. Vinci's being kept alive right now, but not Chusheng, not quite as lucky. Storm gonna go onto the Bat Rider as he has over and over, trying to eliminate that factor. Who's been so annoying so far. Lasso taken down, but without their Dawnbreaker, they won't feel quite as comfortable. Looks like Shen Yu tried to use the Solar Guardian to save himself there. But yeah, I mean, if Trust can keep splitting them like this, yeah, you lose the Prophet, but at this point, you lost the Prophet so many times, I don't know if it matters. And you save the Mega Meepo, we're seeing the Pugna come into play and why it's such a strong support.
No, I think you're actually kind of okay with this if you're Eagles. You get the tier 3 tower, which is really good, right? Breaking high ground is considerably harder than it has been in most other patches nowadays. I think everyone can agree on pushing high ground is hard. And
Yup.
being able to break it and keep your Aegis is pretty good. And because they went out like onto the high ground super early, it means that they could just go again with Aegis. They still have time to push out the waves and then just go back again.
Yeah, Ukiyo be like, I got another one in me. But we'll have to see whether they can set it up. I mean, 2 minutes left on that. They need to try and muster a push up against the split pushing forces of Team Trust. Nature's Prophet on one side, the Meepo just splitting the map on the other with his illusions. Look at this Pugna, so annoying. He's probably gonna go back and blast the wave or something, you know, just drag it away, buy time. And yeah, give the Prophet vision to just press the ultimate on it. He'll give up his life for it, but I don't think he cares. Gonna drag them away. Sure, I'll ride the tidal wave. Fun little trip.
Yep.
It's so annoying. He's actually surviving way longer than I expected. Oh my god.
He's still surviving.
No way. Are you for real? Okay, fine.
Finally. But that's so much space, right?
Yeah, that was like, what? Now the Aegis is down to 143. I mean, Akiyo's pushing it out, but you need to wait for this creep wave. It's gonna meet this tower at the 1 minute mark. And that's exactly when this Pugna's gonna respawn as well. Very interesting and cute play here. Coming out from this pause 4.
Think we're gonna see a Dagon from this Pugna? What do you think this Diadem's gonna build into?
A phylactery?
Okay.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm
I
just-
wouldn't build Phylactery on Pugna, but you
Holy
do,
Locket,
boo-boo.
thinking.
Yeah.
Harpoon,
Yeah, that was my
Harpoon,
other.
Pugna.
Okay, now we're cooking, dude.
Yeah, he
Hold on a
drags them
minute.
back into the life drain. Chu Sheng, I'm not even gonna talk about him. I don't know where he went.
Radiant's bottom
He's gone now.
tower is under attack.
Trying to get wards out again.
Top tower is under attack.
DPs come back in mass. This feels like Ukiyo. He's calling for the team to rally and back him up. They want to make this push happen. But there is the Vortex. Aghanim's complete from Blessing, catching them by surprise right now. But once again, the Dawnbreaker, the savior of Eagles right now, swoops into the sky and cuts down their opponents. Meepo doesn't stand a chance. And Shen Yu, I don't know if you know the meaning of this name, but it refers to a wartime general. The superior tactics come into play. And really, it's just him pressing the Solar Guardian, easy as ABC. Not much that the side of Team Trust can do about that. This Dawnbreaker, Crash, I'm sure you're pleased about this, is looking absolutely monstrous. Crushes yet another double kill right now. Even with that Electrical Vortex, with the Aghanim Scepter Blessing, just couldn't set it up enough. The Meepo just isn't good enough. Not enough damage.
No, and even with that Aghanim Scepter, not tanky enough to live through all the damage from Eagles as well. Between the Dawnbreaker and the Morphling, it's just so much damage.
7K.
Dawnbreaker's hitting for like 300 right now.
Look at this look at this fight recap. This Shen Yu is
Yeah.
doing 7k damage to them, and he wasn't even there for half the fight. He only came in halfway, did one swing of the hammer, and that was it. And 24. Come on, this guy, he's punching for like what? Close to 400.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, and I think that is the beauty of Dawnbreaker into Meepo. Right? You get one Starbreaker off and you're dealing like 1,000 damage to 3 different heroes. And, you know,
Radiant structures are fortified.
Continuing the push
Ukiyo
here,
feel
Aegis or not.
himself.
Yeah. They kind of smell the end of the game here. Immediate lasso onto this partner. There's a Hex out though, catching the Morphling by surprise, but once again, what is your answer to the Solar Guardian? You just don't have one. Mega Meepo pops up to the sky, but that's where he'll get clawed down. Don't you know that eagles are birds of prey? They'll come swooping down for your head, little rat. And you got nowhere else to run. Ukiyo is godlike. And once again, Shen Yu proving his worth here on this squad.
Radiant's middle tower
Eagles are not to be taken lightly. They will keep the push going. No buybacks on all 4 members. It's just Blessing against the world.
Radiant's
A little bad weather
this
can't
is
keep
lower
them down.
bracket.
Yeah, you
So,
lose this,
you know,
you're out.
Fight. They're gonna fight their hardest. Still best of 3, not a best of 1, so still more games to be played, but cannot feel good after getting slapped down earlier today. Trust.
bottom barracks.
Can't be feeling good right now.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom barracks.
I mean, this should
They got
be
their
a very...
Siggies too.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? It feels like they were trying to come into this series fresh. You know, we just took a really rough loss. We want to go back to our comfort, go back to what we know. They were cooking in some instances, right? I mean, we can see some of the ideas here, but just up against a superior team and not considering the Dawnbreaker factor, the two supports just really weren't pulling their weight this time round. And you could pull them in on Blessing, but you just don't have enough damage. They're cleaning up your backline while you wait, and they lasso you to the ground. Beyond godlike is this Morphling. This should be GG. They'll call it once the throne falls, but Yang, he's gonna drop before they can. And yeah, they call it right as the last drop of HP gets decimated. Eagle, just, that was nasty.
It wasn't. It didn't even necessarily feel like they outplayed them at every corner, but they just played their draft way better than Team Trust did.
It does feel that way. I mean, it's so weird because this Dawnbreaker, wasn't she picked first?
Yeah.
You pick the Dawnbreaker first and then you, like, sure, it's in response to the Prophet and it ends up being a great Prophet counter. But then you pick a bunch of heroes that just don't really do anything against her. There were some pretty cool moves from the Nature's Prophet to move around the map early, make the kills happen, but that just means Dawnbreaker has a free game. And she absolutely took advantage of that.
You have to be expecting Dawnbreaker to be playing on the opposite side of the map. Like, it's not rocket science, right? Same thing with Spectre. You should be looking on the other side of the map to look and hunt these heroes. And we just didn't see any of that.
Isn't it just so weird?
We did.
I personally find it so weird because the people who were hunting were the Brewmaster, who is like, yeah, I get it, you throw your Primal Split into the mix, but shouldn't it be the Storm? Like, leading the charge with the Nature's Prophet? It kind of felt like the Pugna was showing himself, he was dying, and then suddenly the Nature's Prophet feels pressured to come back and defend, and the Brewmaster as well, and any sort of aggressive maneuver they were trying to make on the map just gets dampened by that completely. Eagles, they just have free reign of the entire, anywhere they want to go, really. Apart from a couple of cutesy plays coming out from Rain Cloud, there wasn't really anything much else.
Yeah, Eagles definitely soared their way through to this game #1 victory.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether they can come back. Like you mentioned, Crash, this is our first losers bracket match. This is double elims, so a lot more forgiving than the open qualifiers. These teams have worked their way here, but this could also be where it ends. And like we said at the start of the day, there are 8 teams here, all very deserving in their own way, but there can only be one who makes their way to KL alongside LGD and Azure Ray. And right now, we might have to say goodbye to one of them this early on. I'm sure that's not what they were hoping for. Let's see whether Team Trust can regroup. They got their Siggies, but it felt like the execution was a bit off. They'll have to go back to the drawing board and try and figure something out. We'll find out whether they can after this short break or whether Eagles can just take a quick 2-0 to secure their hopes of continuing on. See you guys in a short bit. We'll be right back.
I know you've got it in you. You've gotta face it all. This life will continue. starting to break. I know not when you were stuck like me there to go away. I'll never forget to break my mind forever
Welcome back to the ESL 1 KL China closed qualifiers here, where we have found ourselves in the lower bracket. Team Eagle versus Team Trust here. And Eagle,
10 seconds
ooh,
remaining.
they absolutely
Radiant team
decimated their
back.
opponents in that
Team
game number
back.
1. Now, I'm not blaming the picks crash. I'm not, because we already know Team Trust, they're known for some of these more crazy, outlandish selections, like the mid-storm, the safe lane Meepo, but do you think it was the picks, or what was not clicking for them in that game number 1 that you think they need to change here?
I think the plays were a little off as well. Like, Pugna was getting caught out a lot. Nature's Prophet was as well. Sure, you got deep wards, but like,
Yeah.
so what?
Yeah, what are
Like,
you
you're not
looking at
playing
them for?
around them. Yeah.
Yeah, having a glance at them
Yeah.
while you're dead or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just watching them farm to their heart's content.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. Felt like Ukiyo on the Morphling, Butterfly Effect on the Kanka as well, especially
5 seconds
Dawnbreaker played by Shen Yu just weren't bothered in the slightest. Now, we already have a draft, so we're going to head straight into that right now. And as we can see, even though it didn't work out, they are respect banning the Meepo.
Yeah. Fair. Totally fair.
I'll give it to
Right.
him.
Yeah. You don't want to get cheesed, right? It was a potentially close call with the Meepo. You know, who knows what could have happened that game if Meepo got off to a little bit of a stronger start. And oh my goodness,
He's made it.
Sneeze's hero has made it through the cracks.
I'm quite surprised that Eagle actually banned out the Nature's Prophet here. I'm not too sure. Maybe they're worried that it's going to kite out the Bristleback a bit too hard or ruin his day in the off lane. But I'm not gonna lie, as annoying as that Nature's Prophet was in like the first 5 minutes of the game, kind of felt like a non-factor afterwards. Moeta gonna get selected again. No surprises here. As we know, Moeta has a 94% contest rate here in China, which is a bit lower than the overall global contest rate of 77. So, you know, these Chinese players liking this hero a lot more. Bristleback also a lot more favored in China as compared to some other regions. Maybe there's some other regions that don't really play it, but it's 100% contest rate in China, but 88% contest rate, sorry, in other regions. So staying true to their region here. Nothing too crazy.
5 seconds remaining.
And
No
one thing,
real oh god.
sorry, one thing that I want to point out is that just last game, Yang was picking up the Brewmaster. And it's
Yeah.
not that Brewmaster is a bad hero, but since we're on the topic of contested heroes and whatnot, it seems like China is the only real region that's still favoring this hero a lot. I think Ame even made a joke about it because Ame said that, oh, you know, the baijiu that you find in China is way better than wine that you find everywhere else. But 61%, yeah, 61% win rate, contest rate for this Brewmaster in China, but it's only 42% in other regions. I mean, we saw a bit of the weaknesses of it exploited just then. Kind of felt like just, you know, you got a strong lane support with the Undying, and suddenly you're killing TZ, but not really Ukiyo, and the Morphling doesn't really care.
Yeah, and it just felt like at the end of the day, a very bad Brewmaster game. Playing into Morphling, playing into Dawnbreaker, they have a lot of potential damage through your Brewlings.
Yeah. They killed him through the Brewlings like once or twice, right? I'm pretty sure.
10 seconds remaining.
So he canceled it early once, or he would have died.
Right.
But he still died immediately afterwards. And then I believe they only killed him through it once. But I mean, to break it down technically twice, Team Trust are going to go back for this Pugna.
Okay. I mean, a lot more okay, robust is not the right word. What I'm trying to say is, I kind of like what they're putting down a bit more. Eagle, they go for a bit of a classic there, the Koto Bristleback. Haven't seen this combo in a hot minute, and Clockwork. Sure, it's pretty good against some, you know, Primal Beasts, you know, trip up some of the initiations from some of these clunkier heroes. And it's an interesting one against Pugna Moeta. Sure, you can hookshot onto them. Not really a hero that we've been seeing a lot. Like, I wouldn't consider it A tier, wouldn't even consider it B tier. Really kind of feels like more of a specialist.
I wouldn't even consider C tier.
Damn. I think it's in the specialist tier, right? You really got to know how to play this hero or like make it work. And your team needs to know how to play around it, because cogs can really work against some other picks. For example, if you're picking Clockwork, I think stuff like the Pango suddenly gets a lot less attractive. You know, even with the Bristleback, you imagine that, you know, now you need to pick kind of a ranged safe laner, or you will hope to pick a ranged safe laner. If not, the Clockwork just kind of gets in your way.
So IG have actually done something a little bit similar draft-wise, picking up the Clockwork and the Bristleback together. They paired it up with a Skywrath Mage and a Luna as well. So Skywrath Clockwork, very cool. Skywrath or Luna Clockwork, once again, very cool. Like it works very well on paper and worked out for them too.
Yeah, in
So
practice it seems.
it's exciting. Team Trust, they're gonna go back for the Storm Spirit, but I don't know if this is the play. Thank God nowadays Coddle no longer has mana burn, or else it would really not be the play.
Look, just now, before the lobby starts, Shen Yu was raring to go. And you can't blame him, you know, he just had an excellent game. He wants to keep the momentum going. He was saying, gee, let's go, come on, let's start the game now. It was actually Team Trust that said, look, someone's not back yet. You know what that person was doing? It was the Pugna washing his damn face. Because honestly, that first game performance, no idea what that was. Found himself on so many random locations just dying out of nowhere. I can understand it from the Prophet. From the Pugna, sure, you're creating space, okay, but for what, right? There wasn't this overarching endgame team fight that you're building up towards. What do we have here? I mean, this is...
Safe lane Muerta.
And it seems that way up against the Bristleback, backed up by Pugna. And the reason why I say this is because I think Pugna Storm is still a very potent combo. It's just that Team Trust kind of lost the plot a little bit the previous game. They'll be answered by a Pug though, and that is a lot of control against these 4 squishy backliners who really just want to get out of there. Pugna's gonna say no to all of that.
You know, I think I've cracked the code, dude. I think I know what Eagle are gonna grab here, and I kind of like it quite a bit.
Let's hear it.
All right, let me pitch to you Templar Assassin for Eagle.
Okay, why are we thinking that?
Decent egg hitter, not bad, right? Ranged hero, obviously, to pair up against with the Clockwork. Can blow through Storm Spirit. Has the potential to be screwed over by Muerta Pugna though. So it might be one of those times where you want to grab a hero that maybe builds something like a Revenant's Brooch, if we want to get really spicy.
That's crazy. Literally,
it is crazy.
You're kind of crazy.
I don't think
right
there's
now.
any position ones that do that though. So you're asking quite a bit, or every position one can do it if it's the right game.
If you think about it, yeah, you could theoretically. I don't know if in practice it's actually going to work out. I'm trying to think about what pulse ones they can get as well. Faces were very nice in terms of the control. Okay, let's hear your pitch before they ban.
Dude.
Okay.
I'm cooking, dude.
Yeah,
Shadow Fiend.
I hate it. I really hate
Safe
it.
lane Shadow Fiend. Get level 1 Necromastery, deny the cogs. Bam. Old school Dota, baby.
Oh my
We're
god,
back.
yeah, you're right.
We're back in it, dude.
And Claw is a great, but okay, no, jokes aside, that's awful. Oh wait, no, Requiem
not
Fear,
that bad, dude.
Requiem Fear with Blinding Light and like Dream Coil.
It's magic damage as well to be able to burn through Pugna and Muerta, even though she's got her ulti in.
Do you just lose the game if they get BKBs though?
Yeah, a little bit.
just a smidge. Like if the Pug gets rendered useless, it kind of curtains. I'm trying to think about what other carry heroes could be selected here. Luna has been banned out, so Eagle, they're not going to have that opportunity to run it back the way that IG did. Sure enough, I think the Luna would be so difficult for them to deal with because that'll just inspire a death ball that's going to come rolling at you. Now, what else do we have here? CK taken out. They take out the Tide Hunter. They're going to grab the Weep. How could we forget? How could we forget? Shame on us.
Shame on egg on our face, dude.
Egg on our face, yeah. Which is what Team Trust are going to try and do, but to Eagle.
Yeah.
They're kind of lacking a bit of control still, right? You have the calling from Muerta, which is nice, layered with the Phoenix egg. But apart from the Phoenix and the Storm initially grabbing somebody and maybe sunraying, there you go. There's the axe. So it all comes into play. All the pieces kind of fall into place here. The axe is really strong against the Puck and the Weaver, able to catch them off and probably help burst them down. Blessing is going to reprise his role as the Storm Spirit up against Butterfly Effect's Puck. And just as we expected, it's going to be Clockwork bodyguarding Ukio's Weaver in the top side, while Mercy and Shen Yu are going to run it and the Bristleback in the bot side. Which side are you kind of favoring a little bit more here? Do you have any immediate... Eagle? Easy?
Yeah,
That
Eagle.
was so easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Let's hear the case. Let's hear the argument.
They got an egg hitter. They got 2 egg hitters.
They
got 3 egg hitters.
Who are the egg hitters, man?
So Puck doesn't need to be right-clicking heroes. As long as Puck throws out spells, and then Puck is free to hit egg.
Okay.
Weaver with Geminate attack, very good at hitting egg.
Okay.
I would even say to a lesser extent, Coddle, he's got good attack range, right? Not the highest attack speed, but you want any hero that you can get hitting egg right now. So they'll take the Coddle too, and Bristleback to a lesser extent as well, right? He's got his quills going. He can turn around and start hitting the egg too. So I think the Phoenix, the potential is certainly there. Being able to burn down the Bristleback, being able to put that mischance on the Weaver, it can come in super, super clutch, but I don't want to just say I've been underwhelmed by the supports from Team Trust, but I gotta say I've been super underwhelmed by the supports from Team Trust.
For what it's worth, Chusheng did have some pretty nice early game rotations, right? And this time, it seems like the Postma player relegated from Phoenix partner duty. You're not touching that anymore. Look, I'm gonna play it, you play a Phoenix, right? So Phoenix and the Axe, a lot more kill potential in the early stage of the game. They just need one sentry, they can take advantage of the Weaver. I think we saw recently in some of the games we've casted as well, a Tide Hunter go up against a Weaver, which sounds like a really bad matchup, but then you just gush level 1 and you run him down. And that cooldown on Shikuchi is real rough. So I think between Fire Spirits as well as the Battle Hunger, they can really burn him down early on. We'll see whether they're able to come out of the gate swinging or whether Eagles can take this one in a quick fashion in this game number 2.
Prepare for battle.
And it seems like Crash, you have Eagles as a favorite, but I'm a little bit worried, you see. All I see in terms of disables on the side of Eagles is Clockwork and the Puck. And the Butterfly effect somehow gets out-managed by the Storm Spirit in the mid lane and just loses that autonomy to make moves. Yeah, Clockwork's gonna have to do a lot of just running himself in and sacrificing just to get any sort of kill. Bear in mind, Storm Spirit doesn't really care about the clock, right? If you can't burst him within the initial hook shot and silence potentially from the Puck, he's just gonna zip on out of there.
I mean, you say the control is lacking on the side of Eagle, and I'd like to raise you this. Control is lacking on the side of Trust as well. Right? They don't necessarily have the point-click stuns that you'd like to see.
That's fair.
You know, they have the controls in form of Deadshot, the slows in the form of the calling and the call.
Yeah.
Electric Vortex is going to go a long way as well, but, you know, there's something to be said about the old point-click stuns, the old impales, you know, the earth spikes, you know, instantly.
Look, the only person who has that is Clockwork, and that's Hookshot, and that's literally it. Unless you count Call. It's funny that they've drafted the dial you up lineup with both continuous and present tenses of the word call here. Getting English.
Oh,
yeah.
Gosh, Vinci.
Welcome to your...
That's not how you want to start the Muerta play.
Nah. It's a warning shot. It's a warning shot. It's like, you know, you be on your merry way, but watch yourself, boy. Watch how you
Not to be
step.
confused with a parting shot.
Yeah, not to be confused with a dead shot, because no one dies here.
Yeah.
In fact, one might argue whether he even shot the bullet at all. I don't see it.
If a bullet is shot in the woods and no one's around...
If a bullet is shot at a Koto who doesn't get hit by it, and then the casters no longer mention it, does it even exist?
Probably. Yeah, I'm liable to say it does.
Yeah, I mean, it's reflected in the mana right now. Here comes the Blood Grenade. Ooh. Blinding Light, tossing them back. Mercy. The early level helps Shen Yu get out of there. Just beating each other back and forth here. This is where the Bristleback is the most susceptible. Up against two range heroes, can't feel the most comfortable here. Do their due diligence, secure the range creeps with their spells. Get some of that
regen
regen
this play
going.
from Bristol. He's going to call out an early salve. Yeah, he kind of realizes that he's in a position where he's probably going to be low a lot in this lane. So maybe one more engagement from the Bristle. It's going to drop him super low, enough for a little bit of a reset with that salve. Just kind of recognizing the state of the lane for himself.
Yeah, so many off-laners, maybe even at the lower ranks, or maybe when you're just sort of learning off-lane, you think, okay, you know, if I can make it to this ring of health, I'm going to be unstoppable. But sometimes while you're there, you're just kind of biting the bullet on not having your regen, and you're not in EXP range, you can't contest, and Vinci, you know, that's his favorite thing in the world if you're just leaving him for a free lane. So I like this heads-up play, like you mentioned, Shen Yu. He's going to be a bit more, expend a bit more, because as long as he stays in lane, Mercy can keep him topped up in terms of the mana. So he'll be able to get farming. Speaking of getting farming, 11 CS already, Butterfly effect. Off to a roaring start, being mirrored by Blessing though. I mean, I guess this is one of the things about the Storm Spirit being level 30, right? A Grandmaster, you're gonna know how to lane against a Puck for sure.
Radiant's courier has been
Yeah, it's got to be one of those most common not most common, but more common matchups for you, right? Two very old school mid laners.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. It seems like relatively quiet early game. I remember as soon as the 2-minute mark ticked over, Eagle and Trust were just running at each other non-stop across all the entirety of the map. This time round, happy to all take it chill a little bit here. I'm just curious. It seems to me, and this is my initial guess, the Eagle timing is significantly earlier than Trust, right? This Muerta, we always talk about it, very strong and can deal a lot of damage, but takes a while to get there. Can build the natural Silver Edge to eventually counter the Bristle, but there's going to be like this pocket in time where the Bristle is strong, you're going to get a Desolator on the Weaver, it's going to be a lot of minus armor, you get the first roll, you start running them down. What do you think Trust can do about that?
The only thing that Trust can really do is look to hopefully slow things down with the Axe Blade Mail.
are fortified.
You know, maybe Bristleback, you catch him off guard, and he blows himself up. You know, before that Bloodstone, and it's that little bit of time between the Bloodstone and the Ags, or the Ags and the Bloodstone, even the other way around.
Now that's not a good start though, Ukiyo. First blood is drawn straight onto the axe in question, the man who was supposed to put a stop to the Bristleback. And speaking of the Bristleback though, dodges another Deadshot Vinci, sending more warnings than anything. And Chen Yu will be just fine here up in this top side, continuing to sustain up. Get the kill on the Puck now. Nice bit of net worth their way. With the Ring of Health, he'll just slowly work his way back up. So he's reached that break point already.
You know, Pugna and Mortha don't necessarily care too much about your Ring of Health or your Vanguard even, right? They're not going to be right-clicking you too much. Obviously, it's going to help, obviously. But they still have the potential of killing him. As
no.
Yang, he just teleported back in. It's 45 seconds without your teleport. This Weaver Clockwork lane is really ramping up.
The Axe last pick not really working out for them. I don't think they considered the sheer laning prowess and the kill potential from this duo. Yeah, Axe gets tanky eventually, but in the early stage, just some bugs. We've seen Weaver kill lanes work their magic against these offlaners and really put a dent in any sort of momentum they're trying to build for themselves here. And apart from the Axe, it's really just the Storm, right? Once again, they picked themselves 2 supports without much disables. Can lay in terms of the damage, but setup-wise, if your Axe doesn't have a Blink Dagger, you're gonna have to kill the Weaver in the duration of Electric Vortex. That is not a comfortable range to work with. Yeah, I don't know. He's got time lapse every single day of the week.
Radiant are scattered.
Weaver's squishy, but I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's a ridiculous ask.
Oh my goodness, TZ. I don't know if you saw that, but very heads-up scan here. They know the Storm's just farming in the area, and he doesn't have his level 6 yet, TZ. Oh no. Oh no.
Grenade.
Not like this. No. You can't go down like this, Blessing. Just gives over a solo kill. That is
Tip him. Yep.
just
Tip TZ. Yes.
that is a full level to the Clockwork, getting that freebie. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect pushing in the catapult wave into your tower. You're losing more creeps, more EXP on this level 30 Storm. Read him like a book, and now with the 6-minute mark, Butterfly Effect will have the Illusion Rune, even more pucks to just beat into this tower if he so chooses. No. They're setting up onto the Pugna here. Kill off the Nether Ward. Blast forward. It's gonna go wide though. Fancy footwork here from Chu Sheng. They should be able to finish him off. Last cogs and the kill. TZ has been playing so well this series. We'll get 2 bounties for his trouble. This Clockwork just quadrupled his net worth, I think.
Yukio just got a solo kill on Yang. What is happening bottom?
Yeah, it just runs him down. I mean, once the bugs are on you, Axe, he has to either stand around and try and hit him, and we've seen Axe attack speed, not the most glorious thing.
No. not at all, dude.
6-0 already for Eagles.
We saw a little bit earlier a start like this from Team Bright. And they
Oh, wow.
absolutely rolled over their competition.
Oh wow, look at this. Ukiyo, he's playing so aggressive because he knows TZ is right there. They won't get the Wisdom Rune, but they get the kill, and he's dominating on this Weaver. Like you said, Eagles, this early aggression, we've seen what happens. But what's the angle back for Trust here? With your axe just kind of being dampened like that, even the Storm losing an early kill to the clock. What's the move? I mean, level 6 now. Surely that opens up some options.
Yeah, you got to start making rotations on the side of the Storm Spirit. Blessing needs to start getting active around the map. It's looking bad for your axe. Still level 5, so no real chance of getting like any dunks off, right? That would be your best kill potential on Weaver before you can time lapse. If you can get a call into a vortex, into maybe the calling, maybe Muerta needs to join as well. I wouldn't hate to see a rotation from Vinci, right? Was able to make those moves on Meepo last time around, and it worked out very well for him. We'll see if he can kind of mirror that again with that level 6 as well. I mean, should probably just want to farm, but you know, I think they got to start kind of forcing a move.
Yeah, the calling, even though it's level 1, could be that additional lockdown they need to finish off the Weaver, but he has his hands full with the creep wave being just pushed in over and over. Shen Yu, they once again, similar story. They can't pressure this Bristleback. He's just free reigning here up in this top side, killing the courier with some quill sprays, running through, farming 2 camps at the same time with the creep wave.
Storm.
They're gonna try and set up. Here's the Veil popped up. They might be able to get this Bristleback with the overwhelming physical damage, and they will do so. TZ finds yet another solo kill in this triangle. Spots out the stacks being made
Dire's middle
and
tower
just
has fallen.
claims a freebie. This Clockwork has been playing out of his mind.
Dire's
TZ doesn't even have hookshot. TZ is literally just walking around finding kills.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't get much better than this if you're a Clockwork.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
Oh
tower
no.
is under
Here comes Phoenix again.
Not like this.
Hey, you have dive. Okay, not for another 3 seconds, but TZ.
Butterfly effects here.
Look at how comfortable he's feeling. Butterfly effect will go to this high ground. Silence not in time. Dive away, but they could set up on this Axe who has been left all alone under this tower. The bug stacked up on him, and here comes the Clockwork ready to hold him in place for his cause to finish them off. They're going to try and turn around to TZ. Quite a bit of damage, but not enough. TZ is actually going to go down. And they'll split that gold and Ukiyo on a mega kill streak. Clockwork hitting his level 6. He is more than happy with that exchange.
Yeah, if anything, TZ was looking for a reset anyways, right? Low health, a little bit low on mana as well. We'll take that reset every day of the week.
Look at this. Shen Yu feeling a bit self-conscious after losing that kill in the top side, and now might be getting pressured by Blessing. But so much damage coming through. The Storm Spirit needs to be so careful there. I think most of those were cleared just by the Bristleback getting those additional quill procs. Not really what they wanted, and oh no. The rocket, no, Chu Sheng, not like this. Just gets worked down by Mercy. What's a sentry down to mark his own grave? A bit of a weird one.
Radiant's top tower.
But things going from bad to worse now. 6k gold lead as another kill, Ukiyo. This is the same recipe. This is the same thing happening again. Did he just find him in the jungle?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I was just about to say that. TZ just got another solo kill. TZ's going Orchid first item on Clockwork. This is a Chad Clockwork build.
Yeah.
I don't have the cojones big enough to ever do something like this. I'm like a Glimmer Cape Pavis buyer on Clockwork. I'm full defensive items. But TZ, you gotta be feeling themselves after getting 2 solo kills on the Storm Spirit. And I mean, Orchid is great this game. You know, the Phoenix, the Pugna, the Storm Spirit, every single one of these heroes on the side of Team Trust don't like being silenced. Even to a lesser degree, the Axe. It's to a greater degree, the Axe as well. See if they can get a kill off on a Blessing here with that coil.
Don't need the Orchid for now. If they can just walk up with the Dream Coil. They need to chain their disables perfectly though. And what did I expect? Come on. They've been doing a great job so far. They get yet another Blessing. Can't keep his feet off the ground. Just gets pulled back into his grave here. Over and over. Already 3 deaths on this Storm. Not what you want to see from a Siggy. And this is even worse. Like, look at the state of affairs here in this bot side. Ukiyo's level 10, facing off against 2, pressuring them both back, dropping them to low HP. He might just commit for this. He knows there's no egg. A Shikuchi available. He's running through, forcing the dive out. He's going for it. Last touch, not enough. Jump through. Blessing is here to try and punish, but what are you gonna do? Yang, he might be the one who needs to be careful. Oh, TZ. Looking around for a hook shot. When your pause 5 Clockwork higher level than your Axe in the off lane, that's when you know things have gone completely wrong. Another kill here for TZ. Switched it up, going for the Yules. For the setup instead, likely.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either.
Pretty sick.
It's really good into Muerta. It can stop the dive from the Phoenix as well, right? You just throw Muerta up in the air, and Pierce the Veil feels considerably worse because she's in the air for like 2.5 seconds out of the 6 seconds of your Pierce. Oh,
Similar
Pugna again.
sights to last game where the Pugna just feels like free food. Maybe it's something about the hero that Eagle just understands, but they've been able to abuse it and pick it off at every interval across these 2 games so far. They're making use of different tools. Butterfly effect with the Witchblade already completed. So much damage coming out from this puck. 600 gold off his bling means that these initiations are going to come very, very soon.
Yang is still so far away from any sort of next item.
No, and he's far
It's
away
not
from...
going to get much better.
Yeah, it gets even further. Still no level 6 for your Phoenix. Where you going, buddy? The bug's in the back. I thought it was the early bird that gets the worm. It's these little scuttling insects that crawl all over her. Unfortunately, and it's Ukiyo. Makes that look. It's okay. The E in Eagles at this point just stands for easy. The way they're making this look, right? They're running rampant all over their opponents. Team Trust. They can't muster anything. I don't know what the angle is. You don't have blink on your axe. Your Blessing Storm Spirit is being hampered at every turn. Ukiyo's just level 11 Shukuching behind your tier 2. They don't even care. They're blasting, they're threatening. They want to keep going. Straight onto the back. Butterfly effect. Feeling completely free here. They need to tag him with a dead shot to have any hope. But straight onto Vinicy. Hopping the Pierce the Veil, looking for an angle, but once again, the dead shot going wide. The Pugna has to sacrifice a bit of his life to just kind of keep the Muerta alive, but that is not gonna work in the face of this Bristleback who showed up seemingly out of nowhere. They just stand their ground. Here comes the hook shot. Still no level 6 on this Phoenix. Finish off the Pugna on the sidelines. Take down the Phoenix on the right. They just get completely wiped out. The only member remaining is Blessing, who once again has found a little caveat in this entire situation, farming on this small nook on the map. While his allies just get crushed under their own tier 2 towers. GG is called.
No
it's
way.
Over. They're done. 22-2. They don't want to even stick around to get a kill. It's over. They understand there's nothing they can do, and what an unceremonious way to end our first day of the closed qualifiers here. Eagle, they are just better. They are just better than their opponents.
They're just, yeah. You know, game 1 showed the inklings of that, but game number 2, I feel like really cemented that mindset.
I don't know what that was
a devastating loss.
We've seen shellackings.
Yeah.
We've seen complete beatdowns. We've seen just teams getting outclassed. That was not even a fight. I don't think there was any point in that game where Team Trust did anything. And I mean, when your Muerta just misses like what, the 10th dead shot in a row, you just tap out, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the situation. The Phoenix like, okay, I'm done with this. Has got a sting. We mentioned that Team Trust is a bit of a wild card, a team that was formed to try and make it through these qualifiers. Blessing. Starting to see a bit of maybe why he's been phased out of the more successful Team Bright. Unfortunately, they've left him in the dirt, and some of his heroes, like you mentioned, the Storm Spirit coming out. Yeah, sure, the Grandmaster, but you're getting killed in your own jungle by a Clockwork, man.
Yeah. Twice, not once.
Once
is excusable.
Yeah, we can
Twice,
forgive you for that.
Oh, Look, man, it just doesn't feel good.
The real thing is, does that reflect on them as individual players? I don't think so. I just kind of feel like they got completely outlaned on all fronts. Right?
Again.
They couldn't. They didn't have any strategy going. As it felt like they didn't really consider the laning prowess again that Eagle could bring to the table. Butterfly effect, completely smashing this Storm, forcing him back into the jungle. TZ, just a perfect game on this Clockwork. You could not ask for anything more from your pos 5. This is the type of game you finish
participating
Clockwork,
in 16 out of 22 kills. That's so great.
Yeah, and this is the type of game I'll close this screen here and just head back to our little wonderful faces. But this is the type of Clockwork game that has you thinking, I'm a Clockwork main. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know this heroes. People
Yeah.
always say the hero's hard. I don't get it, you know? It's come so naturally to me. Like, it's so easy.
Just
Easy.
cogs them, dude.
Yeah,
Just
just,
fucking cogs them. I don't
cogs them.
know,
Just
dude.
battery assault them. Like,
Yeah.
what's the big deal? Like, flawless games from Ukiyo, Butterfly Effect, and Mercy on the Keeper of the Light. And honestly, flawless game for me from TZ. Big MVP energy from me here. I mean, even in the earlier game on the Undying, he was dying. He was doing some dying, but it was all for a good cause. Eagle. You know, in the previous series against IG, they looked pretty mismatched, right? There were some moments there. But I think even after playing so many games today, being able to regroup, have that energy, that's the sign of a team that's ready to take it a step further. Unfortunately, Team Trust, it really feels like for them, they fizzled out a bit near the end.
Yeah, just going out with a whimper instead of a bang never feels too good.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure a lot of these stacks, they're coming together. They're just trying their luck in a way. I'm not really sure how high the hopes were from Team Trust. I think in the earlier lobbies and stuff, they were just kind of joking around, you know, having a good time. Maybe not as intensive as some of these Eagle players who we know come from a mix of storied teams, right? Butterfly Effect, Ukiyo, they've been on, you know, the IGV teams for the longest time. I think this is something we wanted to talk about with Butterfly Effect as well. He's been a quiet performer for Eagle in a lot of these series. And it's just a situation where if you're on IG and your main team mid is Emo, you're never going to beat him, right? You're never going to take his spot. So him getting the chance now on a different stack of what seems like players he's comfortable with, this could be a squad that makes it pretty deep into the run here and maybe even cause some huge upsets. Who knows? Maybe even go to KL.
That'd be great to see. I don't know about you, Sneeze, but I would really love to see one of these lesser known teams make it to KL.
Yeah.
And really show up, right?
Yeah.
As much as I'm rooting for the big orgs like Aster and IG, there's something special about the Team Brights, the go-alongs, right? The Ignites.
Yeah.
There's just something special about them.
I mean, that's exactly the story that brought Wings to that miraculous podium finish, right? Nobody knew about them. They came in, played unshackled, and surprised everybody. And Eagle, I mean, if they keep playing like this, sure, you can say, look, Team Trust, they are tier above, you know, they don't match up. You know, when they played against IG, they got smashed. You don't know what you're talking about. Sure. But if they can continue this confidence, if they can keep coming out with these cute strategies, I don't know whether it'll work against anyone. This is a bit more old school stuff like the Keeper of the Light Bristleback, but it shows innovation, it shows creativity, and they might just catch people by surprise here. So don't write some of these teams off way too quick. This is a close qualifiers after all. This is Dota after all. Anything can happen. But that does conclude our day of the Chinese qualifiers for the close qualifiers of ESL KL for today. Yeah, it was 3 best of 3s. We started a bit slow because we couldn't get into the first 2 games, but it doesn't matter because we'll find more action with you tomorrow. We'll be right back on this very same stream. Of course, T-Panda as well as Lizard are casting some of the other games on the Dota 2 ESL_Dota 2 Tango channel. So if you want to catch more Chinese Dota action, you can just keep those 2 tapped. But stay with us, okay? Stay with us. Sneeze and Crash here. Any closing words for you, Crash, before we send it off to the end of the day?
Other than I'm going to have my eyes on this Eagle stack, there's really nothing to be said that hasn't already been said. No, I'd like to see more of this Eagle stack, more of these little lesser known teams. Less of these IGs, less of these Asters, more of these farm stacks like
Coming
Eagle.
out strong. Okay, understand. Well, you know what I want to see more? I want to see more of those Team Bright go along game 3s. Okay, that was a way to start our day. I mean, we were kind of waiting around hoping to get into the lobbies, but that just perked me up for the rest of the day. I definitely feel I'm still running on that high. I can't wait for the later stages of the tournament, even tomorrow, which I think we're already going to see some high level of competition as we already have. But yeah, that's it for us today. This is Crash and Sneeze, of course. We'll be back with more Chinese Dota 2 action. But in case you're wanting more Dota 2 action, it's not even close to over. We've just begun all regions close qualifiers. I believe Middle East, North America just started. You know, Western Europe and Eastern Europe have been happening for a bit. Let me just look at the schedule here. I believe that, yeah, Middle East, North America just started. If you think about it, in a couple, maybe 3-4 more hours, if you stick around, NASA is going to start too. So nothing but more hype Dota with a whole variety of casters for you to choose from. You can pick and choose which games you'd like to watch. There is no shortage of Dota 2 within these next few days. But for us, at least, that's going to be the end for today. Come back tomorrow at UTC 3 a.m. at UTC. But of course, if you're in Singapore time or China Standard Time, that will be the game starting at 11 a.m. That's when we'll run our first best of threes, another set of 3 best of threes for you here. We'll find out who stays alive in these close qualifiers, who keeps their upper bracket dreams alive, and get one step closer to figuring out who will be the one representative from China bringing us some glory, some Chinese national pride, alongside Azure Ray and LGD in KL this December. See you guys tomorrow for more ESL KL close qualifiers for China.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to foster change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money